Daniel Norcross, it's Alex Hartley, it's Phil Long, Georgia Elwis, Emily Windsor, a cast of thousands.
Tash
Kevin
Farrant.
Howells, Tash Farrant, here at Hove, because it's the first one-day international between England's women and India's women, and I'm delighted to say we have had a toss already. The sun is shining. We are set fair for a beautiful day's 50-over cricket action in this first of 3 matches between England and India. And India have won the toss, Alex Hartley, and they have decided to have a bowl, which I guess is not surprising under the circumstances.
Well, bright blue sky, 11 o'clock start, no dew around. Always a good wicket here. I think I'd have been inclined to have a little bat first.
Would you?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, we'll see how that plays out. Let me run you through the playing 11s, because they have been sent through to us by our colleague Emily Windsor via direct message on Twitter. This is technology for us. So England line up as follows. Emma Lamb and Tammy Beaumont come back into the side to open the batting. All change from the recent T20s. Sophia Dunkley, Alice Capsey making her one-day international debut. Danny Wyatt, Amy Jones, 4 very familiar players from the T20 side. Then back comes Alice Davidson-Richards, who's had quite the year. That magnificent 100 in the Test match, of course. Not selected in the T20s, but playing now in one-day internationals. Sophie Eccleston, Charlie Dean, Kate Cross, and Izzy Wong. So no Freya Davis, no Lauren Bell, but your podcasting partner on the No Balls podcast, Kate Cross, is back. You must be delighted at that.
Yes, I am indeed. Nice to see her back in the starting 11. It's for any player that goes through a bulk of a series not playing. It's quite tough. So she's been brilliant for England in ODI cricket for a number of years now. Last year she was outstanding for England. So yeah, she was always going to start this ODI.
Now, it's not the most experienced England side, because they're missing Catherine Brunt, Nat Siver, and of course the injured Heather Knight. So Amy Jones is captaining. There is youth in there. There is some experience as well. It's a slightly blended side. Looking at that team, I think we have got how many players from the 2017 World Cup final? I know the last T20 international was the first time, or maybe it was second T20 international, the first time that England had taken to the field representative women's side without a single player. I think here is Tammy Beaumont. Is there
Tammy Beaumont, and then Danny Wyatt was in the squad but didn't play in the final. Amy Jones was obviously contracted at the time but wasn't selected in the World Cup squad, so there's just the one in Tammy Beaumont.
There we go. So it's a bit of a new look side. Very excited to see Alice Capsey, and a lot of bowling options in there as well. We don't talk too much these days about Sophia Dunkley's bowling, but there's Capsey in there, and then there's Davidson, Richards, Eccleston, Dean, Cross and Wong. So they've got spin and pace covered. Now, I better give you the India side as well, because Emily Windsor has been very good and even-handed and given both sides. They go in with Harmanpreet as captain, Smriti Mandana, Shafali Verma, Harleen Deol, Yastika Bhatia the keeper, Dipti Sharma, Pooja Vastrika, Julian Goswami in what is her swan song. These 3 matches ending at Lord's next Saturday. Yes, of course, Saturday. Today's Sunday, it's next Saturday. Yes. What an occasion that will be. Sneha Rajeshwari Gaikwad and Meghna Singh. Is that pretty much what you were expecting?
Yeah, pretty much. We look at that India side, and they had a good they had a good series in the T20s. They were very up and down, very hit and miss, and I actually look at that India side, and they should be beating most countries, especially England, time and time again, but they're so up and down with how they play. I mean, you can't be 30 for 5 in a T20 and expect to win. They did incredibly well to get up to 120 in the end in that last T20, but they're a side that are really frustrating to watch because they have so much talent and they're just really inconsistent. But yeah, the 11 that I was expecting is that, and it's going to be good to see Goswami in an India shirt, knowing that it's her last series. It's incredibly special what she's done for India women's cricket. What she's done for women's cricket around the world has been nothing but exceptional over the last however long she's played. It all feels a bit poignant, doesn't it? Because you're looking at 2 sides who are going through a massive transition. I mean, I guess the first game I did for the BBC was England-India Test match in 2014 at Wormsley, and there were the likes of Poonam Yadav, there was Ekta Bisht, Mitali Raj. Yeah.
Now, of course, no Mitali Raj. She's retired. Julian Goswami's retiring, and you look at that England side and you see so many young players coming through. there's definite changing of the guard going on, isn't there, in women's cricket, both these countries?
Yeah, there is, and I think in England especially, we've got the professional domestic setup, and it's proving dividends that it works, isn't it? We're seeing these younger players come through, the likes of Capsey, Dean, Izzy Wong, Kemp, Bell. They've all come onto the international scene and looked absolutely fantastic. And now we know moving forward into the winter / next summer, there's going to be a women's IPL, and we're going to see more and more players for India come through. So it's an exciting time to be a young female cricketer.
Now, you mentioned Hove, you mentioned the wicket here, and said that it's usually pretty good to bat on. You've played here a few times. What should we expect? We got this exaggerated slope. So, where's Kate Cross bowling from? Top end or bottom end?
Well, she gets the choice, probably the top end. Although she actually struggles sometimes with no balls bowling down the hill.
Right.
So she might actually think, just saying ahead, Catherine Brunt's still here, I'm going to go up the hill.
So Izzy Wong just hurtling down the hill. And the pitch, you reckon it'll be a decent one?
Yeah, I reckon so. I'm actually really glad England are batting first, because I think it's where we'll get a better game. India are better at chasing. We saw it in the T20s. When they're chasing, they seem to be a lot more switched on. So England, they can go out there, they can be sensible, they can set a target, hopefully not be too reckless, but also be aggressive with the ball and capitalise on the bad balls that will come, because we will see some. And then India, with Mandana and Verma at the top of the order, you expect them to be explosive.
We are joined by Phil Long, as we always are, for our coverage of the women's game. Phil, any early statistical pointers we should be looking out for?
Good morning, Dan. Yeah, morning, everyone. Well, there's a few, isn't there? Because as you've mentioned, this is the end of an era. Is it the beginning of a new one? It depends. Is your glass half full or half empty? Julan Goswami, 202 one-day internationals.
So she'll finish with 205. Yes.
She'll finish with. This is her 202nd.
Oh, I see.
Here.
She'll finish with 204. Right.
Believe it or not, it's the first ODI she has played without Mitali Raj.
Is that right? Wow.
Makes you feel a bit.
So suddenly it gets even more emotional, doesn't it?
Yeah.
How's she going to be without?
Well, maybe she'll be
Mitali,
unfettered and free. Maybe she'll find an extra yard of pace. You never know. This could be the start of a whole new world for Julan Goswami that we'll get to see for 6 days before she retires at Lord's. What an occasion that will be.
And here's another Julan Goswami fact or stat you'll like.
Oh, yeah.
She's bowled 9,843 ODI deliveries.
Okay.
There are 3 matches in this series.
Yeah.
So she could possibly bowl 180 deliveries in this series.
Yes. Get her to 10,000.
Would get her to 10,000.
So she needs to bowl 157 balls, is that right?
That's right.
She's got to bowl 26.1 overs.
To become the first woman to bowl 10,000 balls in women's one-day international. So that's...
Whoa.
I mean, we're getting excited about that. No one else is, but we...
I am.
Yeah, you see.
So,
we've converted Hartley to numbers over the years.
Keep your fingers crossed. Julan Goswami stays fit, has a good series and bowls lots of overs.
Right, now I should let you know about the scene here. The crowd is filling up. There are signs outside that said sold out,
yes,
which is extremely promising. The players are now making their way out, and they're going to come through a guard of honour that is being presented by Bexhill Cricket Club today. So they come down the steps. It's a dinky kind of, it says indoor school written on it. It's the changing rooms here are very how can I put it, bijou.
It's a nice way to say it.
I would say that. And the players are now walking through the guard of honour. They're going to line up, and very shortly we're going to have a minute's silence in remembrance of the late Queen Elizabeth II, as they emerge now down the steps, both sides lining up in front of the pavilion on what is a lovely day. A few little wispy clouds in the sky, the sun shining but not beating. It's not a hot day. There's a certain light chill, as it often is actually in Hove. So here we go.
At the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
There's a minute's silence. Will now ensue shortly.
Both had a long history of supporting cricket and England's national sides. We recognise her immense contribution to the nation across the Commonwealth and around the world. For those who are able, please be upstanding to observe a minute's silence in her memory. Thank you. Please remain standing for the national anthem. God save the King.
And now rendition of the national anthem. So, we are now almost ready to begin as the players remain standing in a row in front of the
Please
pavilion.
welcome out onto the field our on-field umpires, Sue Redfern and Anna Harris.
Sue Redfern and Anna Harris today.
What a
sometimes.
pairing.
Yes,
What a pairing.
well, that's right out of Stella Street, isn't it? Those
Oh.
two.
That is right up my street.
Yep.
Sue Redfern and Anna Harris.
Has it? I think I saw somebody on Twitter say, "Is it really women's cricket if Sue Redfern isn't standing as umpire?"
It's very true. And I feel like Anna Harris is getting that name for herself as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to be underway shortly. 3 50-over matches between these two sides, England and India. And Phil Long, what have you got for us?
Now, speaking of Sue Redfern, the last England one-day international they played was at Leicester on that incredibly hot day. Do you remember it was 39 degrees?
Oh, yes.
It was 454 degrees inside the commentary box. It was red hot. Sue Redfern was umpiring that day.
Yeah.
She had cold towels, cold hats, cold anything to keep her cool. A little bit cooler today. It's absolutely perfect for cricket, isn't it?
Was that the hottest one you've done?
That was,
Leicester one?
I think it probably was.
Northampton
We
felt
were-
like it was up there.
Yeah, we were building fans and all sorts before the
That was one of the few women's games I missed. Jonathan Agnew went and nicked that slot.
Aggers did come and
Yeah, it was local
commentate
for
on that
him.
game. Yeah,
Yeah.
he did indeed.
Were you up the top in the little box?
Up in the top, yeah. Very
Right.
limited breeze.
Hot, I would imagine.
Very, very hot. But a good day and lots of runs for England, and let's hope there's more of that today.
Well, it'd be lovely to see some. It would be lovely to see some runs. We are in September, of course, so things can happen in September. And Georgia Elwis, I'm delighted to say, is alongside me.
Hello.
Hello, hello. You've played here a fair few times. Alex Hartley thinks the wicket will be good.
Yep.
I just wonder, we're the 17th of September. Why don't it just do it a little bit early on? Is that
Yeah.
is that the reasoning behind putting England in?
I think it's got to be. I think the 11 o'clock start. I think if it had been a 10:30 start, I had a 10:30 start yesterday. Oof, that was fresh. But that's probably the reason that India have chosen to bowl. If there's going to be anything in this pitch, it's going to be early doors and in the first hour. So they're going to look to exploit that. And it's set up for a cracker. It usually is a really good wicket at home. It's usually pretty flat. It's rock hard. If you tap your knuckles on it, you can feel that it's really hard underneath. And I really like this ground, not because it's a home ground of mine, but because I think the slope really can play into your favour tactically for both teams. I think you see the spin operating a lot from that top end because you're hitting up the slope, but then the angles of your fielders as well have got to be different because of the way that the ball runs down the slope. So I think it's, India will have played here before and will have played on I suppose, similar grounds, but it's how they adapt to those sorts of things, like fielders in the right positions, the angles, and I think it'll be a really interesting tactical battle.
I'm intrigued also by this new look England. If you take out Siver and Knight, obviously that makes a massive difference to the look of that top order in a one-day international. So there's a really good opportunity for the likes of Dunkley and Capsey to build long innings. Capsey so far has only appeared in T20 internationals, so here's a chance for her to actually, develop an innings, go long. And again, having Emma Lamb back in the side, she had a very encouraging earlier part of the season against South Africa in partnership with Tammy Beaumont. She'll be looking to kick on from that.
Yeah, possibly more than encouraging. Emma Lamb scores in that series against South Africa 102, 67 and 65.
Yes, encouraging was perhaps slightly underplaying it, wasn't it? Yep, thank you, Bill. Well, I'm sort of practising being David Gower at the moment. The art of litotes. So it's going to be the veteran Julian Goswami who's going to come in from the C end, running up the hill to the right-handed Lamb. 2 slips in place. First ball of the match. Right arm over the wicket. Goes through really low to the keeper. No pace on that at all. Just outside the off stump. Little tentative poke and a prod from Lamb, and there's no run. I'll try and give you the feel. We're quite low down here at Hove, which is very nice. It makes it feel like you're part of the action, but it also does make judging your angles a little tricky. So I think what we've got is a deep backward point, a square cover, extra mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a long leg, and 2 slips. There's the tall figure of Julian Goswami with his loping stride, comes in over the wicket to the right-handed Lamb. She cuts in the air down towards that deep backward point. First run of the match. Got a controlled, lofted cut and brings up a single, 1 without loss. Now then, I'm going to be able to get something out of my brain. There's only one good thing about Julian Goswami retiring, is that I won't have the sound of In the Army Now, the song In the Army Now going around inside my head, which I think is necessary.
And there's always something with you, isn't there? There's always some song playing in that head of
There's
yours.
some song playing in the head. Do you know the song?
No, I don't actually. You're
You're in the army now. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You're in the army now. But if you change it to Julian Goswami now, then that gets stuck in your head, and it's very difficult to get rid of it. I'll play it for you when we're both off at some point.
I don't know if I want that stuck in my head, to be honest.
No, but I'm share and share alike. A problem aired is a problem shared. As Goswami is in to the diminutive but upright Tammy Beaumont, who waits and pushes a back of a length delivery into the offside where it's fielded in the covers, and there's no run. It's important for Tammy Beaumont, isn't it? She's out of the T20 side. I imagine she's not happy about that, and I saw her in a game for the Welsh Fire hit her first 4 balls for 4, and it looked very much like she was trying to make a distinct point.
Yeah, no, she's a fantastic player. It will have hurt her definitely being left out of that T20 side, especially the record that she has got in T20. But to say England have prospered really in that T20 series.
Goswami into her. She waits and comes back ever so slightly and keeps a little bit low. It's pushed out off the crease and pushed out into the offside for no run. Phil?
Yeah, scores for Tammy Beaumont earlier in the season of 158 and that 100 at Leicester, 119. As Alex Hartley mentioned, the way the summer's been structured, to miss out on the 2020s means you've missed the last 11 England internationals. So,
is that right? Yeah. Of course, because of the
2 lots of
Games.
3 and the 5 in the Commonwealth Games. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so she'll be a bit like, coming back into a side after a fairly long layoff, as she's facing up now to Goswami and just defends from the crease, back up the wicket, and there is no run. 1 without loss, England. When you get to a ground you haven't been out for a while, I always have to find my way, orient myself around. That's the scoreboard, away to our right, underneath the clock tower. And it's quite an unusual one. You've got to get your head round it.
It is confusing, isn't it? Everything that you need is on there. You've just got to work out whereabouts.
Yes, I mean, it's actually very good once you know it.
Yes.
Once you know the rubric. But it does come as a bit of a shock.
It's a lot of colours, actually, as
There's
well.
a lot of colours. There's a lot of colours. There's sort of blues and yellows and all sorts going on. Goswami and completely over. Beaumont, it's another one that keeps really low. Goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. Intriguing first over, Georgia Elvis, and one of the most intriguing aspects of it is that the ball is not getting up at all.
Yeah, very strange. From Well, what I think is the most strange about it is that Goswami's being made to bowl up the hill. Up the hill on a 202nd ODI. How's your luck?
Do you think she's chosen it?
Surely, yeah, well, she must have chosen it, but I do think, crikey, that's...
I mean, she's a tall woman, and that has not got up at all.
No, and that's 2, wasn't it, in the over that we saw do that, so yeah.
It's a hard new ball as well.
Yeah.
I mean, ends can be different. They can behave differently, can't they? I mean, it's perfectly feasible that it might come flying through from the top end. What do we call the top end? It's the Cromwell Road end, isn't it? Cromwell Road and C is what we've got here.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. I don't think we've just winged it.
Might have done.
Well, I don't think I've done a match at Hove for a couple of years. We used to, of course, come here for the KSL Finals Day. And England have played many times at Hove. Be interested in your thoughts about the suggested venues for next year's Ashes, actually. As second over the day, 2 slips and a gully in place, backward point, extra mid-off, and that's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper again, low. And there is no run. Meghna Singh is the bowler from the Cromwell Road end. England's women certainly have developed a rapport with certain venues. I would say Hove definitely, Chelmsford, Worcester, Leicester, to a lesser degree Northampton, sort of on and off there. As I was going to break off there because I thought Meghna Singh was about to bowl, but of course how foolish of me. One of the things to look out for today is just how long it'll take Dipti Sharma to bowl her overs.
Yes.
I'm going for an hour and a half for her 10. What are we waiting for here, Phil? Have you seen?
No ball check.
Oh, no ball check, right.
Sorry, Phil. Stole your thunder.
It's not a no ball. Took a long time to check that there was not a no ball. Meghna Singh in again. And that's all played at and missed. A ball that drifts away nicely, away from the prodding bat of Emma Lamb into the gloves of the keeper, and there's no run. Phil?
Yeah, you mentioned England's record here at Hove. Very good in ODIs. They've played 7, won 5, lost 1, unbeaten at Hove in ODI since 1998 when they lost to Australia.
Wow.
In T20s, not quite so good. Played 7, won 1, lost 6.
Ooh, how unusual. I don't know what one can read into that. As Lamb waits, Meghna Singh's in. That's full, driven back on the bounce to the bowler, and there's no run. Yes, Georgia, how do you feel about the suggestion there may be a test match at Trent Bridge? Of course, Taunton has been a venue, as has Bristol, but no. There's talk of the Oval, possibly Lords as well. How do you feel about that?
I think generally I'm quite excited by it, to be playing at the larger grounds, the test match grounds, but they need to be played on the right days.
Meghna Singh in. That's full toss, which is whipped away past the diving mid-wicket. It's going to run away towards the boundary, up the hill. That's the first boundary of the day. A little bit loose from the bowler there, just 2 fallen on the pads, and Emma Lamb was able to whip that away past the fielder up to the boundary for 4 or 5 without loss.
Yeah, and what I mean by that is, we saw over the course of the 100 when things are marketed well, when the game is marketed well and it's put on days, in the summer holidays, and that when people can come and watch, I think we'll fill those grounds, and I really do. I think there's momentum behind women's cricket now, but if we're playing that on a Monday, I don't think we're going to get a huge amount of people in.
Bowler's in. It's a guided backward point straight to the fielder, and there's no run. That's exactly right, isn't it? I mean, the marketing of it is going to be absolutely key, and ensuring that as few games as possible clash with the men's Ashes as well. So the next summer's itinerary is absolutely insane.
It is a scheduling nightmare, and I think if you ask the girls, they would rather play at a full Hove on a Sunday than have 2,000 or 3,000 at Trent Bridge on a Monday. So
Meghna Singh in, driven into the covers, but a good diving half stop prevents a run. Yeah, I mean, it's because of the atmosphere you can get, especially the atmosphere you get at somewhere like Chelmsford. End of the over, England 5 without loss, all 5 to Emma Lamb. I mean, it's really quite intense, actually, in a way that if you put 5,000 people into the Oval, it wouldn't be. Yeah,
no, I completely agree with you. I think, and at the smaller grounds, I think the crowd feels closer as well to you, so you really do feel their support. They get into the game, and notoriously England have played well. It's their record at Hove, their record at, we call it Fortress Chelmsford, don't we? And I think the girls love going to those sorts of grounds because they know they're going to get the support. I think it's a bit more of an unknown to be playing at a Trent Bridge or the Oval, but we've seen the crowds really get behind cricket this summer. So in the Commonwealth Games they were filling out Edgbaston, which shows it can be done when it's marketed right, and I think that's going to be the key next summer is getting marketing right in the scheduling.
Goswami starts a new over, running up the hill. First ball is a bit short and is tucked away off the hip by Beaumont. She'll pick up one. They're going to come back for a couple, which they do easily enough. Dipti Sharma does the fielding, 2 more to the total, and Beaumont is off the mark. It really is a lovely day today. We've got a gentle breeze. I had a little walk along the seafront this morning, and that sounds like I was doing something. I was actually going to get paper.
Okay, yeah, nice. Yeah.
It wasn't actually much of a of an activity as such.
Stroll.
But it was beautiful. The sun was gleaming. You could see the wind turbines off the coast as Goswami is in. And a little pace down the wicket from Beaumont, but that's banged in a little bit shorter and it's pushed out into the offside. There's no run.
I also walked in this morning along the seafront.
Oh, yes.
It's the Brighton Triathlon today.
It is, yes. It was a bit of a bother for the car. Yeah. I didn't walk into it. Well, I've got to drive back to London at some point, so I might as well have the car here.
I thought you were going to say I cycled, swam and ran in.
No, I absolutely did not do that. I saw there was a lot of excitement about the Brighton Triathlon this morning. And, well, good luck to everybody involved. Goswami in, and that's defended off the front foot by Beaumont with a bit of a flourish. I do like the way she plays her forward defensive. There's a little... Actually, both of these players have got little flicks of the wrist, almost like they're charming snakes. If you look at Goswami, at the moment she delivers, her left hand does a wonderful sort of pirouette, and the fingers twirl as if she's charming a cobra. And similarly, Beaumont's backlift has got this beautiful, almost figure-of-8 style wristy flick. They're very different in height. Goswami into Beaumont, who does a little flick and turns the ball off her hip down to, well, backward square leg for a single. There's something a little bit Brian Lara-y about it. You remember when Brian Lara used to play that cut and there'd be just a little flick of this wrist, and Beaumont's almost like a mirror image of that.
Yeah, she's had that technique her whole career. She's not messed with it a huge amount, but there is a huge likeness to Brian Lara, the way that her bat gets so high just before the ball's delivered, and that gives her that hand speed and that whip through the ball, like you said.
Whip, absolutely. 8 without loss England as Goswami is in to the taller Lamb, and Lamb defends the ball. It just comes back into it to the onside, and there's no run. No great pace so far from Goswami. She's just sort of slightly easing her way into her work, but I suppose after 201 one-day internationals you're entitled to take it slightly easy.
A debut made on the 6th of January 2002.
Oh, so some considerable time before Freya Kemp was born, or Alice Capsey. 2004 and 2005, the other way around, aren't they? Kemp, I think, 2005. Alice Capsey, 2004. Goswami in short, gets a little bit bigger on Lamb. She cuts it to backward point, and there is no run. End of the third over. England 8 without loss. Lamb has 5. Beaumont has 3.
Yeah, she took her first wicket in that game. It was Caroline Atkins.
Oh, yeah.
Out for 10. Bowled Goswami, caught Mitali Raj.
Yeah.
Didn't it?
Yes, it did. What an incredible career. You played against her, of course, many times. What sort of a competitor is she?
She's tremendously fierce. She's like a friendly giant, really, though. I think as soon as she steps off the rope, she's as soft as they come. But
really?
Yeah. She's a really, really lovely woman, but gives absolutely everything. I mean, she's one of those that she appeals after every ball as if it's whether it's hit the middle of the bat or not. She's fiercely competitive and a fantastic player.
Phil,
11 ODIs you played against Georgia.
Okay, shall we have a guess? See how many
how many
you
times
won?
she got me out.
Yeah, well, that as well. Yeah, have you got Georgia's? You have, of course, you have.
So
cruel, isn't he? So cruel. Were you up all night doing your research for this one?
No, not all night, but I suddenly thought, Goswami's been around a while. I bet she might have taken wickets of our commentary team. Not you and I, Dan, but
no.
Other members.
No. I mean, our average against her would be pitiful, I fancy. Meghna Singh in to start a new over. Oh, that turns Beaumont round. She looks to push the ball into the offside, and actually she gets a leading edge, and it goes to backward point and is misfielded rather badly, has to be said. Probably may have just got a little bit of spin off the turf because, as I said, looking to turn the ball on the onside there, Beaumont, that's just swung a little bit and then hit the ground and then deceived backward point and they got through for a single. But seeing a replay of it here, now has that hit a foot mark? Let's have a little look here. Oh yeah, that's horrible. It's spun on the second bounce. Meghna Singh in, that's tucked away off the legs, down towards deep backward square. There's nobody there. There is no long leg. I have no idea why. I was expected to see a long leg, and instead, 4 runs picked up. Nice shot from Emma Lamb, right on the sort of shins, ill-directed. But Julian Goswami, who was down at long leg, drinking one of these bottles, had been brought up to backward square leg.
Yeah, strange that. I was expecting to see her down there, but I think she's just gone for the magic ball there, hasn't she, and tried to get it to swing too much, and it hasn't. It's easy pickings for Emma Lamb there.
I'm missing a boundary rider, Georgia.
Yeah, they've only got one, haven't they?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. How weird. Meghna Singh into Lamb outside the off stump, pushing away from her body, and there's no run. It's an extraordinary field, actually. It's a 7-2 field. Unfortunately, Meghna Singh's bowled 2 of these balls on the leg side. We've got a mid-on, who's pretty straight, and a mid-wicket, who is Julian Goswami. Then 2 slips that are quite wide, a gully, deep third, backward point, extra cover, mid-off. So the idea, it's very clear she's going to be swinging the ball away, but she's going to need not to stray on the pads because if Emma Lamb can get across to the offside, she's got acres of space to play with. As Meghna Singh is in outside the off stump, goes through low again, and Yastika Bhatia then throws the ball at the stumps because Emma Lamb's just out of her crease there. It's a little bit village.
That would have been sneaky, wouldn't it?
It would be sneaky, but I certainly don't mind if she gets her that way. But I played in a game once where our wicketkeeper kept doing that, and in the end, the first slip just couldn't hack it anymore. Got very angry. Right, long leg is coming in, slip's coming out. I wondered how long it would take for that, because it did seem like an unusual field. I'm not quite sure that the evidence of the last 2 balls necessitated that change, though. Okay. Well, that's Harmanpreet for you. As Meghna Singh is in and Lamb drives a wideish delivery out into the covers and will get a single. Some sloppy ground fielding so far today from the Indians. It's on a fairly posh part there, the square, but just a little bit of fumblage going on. 14 without loss. Lamb to 10. Beaumont has 4. So did you stay down here overnight last night, or did you?
No, I
drive
stayed at my flat in Leatherhead, so it's only about 45 minutes.
Oh, I see.
Not too bad.
Yes. In comes Meghna Singh. That's full, straight, just swinging ever so slightly, and Beaumont defends on the front foot. That is the end of the over. 14 without loss after 4. I came down last night, and I'm not massively au fait with Brighton, even though I don't live that far away. So I thought we'll go and have a little look at the seafront, and it was absolutely everything I thought it would be.
In a nice way, in a good way.
Well, I mean, yes. But I mean, if ever a place was going to be predictable, it was going to be Brighton. I overheard conversations like of which I had entirely imagined I would overhear in Brighton. There were young men jumping off plinths. There were people on unicycles.
Yeah.
There were a vast quantity of piercings and tattoos and general chattage. And yeah, it was lovely. As Goswami is in, right arm over the wicket, starting a new over. And that cuts back ever so slightly on Lamb, who pushes the ball backward straight on the offside, and there's no run. It was a riot of colour and fragrance, of fish as well.
Yep, lovely.
And I had an absolutely supreme fish platter.
Lovely. Go on then, what was on it?
3 oysters. Quarter of a lobster.
Gosh, yep.
2 langoustines. 10 prawns.
And you ate it all?
Chips.
Yeah. Of course.
Chips were great. An avocado salad. Goswami in. That's driven on the up to short extra cover. There's no run.
Because you came in saying you'd had a fish supper last night, didn't you?
That's right, yeah.
I don't know if George was with me. I imagined it in paper, cod and chips, a bit of salt and vinegar.
Well,
that to me is a fish supper.
Well, it might be to you, Phil. Yeah. I didn't get the Dover sole fillets to go with it, but it was absolutely lovely. I heartily recommend it. The Brighton seafront has everything you could possibly wish for. As Goswami runs away from us into Lamb, and Lamb drives nicely but can't beat cover point, and there is no run. Now they say that we're going to be sold out today, and the crowd is starting to fill out away to our left. It's a great place to watch cricket, especially at the far end. We can bring your deck chairs. I say bring your deck chairs. I imagine they have deck chairs and you sit on them.
Yep.
But it's a beautiful environment for it. And today there's just that little ripple of a breeze. There's enough heat in the sun at this time of year, and enough cool off the sea as Goswami is in. And forward comes Lamb defending back to the bowler. There's no run. 14 without loss. It's been a sedate start from England on what looks so far, George Earl, to be a pretty slow pitch without too many alarms in it.
Yeah, it does look slow, doesn't it? And I think Goswami's been her usual consistent self from that heavy line and length very much, and that makes it really difficult to play against it. Meghna Singh at the other end probably be the more threatening, but also the more wayward, so runs have been able to come at that other end.
Goswami in, and Lamb just defends back of a length ball into the onside, and there is no run. You've got to get used to the rhythms, haven't you, of 50 over cricket? Because, as Phil said, 11 T20 matches, all been crash bang wallop at the top. Now, I mean, it almost has the feel of a test match.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it feels very long, let me tell you, especially after the 100 as well.
Oh, the 100,
which the girls have all been involved in as well. So, in that first 50 over game after the crash bang wallop of the 100 is, you certainly feel it in your legs.
Last ball of the fifth over, Goswami into Lamb, who just defends it, turned around ever so slightly, looking to work the ball on the onside, pushes it back to the bowler. There is no run. England 14 without loss after 5. Lamb has 10. Beaumont has 4. Talking about the 100, I'm going to make way for the woman who struck the winning runs in the 100 for the Oval Invincibles. Oval Invincibles to retain their title. Windsor is coming. What an appropriate person to come on. And first of all, though, Phil Long.
Yeah, at the other end of the scale, that was Julan Goswami's 261st maiden in one-day internationals. She's got the most by a long way. Second, only a person with more than 200, Claire Taylor, who took 205 in her England days.
We saw Claire Taylor yesterday up at Headingley. She was around and about for the game against the Vipers and the Diamonds, and still heavily involved in the game, isn't she? But welcome, Emily.
Good morning. It feels like a long time since I've seen you the whole of yesterday, Georgia. A lovely full weekend.
Aren't you lucky?
Got good memories here, though, Georgia, haven't we?
We do.
We have good memories.
We do.
14 without loss then, England. A very offside dominant field. Just 2 fielders on the leg side. A mid-on and a deep, long leg. There's Meghna Singh in to Beaumont, and she's pushing forward in defence. They think about a quick single, but the answer's no. It's been impressive from India to start. Tight bowling, not giving them any loose deliveries to punish.
Yeah, and they've bowled well, and we've seen Meghna Singh get quite a good amount of swing, and I like they've changed the field now slightly, so the keepers come up. I like that. It stops the England batters walking at her and putting her off her line and length, and hopefully India are thinking that they can get these batters trapped on the crease.
Singh in, bowls, driven by Beaumont into a gap. Good diving stop, but she's palmed it past a mid-off. So they come back for a couple. Good running from England. Beaumont moves to 6, 16 without loss. And they're being aggressive as well, India, aren't they? They know with this England batting lineup they need wickets, because they literally back to 11. Izzy Wong's carded to come in at 11, and we've seen what she can do in regional cricket. So India need wickets here.
Yeah, absolutely. You see, without an England batting lineup without Heather Knight and Nat Siva, who are as the anchors at 3 and 4, so a young lineup and an aggressively minded one.
So that's in defence by Beaumont. Good shape again from Singh away from the right-handed batter.
You look at England's 3, 4 and 5, you've got Dunkley, Capsey, Wyatt, who have all made their names in T20 cricket, who aren't going to hang about.
It's an aggressive middle order, that, isn't it?
Incredibly aggressive middle order, so I'm looking forward to watching them bat, actually. I think Beaumont and Lamb can set a platform at the top, and then it allows for Dunkley, Capsey and Wyatt to just come in and play their way. Could be seeing a few runs here today.
Singing bowls in defence again, and he finds cover. Will be no run. Interesting, Amy Jones at 6 as well. Obviously, do you think that's to do with her taking the captaincy reign of this side as well? She's keeping captaining.
Yeah, I think so, and I think her record in ODI, she struggled a little bit to put a number of scores together, and so that's just protecting her, and she's going to have a lot on her plate with the captaincy and with the wicket keeping, so putting her at 6 just gives her that little bit of respite, and you know what a fantastic player she is, and she can still come in at 6 and have a number of overs to bat and play her way and play aggressively.
Just a slight delay in play as a watch had to be taken off as Singing bowls cut away nicely, but backward point, great fielding shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. As Lamb thought that was going straight past backward point, as did we all, but tight fielding again from India.
Yeah, you mentioned Amy Jones, just 250s in her last 27 innings at ODI level for England. Scores lots of runs domestically, hasn't always transferred it to the international game.
Maybe that extra responsibility as captain. Sometimes that makes players feel that and perform with that. Sing in, pumping her arms again to Beaumont bowls, and in defence up to mid-wicket will be no run. That's the end of the over. That's 6 overs gone, 16 without loss, so a very quiet power play so far for England. Only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle, but these two are happy to just see out these opening bowlers.
Yeah, I think they know the threat from Goswami is she's going to be super consistent. She's had a little bit of an even bounce from this end as well, which they're being watchful of, and then you've got Meghna Singh at the other end who is swinging the ball away, and it's making it difficult to play big aggressive shots because of that swing, so they're having to be watchful. I think they'll be pretty happy with the start they've got. They're not taking too many risks, but you know, it's not. I suppose it's strange because it's not the usual fast start that we're so used to, having covered the T20s and the 100s so recently.
Goswami then with the ball in her hand from the C end, and 25 on her back into Emma Lamb bowls, and in defence will be no run. Again, tight lines, hitting that top of off. Lamb and Beaumont, and 10 and 6. Not giving any extras away. They've been tight, India. There's a lovely crowd building in. You can hear the bustle underneath us. It's actually sold out.
It's a good crowd here at Hove, isn't it? We love playing here for the Vipers, and the crowd really gets stuck in and clap at all the right times.
Goswami charging again to Lamb, and that's tried to give herself some room to hit through the offside, but doesn't do it successfully. No run.
Yeah, and India have done their homework here. They know Emma Lamb is so strong through that offside, wants to give herself room to cut through there, and they've got almost 2 backward points, haven't they, and a deep third, so Goswami's not giving her any sort of width that she can free her hands with, and she's making it really difficult to score.
A bowler of that experience. She's going to capitalise on that top of offer. She bowls again, worked into the onside. Hand on head from Goswami. Again, no run.
1 scoring stroke in the last 16 balls.
Precious building, isn't it?
Do you feel like something's going to happen?
You do. You feel like India haven't necessarily created too many clear-cut chances, but they're going to create something by the pressure that they're building, and Goswami really is hammering in on that line and length that she so rarely misses.
Keep her up to the stumps then. First slip. Stood poised waiting into Lamb bowls, and that's worked nicely into a vacant square leg. They run the first one hard. They think about 2. Deepti Sharma does well. She throws at the bowler's end, but just ends up with a single. Lamb to 11, 17 without loss.
Yeah, and before the keeper came up to Goswami, you could see Beaumont and Lamb both visibly using their feet, trying to walk at Goswami to knock her off that line and length, because it's so difficult to score off it. But now with the keeper up, that's really limiting their options, and it'd be interesting to see how Beaumont now tackles this, where she can't walk at her, whether she'll go sideways in a crease or whether she's quite content to just see her off.
Goswami's a tall bowler as well. She's bowling up the hill here at Hove. In, she's gone for a paddle, and that's gone down to fine leg. It's not where she intended. But that's the first sign of aggression we've seen from England. The first time we've seen the batters try and take it on. 18 without loss.
Yeah, and that is the pressure that's built, isn't it? And I mean, it's a good shot for Tammy Beaumont, but up the hill, I feel like, is there going to be much value? She's really playing that shot to try and get a single, because there's a deep third and a deep fine. So that's the pressure telling from these Indian bowlers.
So 2 backward points really to Emma Lamb, and a big gap in the covers as Goswami in full down the leg side. That will be the first extra from India, and Goswami punches her hand in frustration. That will be a wide called. 19 without loss. The freebie for England then.
Yeah, she's disappointed with herself there, isn't she? Beautiful presentation of the seam she gets. She started that a little bit too wide. Asked the ball to do too much. She doesn't get a huge amount of sideways movement, Goswami, but what she does bring is just that consistency. Never errs from that nagging length. Very frustrating to play against.
Goswami in again to Lamb. That's outside the off stump, and she guides that into that vacant cover region but doesn't time it. So it'll just be a single again. Lamb to 12. 20 without loss. That's enough of Georgia Elwes. We'll be joined by another England international, Tash Farrant. We've got a hell of a commentary team today. Tash Farrant, Georgia Elwes and Alex Hartley. A lot of England international experience between you guys. Good morning, Tash.
Morning, great to be here. Hello to all the listeners.
Our commentary debut together.
Yeah, I know. I feel like we already have, but we obviously haven't. So a good day for both of us, I think, ahead.
Yeah, let's make it work. It's 20 without loss then. What have you made of this start for England and for India?
I think it's been a cautious start from England, but I think that's just due to the lines and the lengths that the Indian bowlers have started. I think they're just bowling at those stumps every single ball. Obviously there's only just been that wide that previous over, and yeah, great start from these 2 opening bowlers from India. So England just having to buy their time here.
Just one slip in now. Deepti Sharma as Singh comes in, bowl short ball, and they're appealing, and that's out. Emma Lamb has been given out. She's top edged it through to the keeper, and you felt something was building. And that's England's first wicket gone. Emma Lamb for 12, 20 for 1.
Really good there from Meghna Singh. That's a surprise bumper there. She's not bowled, her or Goswami haven't bowled a short ball all morning, and that's a perfectly aimed short ball right at the helmet of Emma Lamb, and I think it's just flicked her glove on the way through there, and Sue Redfern pretty confident with that call. I like how she held her finger up there for about 30 seconds. She was strong on that call, and Emma Lamb, she's had to go, and great bowling there from Singh. Surprise bouncer, worked well.
Yeah, and down the hill here at Hove, so you get that extra bit of pace, that extra bit of bounce, but India have deserved that, haven't they? They built the pressure nicely in the power play. They're only 20 for 1 with 7 overs in. But in comes Sophia Dunkley, your Selfie Stars teammate. We see her in England colours so regularly now, but T20 cricket, she's aggressive. She's got a lot of time to bat. How are you expecting her to play here?
Yeah, for sure, and obviously a fairly new role for her at number 3. Obviously played in that number 3 role against South Africa in the summers. They're her first time, but she obviously did pretty well in that first series batting at number 3. She got that 100. And I think obviously she's seen as this aggressive batter, but she also loves batting time. I've seen her bat long periods of time for the South East Stars, getting the first 100 for the Stars. So, you know, she'll look to build an innings here with Tammy Beaumont, but she won't lose her aggressive nature as well. So excited to see her go out today, and coming off the back of that T20 series, picking up the Vitality Player of the Series as well. So she's in pretty good touch at the Mo.
Yeah, she's had a very good couple of years, hasn't she, Dunkley? And she's really made playing for England look easy in a way. That transition, the power she's got, it's really unique as well. She squats low in her crease. She taps her bat down now, and we're ready for Meghna Singh. He's bowling some lovely away swing into Dunkley bowls and left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, she's Sophia Dunkley. She's just come in and she's just hit her straps from that first England game that she played. She's still so young. She's 23, but she's one of the most senior players in this side at the moment. So she'll want to take that senior role in her stride, which she's been doing already. I think people forget how young she is sometimes.
Megla Singh coming in down the hill to Sophia Dunkley. Again left alone outside the off stump. Not much bounce this time. Dunkley happy to have a look at the view, and she's a great character as well, isn't she? She always seems to, obviously on the field, have that smile on her face, that bubbly energy, but off the field and in the dressing room, good character.
Yeah, she's one of the happiest people I know. She's always smiling. She's got one of the most outrageous laughs as well. You could hear it from a mile away. So she's a great character to have in your team, whatever team she plays for.
Singing past Sue Redfern again left alone outside the off stump. Will be no run.
She's a very happy-go-lucky person, but I think as soon as she crosses that line, she's on the pitch. She is, you can see it in her eyes, she's determined to do well for her country. She's obviously proved that so far. Just looking at this pitch quickly, it's been interesting. There's been some balls that have kept low. That's why I think that bouncer from Singh was so brilliant, because there's actually not been much bounce in this pitch, and she really bent her back and got that wicket of Emma Lamb.
Singh in, she makes her play this time, but solid in defence from Dunkley. Big stride down the pitch. Be no run, but again India are really swarming in packs here in the field. There's a lot of energy. We saw them particularly in that first T20 at Durham. Their fielding let them down, but since then they've tried to make amends to that, and today they look hot on it. Their angles are right. Captain Harmanpreet Kaur mid-off talking to her bowler. Singing again outside the off stump, and that's signalled a wide by Sue Redfern. That's swinging away. That's a tight call, but an extra bonus run for England, 21 for 1.
I actually prefer this field from India, having 3 on the leg side. I think when a bowler has 2 on the leg side, you really can't bowl that straight line, and then you're taking bowled and LBW out of the equation. So as a fellow bowler, I think having 3, I know she's an away swing bowler, but then she can bring that ball back in and challenge Sophia Dunkley's stumps.
Singing bowls, and that's punch to back, could have point, will be no run. Big cry of weight from Tammy Beaumont. That's the end of the over. 8 overs gone, 21 for 1 England. 2 overs remain of the power play. Tammy Beaumont's there, 7 not out, 17 deliveries, and that was a wicket maiden for Megla Singh.
What an over there. I can't remember what the stat is, but in ODI cricket, if you can get something like 7 maidens, it really increases your chance of winning the game. So it's like a little battle within a battle. As a bowling group, we always look at how many maidens we can get in an ODI, and India are doing really well here. They're just giving England no width whatsoever, and I think that's what created Emma Lamb's wicket. She's so good through the offside, but she didn't have any freebie balls outside the off stump today, and Julan Goswami following on from this end.
Goswami then coming in, pumping her arms to Tammy Beaumont in defence, pushes it to backward a point, will be no run. As a batter though, it's challenging, isn't it, when you've got 2 opening bowlers that really are hitting their lines, not giving you that loose delivery. As a batter, you want to hit, you want to get off the mark, don't you? You want that first boundary. It's relentless here from India. They're up and about today. They're doing the basics well and making England work hard for every single run. The score's 21 for 1. It's Goswami up the hill again to Beaumont. That's worked nicely, and the cry of no as Deepti Sharma's quick to it to her right from mid-wicket. Interesting field this, isn't it? They've got almost like a mid-on and a mid-wicket, but they're very square.
I think they've really done their homework here. Obviously, India would have had to bowl at Tammy Beaumont a lot throughout her career, and she is quite square on that leg side, so it might look a bit strange. And also with the dimensions of Hove as well, I think they've really got their angles right here, and I like how their mid-wicket and extra cover are really tight in, stopping that single.
Goswami in again to Beaumont. That's played up to that wide mid-on. Will be no run. But I'll tell you what, as a batter, that must be so tempting down the hill at Hove, because you really do notice it. It seems shorter when you're hitting back down towards the sea, and that nice open gap from almost straight to the stumps to a very wide mid-on where Shafali Verma stood with her hands on her hips looking cool as you like.
She's so chilled, isn't she? No hat as well. I don't know how people don't wear a hat in the field.
She's got her sunnies on though. She's got sun protection. As that's in, that's hit her on the pad. They're appealing and given out. Julian Goswami has got the wicket of Tammy Beaumont. LBW. Beaumont's not even going to consider reviewing, and she has to go for 7. 21 for 2. And there's a lot of work to do for this England middle order.
Yeah, Julian Goswami just carrying on what she's been doing all day. That one just a little bit fuller and straight at that front pad of Tammy Beaumont, where she is susceptible throughout her career. Just looking to play across that one. It looks pretty plumb. Maybe just hitting leg stump there. I thought it may be high, but I've got that completely wrong. And yeah, well bowled from Goswami. She's just keeping it simple, bowling at the stumps, bowling her length, and with that slightly lesser bounce in this wicket, can't really miss those straight ones.
And what was game changing really, what we noticed was when the keeper came up to the stumps. So Bhatia came up to the stumps to not allow Tammy Beaumont to hit Goswami off her line, and she's just got stuck in the crease there a little bit, hasn't she? Trying to force something, but listen to that applaud. Alice Capsey on ODI debut comes to the crease in the 9th over. She's a girl that looks full of confidence, she always does. And a big opportunity for her here in front of a very lively Hove crowd. Again, another Selfie stars out there, Tash.
Yeah, I think, not being biased, but in the T20 we had 4 Southeast Stars players playing at one stage. And
it's a competition. I think there was 4 Vipers as well, just saying.
Yeah, Vipers. There's a big semi-final game at Beckenham on Wednesday between the Southern Vipers and the Southeast Stars in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. But anyway, getting back to this game, obviously Alice Capsey, she's been in great form, especially in those T20s. Probably seen more as a T20 player, so it'll be interesting to see how she goes about this, setting this total for India.
Goswami into Capsey, and that's pushed nicely off the back foot to backward point. Will be no run. The thing with Alice Capsey, like obviously I'd seen her play and I played against her, but playing alongside her in the Oval Invincibles, she honestly, I have a new appreciation for how talented she is. Just how she goes about her game, but in the nets, she is seriously a talented cricketer. She just oozes confidence as well, and she's just so young. She's got that fearless nature. There's Goswami in bowls in defence from Capsey. Will be no run. And I think just looking at this England team, it's such a young side. That's the end of the over, 21 for 2. Another wicket maiden for India, so that's 2 wicket maidens in a row.
Yeah, Julian Goswami, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8. That was her 253rd ODI wicket. She's got Tammy Beaumont 8 times now. That's the most she's got any individual player. Before today, she'd got Tammy Beaumont and Jenny Gunn 7 times. The LBW means she's now taken Tammy's wicket on 8 occasions.
I think if you're going to have a bowler take your wicket 8 times, you wouldn't mind that it's Julian Goswami. She's pretty good, isn't she? She's taken 253 wickets, and not a stat that Tammy would like to hear. Hopefully she doesn't find that one out, but I think if it's going to be someone, you don't mind it being Julian Goswami.
Meghna Singh into Dunkley, then that's driven back to her. Will be no run. Crowd catch. You hear the packed crowd thought that was a drop chance, but a good bit of fielding actually from Singh.
How are you feeling about Yastika Bhatia standing back with her helmet on, Windsor? Is that
It's not something I want to comment on, actually, if I'm honest.
She's carrying on. She knew. I've done her injustice there. She knew she was going to just be back for one ball there.
But even then, you'd usually see keepers take it off for that one ball, wouldn't you?
I guess she's saving time for her team. She's doing the hard yards for her team there.
Sing in, that's wide outside the off stump. Great take though, and it will be signalled wide by Sue Redfern.
I could feel from here that you were fuming about that one.
Can you see in my body language, Phil, if I'm honest? It's just got very defensive straight away, and I'm not even a keeper. Can you imagine if you were a keeper? 22 for 2 then, England, all the 2s. Julian Goswami just having a drink down here on the fine leg boundary, standing tall and confident. Who's in experience and class? picking up that big wicket of Tammy Beaumont. A sing in bowls and in defence from Dunkley into that offside will be no run. The Indian fielders are almost racing to the ball.
I think India have adjusted really well here. I think from those first couple of overs they've realised it is staying quite low and they're really bowling full on those pads every single ball, and then with that surprise short ball as well, I think it's a really good ploy. And now with 3 fielders on the leg side, the swing's kind of stopping, shaping away from the right-handed batter, so she's going full and straight.
And again, full and straight, Tash, and played into that same area on the offside, but good patience from Dunkley. The thing with these 2 batters, it doesn't matter how many dots they get at the start, because you know what they can do, that aggressive nature. The longer they spend time at the crease, they're going to score runs.
Absolutely. I think they know that they can catch up in the back end, so I think for these 2 they just need to build this platform for the rest of the middle order to come in. Doesn't really matter if it takes longer than they want.
Sing in bowls width, and that's hit very hard, and that is fantastically stopped at backward point. When I say that honestly nearly hit her square in the face, it genuinely did. That was hit hard down the ground. Somehow she got a hand there to save her life rather than stop the boundary. That's what I was thinking there. 22 for 2.
Oh, it's just got the used wickets next to the wicket that they're playing on today, and that's just reared up and nearly hit us. At least she's got the sunglasses on, but it's nearly hit her square in the face.
That
Well
was a
stopped.
life-saving reaction rather than stopping a boundary. I'm telling you that. Again, width, and this time that's hit into the ground and over the top of backward point. Width by Singh, and Dunkley punishes. She's off the mark then with a boundary. 26 for 2.
Yeah, just straying in her length and her line there, Meghna Singh, just a little bit short and just outside the off stump, and you can't really bowl there to Sophia Dunkley at the moment, the form that she's in. This time actually hitting it slightly harder into the ground just to make sure she evaded that fielder at backward point. Just pinged off the ground there for 4.
Good signs then for Sophia Dunkley. This is the 10th over, so the final delivery of the power play. A singing bowl, slower ball, and that's played back to her, fielded well. And that is 10 overs gone then, 26 for 2. The power play done. And we're going to have a change in the commentary position. You're going to be joined by Daniel Norcross, but a few more thoughts from Tash Farron.
I really like how India have started here in the power play. They've bowled really tight lines, but more importantly, their fielders have been backing them up. I think obviously in the T20, especially in that first T20, their fielding really let them down. And I think in any team, the one thing you can control is your fielding. And if your fielders are backing up your bowlers, you're in a pretty good place, and that's what India have started to do this lovely morning in Brighton.
Phil Long.
Yeah, very quickly, power play over 26 for 2, just the 3 fours in that 10 overs.
That feels like 26 for 2. That feels like one of the lower power play scores for England in a one-day international in recent times. Phil, you get scurrying. I love it when Phil gets scurrying. Fingers go on either side. They go flashing away as his computer starts steaming. So Alice Capsey on strike, and Rajeshwari Gaikwad is going to be into the attack. Not a tall woman. She's dwarfed by the umpire. And she comes in, left arm around the wicket. The right-handed Capsey, who drives elegantly up to mid-off, and there's no run. Tash Farron alongside me. Another Oval Invincibles winner. We're Oval Invincibles out in the box today, aren't we?
I love it.
Oh, Georgia Elvis must feel that's such an odd one out. So Gaikwad is in, wide of the off stump, left alone by Alice Capsey through to the keeper, and there's no run. But the pitch, is it a function of the way India have bowled? But it feels kind of slow and low to me today.
Yeah, it does feel slow and low. Obviously, it might quicken up as the sun keeps beating down on it.
Gaikwad in. Capsey bends her knees and then comes forward in defence, pushes into the offside, still not off the mark in one-day international cricket yet.
Really, I'm excited to see this battle between Capsey and Gaikwad. Normally, if she had mid-off and mid-on up, she'd be charging down the pitch, hitting them over their head.
She flicks this away. She's underway, out towards deep mid-wicket for a single. She just waited in her crease and clipped the ball across the line out towards the boundary. England to 27 for 2. She's got a long time header to get herself in But, well, I mean, that can sometimes be more of a problem. There's a clarity of thought, isn't there, in T20? When you come in at 3, you know you've just got to get on with it. Here, there's a yawning chasm of space and time stretching out before her. 40 overs yet to go, with the opportunity to play herself in. Dunkley, alongside her, waits, very crouched, and then cuts the ball that's not quite coming onto the bat and hits it into the covers, and there is no run. It's all been a bit claggy to start with.
Yeah, it has. I just think the England batters haven't really timed it that well, and I think that's probably showing that the pitch is a little bit... That isn't.
Oh.
Gaikwad has just bowled a no ball.
Well, this is a crime against humanity. It's a left arm round the wicket off 3 or 4 paces, and he's bowled a no ball. That has been the weight. And it's a big no ball. We've just seen it. I mean, she's about 2 or 3 inches over the line there, which it's hard to understand how you can do that when you're coming in off. Well, I'll describe it. She has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 steps. Down the wicket comes Dunkley, and she shanks a full toss to mid-on, and there is no run.
I would love to know how many dots there are off a free hit.
Well, do you know, it's funny you should ask that question, because alongside us, Gaikwad in, and that hits on the pad. That looks really, really close. No, says the umpire. Not out. I would be going upstairs for this. I would be going upstairs. This was pretty straight. She shuffled across her stumps, did Dunkley, and...
Unless she's hit it.
I think, well, hang on, something very strange is happening here. Yes, Harmanpreet has said we're going upstairs. Dunkley herself made the T sign, as if to say... I think she got confused there, and Dunkley saying, yeah, review it. I don't know whether she thought she'd been given out.
She's,
but
double bluffing.
She definitely made a T sign there. So I don't know whether she's encouraging the review, or whether she thought she was out. Right, here we go. We're going to see the replay. It's quite full to be going back to, and it's hit a bang in front. It's absolutely plumb, and unless she has hit this, Dunkley is out. She is absolutely out, but she's got to have got an inside edge. That's the only thing that's going to save her here. She's right back on her stumps, and she's been hit below the knee roll in front of middle stump, playing across the line of the ball. A very slow delivery, as ever, from Rajeshwari Gaikwad, and we're just waiting for ball tracking to come. Well, not ball tracking, probably, but waiting first for ultra edge. The Indians are extremely confident, as you can imagine. I mean, they've just seen what I've seen, and I don't think anybody... I gave that out on field, didn't you?
Yeah, the finger was straight up there. I've done an umpiring course as well, so...
Actually, maybe that's what Dunkley was doing. She was just... She was going, no, umpire Farrant. I'm not having that.
I'm nearly directly behind here.
You couldn't be in a better position.
Unless she's hit it, this is out.
Yeah, well, I mean...
But I'm looking at Sophia Dunkley's body language here. She's
fine,
She doesn't look too worried, does she? So maybe she knows something that we don't.
I think she must do. I mean, we still don't know, because we're waiting interminably for anything to happen at this moment. Capsey and Dunkley are laughing. Maybe... Well, I don't know what's going on here. We don't have ultra edge. I can't hear the umpire. Everyone's milling about. It does tend to happen when India play. I think it's sort of contractual obligation that the game has to go on for at least 40 minutes longer than it needs to. Right, here we go. Now then, ultra edge shows the tiniest little whiffle, if you can imagine such a thing. Now, right, it is the faintest of whiffles. It's I think she's going to get away with this. I think ultra edge is going to save her, and yes, ultra edge has saved her. But I tell you, that was a murmur so gentle. It was the murmur of a sleeping dormouse. It was.
I want Anna Harris's hearing.
It's incredible, isn't it? I mean,
what a brilliant decision.
A brilliant decision. The ball was next to the bat when it wasn't even a spike.
I don't even know how this works with the...
It was like that, honestly. Yeah.
What a decision. That must be one of the best decisions of all time.
It was an exhaling gnat. That's all that was. It was extraordinary. That's an amazing decision. That could be the umpiring decision of the year, because it was plumb in front, right in front of middle stump, on the knee roll, not going over. It would have hit the middle, even with the inside edge. It was hitting the middle. The ball didn't deviate at all. it just caressed ever so slightly the side of the bat, almost like a little, I don't know. I mean,
Scratch? No, too much, actually.
If you could just tickle a whisker, you know, but just one whisker. Right, start of a new over. Pooja Vastrika in the attack, and Capsey comes forward and defends a full ball to short extra cover, and there's no run. Oh, that is one of the great umpiring decisions of all time.
Yeah, and Anna Harris, that's why she's umpiring in these big international games. She's not had a long umpiring career. I think she must have started a few years ago, but yeah, she's one of the best umpires around. I've played a few games with her playing for the South East Stars, and she's someone that you really trust. So, yeah, great call from Anna Harris. I'm pretty sure she'll be chuffed with that one.
Vastrika runs in from the Cromwell Road end, is driven through extra cover, through the fielder at extra cover as well, Shefali Verma, and up to the extra cover boundary for 4. It's a beautiful looking shot from Capsey, but it should probably have been dealt with a little bit better by Shefali Verma. If I've got one criticism of Verma, it is in the field. She can be not exactly committed to the ball, and she's gone down in instalments, and given she's only about 19 years old, that's not an ideal piece of fielding. It was hit very firmly and very nicely indeed by Capsey, and England moved to 32 for 2. Capsey with that goes to 5. The slip is still in place, 4 in the ring and the offside, as Capsey defends on the front foot, short extra cover, and the ball bobbles and bounces off the square. It's all a bit scratchy.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
It really is, and there are some used wickets on the right side as we look at the pitch. But I think Shefali Verma, that was almost a token dive, wasn't it? Where you kind of half dive just to make it look like you gave it a try, but
just dive.
She wasn't really committed to the ball there at all.
No, like a slightly arthritic cat being forced to play. As this is driven again. That is a better shot. Well, if anything, a better shot. It's been driven up towards the wide, long off, even deep extra cover boundary. That was on the up and perfectly placed by Capsey, because she found the gap between extra cover and mid-off. And no complaints about the fielding on this occasion. 36 for 2.
You just described her fielding as an arthritic cat.
Yes.
Shefali Verma is actually still only 18 years old.
18?
Yeah, she's 19 on January the 28th next year.
So she's another player who wasn't even born when Julian Goswami played her first one-day international. Vastrika into Capsey, who defends into the ground, back to the bowler. It's fielded on the bounce, 36 for 2. Capsey has 9. It's all a bit weird, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? I think I've always remembered Julian Goswami ever since I started playing cricket, playing for India. So what a career she's had, and she'll want her team to do well in this ODI series, to go out on a high. They've made a pretty good start here, but it's really important for these first change bowlers to back up the openers.
Vastrika into Capsey, who drives again past the diving extra cover. This time there will be cover out on the boundary. Shefali Verma moves to her right from deep cover to deep extra cover, picks up one-handed, throws in. Nice bit of fielding, but they get through for 2. 38 for 2. Capsey now into double figures. She has 11 from 12, and she's played a couple of really beautiful 3 beautifully orthodox drives in that over. Phil Long.
Yeah, 10 off the over there.
10? And that is the most productive over of the innings, I would imagine, by quite a distance.
By quite a distance, yeah.
38 for 2 as we come up to the hour mark. And 12 overs have been bowled. And this is kind of what I mean. When you watch a game of women's cricket, as a general rule, one of the many things that is extremely pleasurable about it is the over rate. But we haven't even seen Dipti Sharma yet, and the over rate is 12 and a bit an hour. When she gets into the attack, it could dip well below 9. As God is in, down the wicket comes Dunkley, and then checks her shot and defends into the offside. There's no run. I swear she bowled an over in the Commonwealth Games that lasted 11 minutes.
Oh my days.
I know.
What does she do? Just chats to everyone?
Fakes. Then she changes the field after every ball in long conversation with the captain. Gaikwad in, and this has been hit firmly in the air, down towards us in the commentary box. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Good trick here is to stand up and then you get on the telly. 42 for 2. We are actually, I think, in a hitting zone today. I can see Mandana, Verma, Capsey and Wyatt getting the ball into this window in front of us, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. We'll love that.
Wouldn't it be great? You're catching it, by the way. I'm just fleeing for cover. I'm going straight under the table.
I've not done any fielding for 5 months, so it could be quite interesting.
But it's about time you started.
Yeah, we've got to start somewhere.
Guy Quad in, defended from the crease. I don't quite like the way Dunkley's playing Guy Quad at the moment. She's staying very much deep in it. Well, not every time. She came down the wicket at the previous ball, but when she stays back in her crease, that ball just scurries on. She's a big LBW candidate, as she nearly was in the last over.
Yeah, she likes to get off strike, hitting it into that square leg region, but Gaikwod's bowling quite full here, so...
And again, slightly full, but played from the crease and pushed off the back foot up towards Dipti Sharma, who's come to berate us for having a go at her.
I think for Sophia Dunkley, when she's hitting down the ground, that's when she's at her best. So she's already hit that 4 against her earlier in this over, so she needs to just keep coming down the ground and hitting nice strong shots.
Mid on and mid off up for Capsey, and Capsey just comes forward and defends very securely to short extra cover. And there's no run. 43 for 2 England, Capsey 11, Dunkley 9, 1 ball left in the 13th over. Everything's happening by my side. Tash Farrant has gone, Alex Hartley's arrived, so that means that the studio's in danger of falling down as Guy Quad is in with a slip in place, and Capsey just comes forward, defends solidly back to the bowler, and there is no run. 43 for 2 England, 13 overs gone.
Good. Was I causing carnage then?
Yes, you were.
It's because I didn't turn the microphone off first, so my bad.
Broadcasting 101.
Yes. And now and Emily Windsor's just worked out that it's 12 o'clock, so it's all happening. I think drinks are coming onto the field. 13 overs in the first hour. England 43 for 2. They've lost both openers. Phil.
Another Julangaswamy record for us.
Yes.
That wicket of Tammy Beaumont was the 24th she's taken on English soil, which is the most by a overseas bowler in women's ODIs. She was joint top on 23 with Catherine Fitzpatrick. Two of the greats at the top there, but that Tammy Beaumont wicket takes her to 24 all by herself at the top.
Well, I'm going to take my leave. We've had our first hour's play. Alex Hartley, what have you made of it?
Well, it's been quite a quiet first hour of play, really, to be completely honest. I thought England might have come out in the power play and been a little bit more aggressive than they were. Obviously, they've lost 2 wickets. Tammy Beaumont for 7, Emma Lamb for 12. Both have had good series against South Africa at the start of the summer, but that seems like such a long time ago. So England looking to rebuild here with Dunkley and Capsey at the crease.
Good morning, Alex. To start with. It's a pleasure to be alongside you again.
Good afternoon, it's 12:02.
Oh no. She's got one up on me already, guys. You can't cope with that. No, I feel like it's hard, isn't it? Especially for 2 opening batters that weren't even in the squad for the T20 series to be almost coming back in after such a long time. They've both had opportunity to play some Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy games, but not many, because obviously the 100, I think they played 2 rounds? 1 round.
Yeah, 1 round.
Which, to get back into ODIs, it's tricky as a batter. Unfortunately, today wasn't their day, but they've got 2 other games to prove themselves at Canterbury. It's the 2nd ODI, and Lord's the final 3rd one. Looking forward to that, Alex?
Yes, I am indeed. The first time England women will have played there since that 2017 World Cup final.
Which you were part of.
Which is ridiculous, if we're going to be completely honest. The fact that we've had to wait 5 years for the England girls to be there, but hopefully it's the start of something new and something that's going to happen more regularly. But it should be a good series. I think India, I said that I would have batted first, but I'm going to hold my hands up and think India have done the right thing.
Yeah, they have, and I think that it's important how they go about this next sector, isn't it? Because with these 2 at the crease, Dunkley and Capsey, if they're there for a period of time, you know the run's going to accumulate quite quickly, and it doesn't matter how they start. They're 9 off 18 balls, Sophia Dunkley, and 11 off 14. They're going to catch up. They're both aggressive players. But if India keep bowling these tight lines, it's going to be hard work for England.
Yeah, they're going to have to play the old risk and reward, aren't they? They're bowling really tight lines, just hitting the top of off stump. There's been a few balls outside the line of off stump that England have potentially missed out on, maybe left alone because they're just trying to get used to the flow of 50 over cricket. Again, you don't have to attack every single ball. But England, or this England side, for me, especially Lamb and Beaumont at the top of the order, they're better when they're free-flowing and they're being aggressive at the top of the order. So hopefully Dunkley and Capsey will start playing a few more shots.
In the men's game, they talk about that transition, don't they, from like white ball cricket to red ball cricket. Actually, for, I guess, England here, it's that transition from T20 cricket or 100 cricket to 50 over cricket, and it is a challenge even being out there in the field, Alex. I don't know about you, but
I've not done it. There's a reason I've not done it. Windsor.
My legs.
I was going to say, did it hit you like a train?
Yeah, and we fielded first in the first game, and I worked out when 100 balls exactly was, and from that point onwards,
you were done.
I was mentally done.
I remember last year when we went back to 50 over cricket and we were saying this is 300 games in a row.
300, that's a lot. But anyway, Sneh coming into the attack, into Dunkley. He's gone for a paddle straight away. So a bit of aggression from Dunkley, manipulating the field as there's no fine leg. She comes back for a couple. She moves to 11, 45 for 2. Oh, look at this.
Now,
delivery of drinks.
This is Harry, the media manager, media content guy, I don't even know what his job is, and Hen Cowan, the actual media manager, have gone to get me a fizzy drink.
Vimto Zero, that is an interesting choice. As Sneh in again, the same shot from Sophia Dunkley. This time it's going down the hill quickly. I think she'll get a boundary for this. She does. Paddling down the hill, and that's 4 runs to Sophia Dunkley. I think India are going to have to rethink it with their field placements.
Yeah, she plays that shot so well, and it's something she will always look to do if there isn't a short fine in place, because you get to manipulate the field. So we are going to see Goswami come to a short fine to stop Dunkley playing that shot, which means the slip fielder has had to come out. No short third, so it just opens up another area for Dunkley to score now.
49 for 2 then England into the 14th over. Dunkley is on 15. As Rana in again, bowls. That's hit back to her. Drop chance. It's a hard chance, hit hard back to her, but that could be costly for India.
Yeah, that should have been taken really, as it brings the 50 up for England. 14 overs in. But that was just hit straight back at her from Sophia Dunkley. I was waiting for the replay on the TV, but there isn't one.
Do we feel like there's been a message run out here at Drinks? Because how Dunkley's playing now, these first 3 deliveries after Drinks, to how they were playing before, it's almost like she's gone up a gear, or even up a couple of gears. There's Rana into Capsey, and that's driven nicely, and that's a good diving stop in the ring on the offside, so she can't pierce the gap. Will be no run.
I think there'll have definitely been chat at Drinks. How do we go about this? I feel like we're both stuck a little bit. I feel like we're not scoring any runs. Well, what are your strengths? Dunkley, if there's no 45, play the paddle shot. It manipulates the field, it's scoring options, it's boundary options for you as well. And then they've come out and they've just stuck to their strengths, Dunkley in particular.
50 for 2 then, England. As she's in, bowled in defence from Capsey, back down the pitch, will be no run. 2 wickets to fall. Emma Lamb for 12 and Tammy Beaumont for 7, so the England openers back in the pavilion watching on. India have 3 fielders outside the circle, a deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket and a long on. As that's flighted lovely, that's a good drive by Capsey, but a great diving stop to her left to prevent the boundary. Just a single to Capsey. She moves to 13, 51 for 2.
It was a lovely stop from Meghna Singh there at mid-off. A full-length dive to her left-hand side. It was a great shot from Capsey. Almost looked like it was going to go for 4, but a good bit of fielding. We've just seen the bowler look at her hand and shake it, Sneh Rana, from that drop catch earlier on in the over, which could be costly for India.
Yeah, I think that's the first mistake India have really made so far in this game, isn't it? They've taken their chances, they bowled those tight lines, and if you let a player in form like Dunkley have a chance, she's going to make you pay. She was dropped quite a few times as well in that first T20, wasn't she, at Durham?
It's almost like she was trying to get out and they were going, no, you stay in.
Gaia quad then to continue from the C end. Capsy uses her feet and plays in defence.
Bit of turn there from Gaia quad as well. More hold, just back of her length. Capsy looking to come down the pitch, ends up having to defend the ball.
Left arm spinner. She's got number 1 on her back as well. She's in bold, flighted, and that's hit uppish towards extra cover, but doesn't quite get there. Capsy just walking away to the umpire, resetting. She's on 12 off 19. That's not the usual Alice Capsy we see in that short format.
Really interested to see how she goes about this innings. I actually haven't seen her play that much 50 over cricket. Played against her a couple of times, but she got out early, so I've not seen her build an innings yet in 50 over cricket.
Gaia quad in bowls, and that's turned nicely towards backward a square. Will just be a single. She moves to 13. 52 for 2. It's a really interesting field for a left arm spinner here. It's changed slightly for Capsy, but there was only 3 fielders on the offside.
Was there?
The previous delivery, it'd be interesting when Capsy gets back on strike. If I'll show you, there's Gaia quad in, and that uses her feet Dunkley and just punches up towards long off for a single. It might just be the slip in play. No, they're going to stay as they are. We don't get to see it.
I think you're making it up.
I wasn't making it up. Phil, back me up here. Come on. He's not getting involved. Gaia quad in, uses her feet, hit hard down the ground. Deepti Sharma's at long on, so it will just be a single. Capsy moves to 14. 54 for 2. The field is spread. There's 4 fielders out. They're outside that power play. And these 2 can just afford to knock the ball about. There's plenty of space. It's Gaia quad in again off the back foot, but played back to the bowler this time by Dunkley. 15 overs gone, 54 for 2.
It was a lovely last delivery that from Gaia quad. Just full straight. The ball just holding ever so slightly up the hill. When you're a spinner and you are bowling up the hill, it can skid on, but it can also hold. And we've seen a couple in that last over hold for her.
I really like the look of this Indian attack as well. I think they've got a nice mix of very experienced seamers, obviously some very talented spinners as well. Deepti Sharma we haven't seen yet. He's a fantastic all-round cricketer. They've got a nice balance in their attack, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. I think having the senior pro Goswami in gives you so much more freedom in being able to bring somebody else in as well.
Sneh Rana to continue. She'll be into Capsy bowls. That's a thick outside edge, but it's deep cover in place. They come through for a single.
Now I think Hen Cowan's just walked into our commentary box just so they get the thank you on air for my Fizzy Vimto 0 because that is perfect, so thank you. As they say, you're welcome.
That cues a song, doesn't it? A Disney song, you're welcome. As Rana in bowls off the back foot by Dunkley to mid-wicket, will be no run.
A Disney song?
Please tell me you know the song You're Welcome from Moana.
I've never watched it. Never watched it.
Alex Hartley. I thought better of you, you know.
Finding Nemo's my jam.
Rana in, uses her feet. Dunkley back to her, but into the ground this time. 55 for 2. Finding Nemo is a great film. What about Finding Dory? Have you watched that one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I often get compared to Dory. I'm not sure it's a good or a bad thing.
I can see this, Hartley, and I feel like I can't unsee it now as Rana in bowls off the back foot, punched to long on for a single. Dunkley moves to 18. 56 for 2.
With that short fine in play now, Dunkley can't paddle and she's actually getting more stuck at the crease, so India have been more defensive in their field because they haven't got a slip.
Rana to Capsy. She uses her feet and hits hard, but fielded well at extra cover. Just finding the fielders here, Capsy.
But actually it just shows that you can have a defensive field and it still be in a way attacking because you're building dots and then the batters have to play, an expansive shot.
They're not linking boundaries either, which can kill you in 50 over cricket in defence from Capsy this time. That's the end of the over. 16 overs gone, 56 for 2.
We spoke about the fact you were in the runs again yesterday.
We haven't spoke about it, but
You're in the runs again. Last
Again.
weekend you're in the runs. This weekend you're in the. You're just winning games for the Vipers left, right, and centre, aren't you?
Well, actually, we lost yesterday, so. Thanks for that, Alex.
Oh yeah, because if you had have won, you'd have gone straight to the final at Lords.
Yeah. But we just wanted to play an extra game, you know.
Yeah.
And in the week, just wanted that extra one.
Thinking those match fees.
Oh, I hadn't even thought of that. Thank you, Alex. That's made me smile after our defeat yesterday. 56-2 then, and we're going to see Deepti Sharma come into the attack for the first time today. The off spinner who's skillful, varies her pace. I love watching her bowl. I always feel like she's trying to outwit the batter.
Yeah, me too. This is going to be a real key passage of play, and we've got an interesting field with a mid-off, extra cover, backward point, so cover region's open.
That's in, and that's attempted to be cut by Dunkley into that vacant cover for no run.
And that's exactly why slip is there for that shot that Dunkley and Capsey will both want to play. And now with that shot, it was missed, but backward point is going out on the boundary.
This is a strange field, Alex.
I really like this.
Sharma approaches in again, and that's punched, but Sharma's quick to it, mid-wicket. And let me explain this field. So you've got a deep Sharma and off spinner, you've got a slip, a deep point that's on square, an extra cover and a mid-off in the circle on the offside. The Sharma in bowls, that's turned a little bit into the batter, but that's worked nicely by Dunkley out to the cover sweeper. Capsey's running hard, the ball's coming back in, and that she misses the bows, but good running by England, good manipulation in the field by Dunkley. She moves to 20, 58 for 2.
And before we explain that onside, that is purely because Deepti Sharma wants the batters to either try and cut her off the back foot or drive her into that vacant offside field to bring the slip into play.
Sharma, fluorescent orange boots today, bowls, and that's driven down the ground by Dunkley this time, up towards a long on. So on the leg side, there's a long on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, a mid-wicket in the circle, but to Dunkley she was very square, and a fine leg. But that gap on that offside, because that field has now come quite straight at deep cover, is really inviting as she's in bowls, and that's punched off the back foot, put straight back by Capsey, so it goes straight to extra cover for no run.
She's getting some turn off the surface as well. So
England's spinners will be sitting on, enjoying the sight of that. Sophie Eccleston, Charlie Dean, and Deepti Sharma in again. Bowls swept by Capsey but misses. That's a strong shot of Capsey's, but that's a good over from Sharma. 59 for 2 England.
just too full there for Capsey to sweep. It's gone underneath her. She's looking to play the ball into the onside. Only 3 runs coming off that over. So a good over for India. They've slowed things down since Dunkley and Capsey started to accelerate after drinks. They've managed to plug the gaps. They've got strange fields, but it's working. Very impressive.
Yeah, and I like this. I feel like you can get, can't you, in 50 over cricket in terms of field setting, or as a bowler, you sort of just get set on sort of standard fields, don't you? The 3 out on the leg side and a deep cover, or changing it to mid-off. But actually, India here are being quite creative, and almost you can see they've done their research to their really adapting to each different batter. Particularly that mid-wicket comes squarer to Sophia Dunkley and then straighter to Alice Capsey. It's good tactical awareness from the captain Harma Precourt as Rana in uses her feet but guide nicely to long on for a single.
For me as a bowler in this situation, there'd almost be the temptation to have my long on up, because India are in charge of the game here, and actually being hit over the top might not necessarily cause too much damage.
Rana in again, bowls, use her feet, hit over extra cover by Capsey. The fielder's coming round. Will she get there? No, she won't. Could have put in a dive. Happy to let the ball trickle over the boundary. That's Capsey's first boundary. She moves to 19, 64 for 2.
It was a poor bit of fielding that from Gaikwad in the end. It's a lovely shot from Capsey. She shuffles down the pitch, gives herself room to go up and over that extra cover. And Gaikwad tries to field it with her feet. And it goes for 4. But as I was saying, that 4 is actually not damaging because they are on top of the game. So can you bring your long on up and try and make a catch?
So that's in, and that's hit to mid-wicket. Great diving catch Diving to her right, Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain. She sets the standards there in the field, but Capsey has to go for 19. England in trouble here, 64 for 3.
Well, that is a brilliant catch from Harmanpreet Kaur. It was almost like one of those things where you have the Velcro on your hands, and the ball was Velcro, and it just stuck in her hand. She's diving to her right hand side, a full length dive, catches it in the one hand, almost in shock when she hits the floor that the ball's still stuck in there. And Alice Capsey, after hitting the previous ball for 4, trying to work that into the leg side, she has to go for 19. And England find themselves 3 down pretty early on in this game.
Yeah, and that inexperience of the middle order. I say inexperience because Danny Wyatt's going to come to the crease. She's played a lot of internationals now. I'm sure Phil can tell me exactly how many ODIs Danny Wyatt has played. But she's changed her role a lot recently, hasn't she? She's obviously opened the batting. She was at 6 or 7, and now she finds herself at 5 today.
Yeah, Danny Wyatt, one of the kind of enigmas, isn't she, of women's one-day international cricket. She's kind of nailed T20 cricket, but in one days, this is her 97th appearance for England. She's only got an average of 22.3 and has only passed 55 times in those 96 games before today. But as you say, she's batted in almost every position between 1 and 8 over the years.
And England are going to be counting on her today for that bit of experience. She's got experience batting at Hove as well. Southern Vipers, her home region. But she's got a lot of work to do today for England.
Yeah, she has. They're going to rely on her and Dunkley here to stick around for a while. We've only had 17 and a half overs of this game.
And I like this field, Alex. They've brought up long on and long off into the circle. So she's just got 3 fielders out, a deep cover, a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. Tempting that shot down the ground as that's down the leg side, and that's a great diving stop by Goswami. She's laying on the floor full length. A tall person, the keeper as well, look, coming in high 10s.
That is, wow, our 50-year-old has just stopped one at short fine.
That was a good stop though, and that could have been a free boundary from Danny Wyatt to get off the mark. Instead, she's 0 off 1. India building pressure here on England. She's in bowled, that's down the leg side again, this time swept, and it does beat Goswami. It's going to race away down the field. And Wyatt's off the mark with a boundary. 68 for 3, England.
Well, I actually think that one was probably closer to Goswami than the previous delivery. But it always takes you by surprise. It's one of the hardest places to field short fine, because the ball does race to you.
That reminds me of that catch in the 100, Alex Hartley. You wanted me to bring that in, didn't
well,
you? Specky's only.
Didn't want to mention it.
It's a fantastic diving catch. It is a really hard position to field in. There's in and bowled in defence by Wyatt. Good bowling from Rana. That's the end of the over. 18 overs gone, 68 for 3.
We were talking about Danny Wyatt's role in this team. Such was the top order dominance of England's batting in the games against South Africa early on in the summer. She came in 2 not outs early on, 14 and 8, and then a quick fire 33. She never really had an opportunity to bat and bat long. She's got that opportunity today.
I feel like her T20 series as well against India, it wasn't awful, but it wasn't standout. She was almost overshadowed, wasn't she, from Sophia Dunkley. So actually, this is a good opportunity for her in the England colours again to just make sure she keeps cementing her place and using that experience. The captain's just got to the stumps there just to make sure her fielders on the leg side are the angle she wants. She's got a very, very straight mid-wicket and a very straight long on to Sophia Dunkley. It's Deepti Sharma in bowls and in defence from Dunkley. Will be no run.
I really like the squarer mid-wicket for Dunkley, because she does look to play across the line of the ball and just nudge it into the leg side for a quick single. So Goswami is there to stop that.
She's in the game today, isn't she, Alex?
Can't keep her out of it.
Sharma into Dunkley off the back foot, but back to her again. Will be no run.
Well, speaking of Speckies and my Specky, you can actually watch Harmanpreet's on the in-text highlights now. So I would go and watch it, because it was a brilliant catch from Harmanpreet Kaur. leading by example.
Sharma in again outside the off stump, but in defence, but worked for a single. Dunkley will move to 23, 69 for 3 England in the 19th over.
I always enjoy it when there's a catch taken and the fielder who's actually taken the catch goes, wow.
When you look at the ball, that's
I don't
the
know how
moment.
that's still there.
Do you do that every time, or?
Literally every time. I like that super glue's working today.
You need more belief in yourself. Speaking of catches, there was a weird incident in the Royal London One Day Cup final yesterday.
This is something I've always wanted to do, and now I know I can't.
Got an urge to do it. We're explaining it after this ball from Sharma into Wyatt in defence. We no run. So, Darren Stevens, who's played cricket for a ridiculous amount of years, was fielding and decided to put the keeper's glove on.
It wasn't Darren Stevens, was it?
Yeah, it was Darren Stevens. As Sharma into Wyatt, and that's driven, but only to extra cover for no run.
Are you sure? I thought it was somebody younger.
I thought it was Darren Stevens. We're going to have to clarify this.
I thought it was. Did they have somebody called Finch? I think it was Finch.
We're going to get clarity on this. Phil's going to clarify it. As Sharma in bowls, that's swept by Wyatt into the leg side for a single, and Wyatt moves to 5, 70 for 3.
So said fielder, who I'm pretty sure was Finch, has run over to where the keeper normally keeps, because the keeper is chasing the ball to short third. The keeper's whipped off both their gloves. The keeper, the original keeper, has picked up the ball with their inners on and thrown it over the top to where the fielder has put one of the keeping gloves on and caught the ball. And there, Stephen Croft looks at square leg umpire and says, "You can't do that." And the square leg umpire says, "No, you can't, that's 5 penalty runs."
Was it Finch?
Finch. Ollie Robinson, the keeper.
You win again, Alex. You got it all up on me today.
If there is anything, I am a cricket badger. So. But I've always wondered, if the keeper doesn't have their gloves on and they're in a different fielding position, surely I can put the gloves on and catch it. But nope.
Protect the hands.
You can't.
But that was an interesting moment, wasn't it?
It's something where someone's just having a bit of fun, they're trying to lighten the mood, and actually they've probably annoyed every senior player on the pitch.
Change of ends then from Gaikwad. She's going to come to bowl down the hill, and that's in defence and pushed nicely by Wyatt, just manipulating that offside field for a single.
Messages are coming in now. It was Finch! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark!
There you go. You got everyone's behind you, Alex. I shouldn't have doubted you.
Just knew I was right.
71 for 3 England. Dunkley and Danny Wyatt at the crease. That angle of mid-wicket just changes again, comes squarer to Sophia Dunkley. A very open offside field. This guy caught in, bowls straight, and it finds straight to that mid-wicket for a dot ball. As a left arm spinner, would you feel vulnerable with no point?
Do you know what? I think it's really brave, but actually makes sense.
This guy caught in, and that's punched again to that mid-wicket from Dunkley, another dot ball.
So the only way I ever get hit to backward point is a short wide delivery, or something, or a ball that skews off the outside edge but actually slips in place. So slip is there for that delivery.
Gaikwad, the left arm spinner, in again. That's bowled straight, and she gets round and fields well. So it'll be another dot ball, 3 dot balls.
So not having a backward point but a deep cover allows you to then have a slip and a short 45, because we know Dunkley loves to play the paddle shot, but also slips in play. So I actually think it's really clever from Gaikwad and Harmanpreet Kaur to open up that area to also bring other fielders in play.
71 for 3 then, Gaikwad in, and in defence from Dunkley. 1 ball remains at this 20th over. The crowd just sat poised on their seats at the moment. A real mixture of ages. Saw lots of young cricketers coming in, which was good to see as I arrived today.
Sold out. Sold out.
Hove loves women's cricket, as that's in, and that's floated up and hit hard up towards long on for a single. 72 for 3 then. That's 20 overs gone. Is there a change in the commentary box? Georgia Elwes was poised, and then she wasn't poised, but Alex Hartley was quick out of her seat there. And we'll be joined by another England international, Georgia Elwys.
I'm actually early. By 30 seconds.
You have to get pay rise for that extra 30 seconds, Georgia, I reckon.
No, Alex has covered plenty for me this summer. I will take that 1 minute and enjoy it.
72 for 3 then. 20 overs gone. What are you thinking, Georgia?
Yeah, it's been a slow start, hasn't it? And a bit of a rebuilding process. I think we spoke earlier about the aggressiveness of the England top order, middle order. So we know that they've got it in them, they've got runs in them, but they've got time to bat, and that's the beauty of 50 overs and getting back used to that.
Sharma into Dunkley, and in defence will be no run. And obviously you know Sophia Dunkley pretty well. Will she be happy just to keep having those dot balls and batting time?
Yeah, look, it's difficult. She looks to score, she wants to be aggressive, but she's playing a mature innings at the minute.
Sharma in outside the off-stump, cut nicely out to a deep cover for a single. She timed that one well. She moves to 25, 73 for 3.
I think what you know with both of these players is they can score quickly. They have got that ability. But India have been really impressive this morning. They've bowled really well. They've hardly given any loose deliveries away to score off. And because they've picked up those wickets by building that pressure, England haven't been able to counter-punch as they would have liked and as aggressively as they would have liked. So it's just a little bit of cat and mouse at the moment, isn't there? It's just ticking over at the moment.
So long offs in the circle now. And bowls to Danny Wyatt in defence will be no run. And you feel this is the aggressive option from India. They're toying with Danny Wyatt a bit, so there's no one out straight. And she's hitting down the ground. And you've got the off spinner of Deepti Sharma bowling. Sharma in bowls outside the off stump, cut nicely out to that deep cover again by Wyatt. She'll move to 7, 74 for 3. And then to Dunkley, they obviously spread again.
Yeah, it's interesting that the different tactics have obviously done their homework. They're tempting Danny Wyatt into that shot over the top, but Deepti Sharma's a very clever bowler and she'll change her pace well. She does get turn. She gets lovely drift as well if there's a bit of wind out there.
Sharma to Dunkley off the back foot, pushes into the offside but slips quickly round to it. Another dot ball. She's faced 42 deliveries so far for her 25. But we'll catch up. A little bit overcast, a little breeze here at Hove on the sea. As that's in off the back foot work to Julian Goswami at mid-wicket. She's in the game again. That's 21 overs gone, 74 for 3, and a change in the commentary box. Daniel Norcross is doing a little dance in excitement to be joining you, Georgia.
Well, who can blame him? Dunkley going along 25 off 43 and Wyatt 7 off the 9 delivery, so need to extend this partnership. These two bat for another 20 overs. England will be flying, but they're going to have to work hard. India, like we said, have been bowling really well, really tightly this morning. They've set good fields, albeit strange fields, but they seem to have worked quite nicely so far, and they're keeping things really tight.
So, 74 for 3. Gaikwad in, coming down the hill, is square driven out towards the boundary. There's a fielder out there, flings the ball in, and there is just the one run. 75 for 3. It's been a slow start, 26 for 2 after the power play. So 49 in the last 11 overs, just starting to get moving a little bit. We've seen that spectacular catch. You can watch that in the highlights tonight. And in-play clips, of course, on the BBC Sport website and app. Really was a cracker from Harmanpreet. It's back into a crease goes Dunkley and works that up to mid-on. And there's no run. Important innings for England from Dunkley here. They need her to try and bat through. She's done a lot of the hard work. She's been in now for 44 balls. Should be seeing it. Should have the pace of the pitch. This Gaikwad is in. Slip still in. Little sweep and an appeal for LBW. And given! Wow, Sue Redfern's finger points to the heavens and Dunkley can't believe it. She stands stupefied. She's still standing stupefied. And I think she's saying, is it really? Could it be true? She's talking to Wyatt. They're going to go upstairs. I thought they might. And it's very hard for us to tell because bowling's coming towards us. Until we see a replay, Georgia, it's a bit tricky to pontificate on this.
Yeah, and I'm the worst umpire commentator that has ever been, so don't ask me. But I did try and lip read Sophia Dunkley there, where she goes, I think I've hit it.
I think I've hit it.
I think, yeah.
I
think it was a glove. I don't think it was a solid bat, was it? If it's anything, it's a glove, but we've just seen the replay now.
Right, well, it's full. She goes for the sweep. And, well, if she hasn't hit it, she's out, because that has hit her just sort of the underside of her rear. As she's bent down, and it's just sort of right now then. Oh, yes, big glove. So Sue Redfern gets one wrong. And Sophia Dunkley will survive. We've seen on Ultra Edge, there's quite a bit of glove on that. She said, I think I've hit it. You would feel that, I'd say. But I suppose with a lot of whirl of bat and glove and pad, maybe she got a little bit confused. But she took it upstairs, and DRS has reprieved her. Sue Redfern will have to overturn her decision. Not for the first time this summer. And England are still 75 for 3.
Yeah, it's twice Dunkley's gone across the line of straight ones. I just like her to keep going straight. High up the ground, the fielders, it's got a long off back, so there are fielders out there.
She's got to kind of, I'll come back to it after this ball. Gaikwad resumes, he's in to Dunkley, crouches and then cuts through in space, square of the wicket out for a single. She's got a lot of bottom hand, doesn't she? That bottom hand is very low, and there's a lot of shoveling that goes on. And to such an extent, in fact, that I kind of feel that if I was setting a field and I had bowlers that could put it on the spot, I would just force her into the onside and set a leg side field every time. This Gaikwad is into Wyatt, who drives expansively through extra cover. She'll pick up one, should get back for a second. She does, as Meghna Singh runs round from long off to deep extra cover. 2 more to the total, 78 for 3. I mean, I'm not saying that makes her a limited player, but I'm just saying that's the direction of travel, isn't it, with Dunkley?
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. Very leg side dominant. I like that whip, the shovel. The hands are wide apart on the handle, aren't they?
Wyatt goes to double figures of that brace as she pushes off the front foot and finds a little gap in the offside, gets through for a clever single. That's good game awareness from Wyatt. Finds that little gap, just soft hands. 79 for 3 at the end of the 22nd over. Dunkley has 26. Wyatt has 11. But it allows her to get a lot of power into a shot. I mean, India set weird fields the other day, didn't they? They had long off back, they had long on up. Now to Dunkley, that's just the wrong way around, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's really interesting how different teams go about it. I mean, remember seeing in the Commonwealth Games the fields that New Zealand set to Sophia Dunkley, and they had a really, really straight long off, but they were inside the circle. So all these teams have got the same analysis, but they all interpret it differently. And I suppose it does depend on the bowlers that they're using, but I do find it fascinating. I mean, we saw the mid-on was quite straight inside the circle there for Dunkley, but then they had like a wide long on almost behind us. So it wasn't a cow, it was quite a straight cow or a wide long on, but with a mid-on as well. So I just think that they've obviously seen something in the footage that makes them think that is the field to set for Sophia Dunkley. And yeah, intriguing. I'd love to pick the brains of the analysts and see what they're thinking with that.
I would. Diol is into the attack. And what field has she got? Well, it's for Wyatt to start with. So we've got a deep extra cover, we've got a deep mid-wicket and a long off are all out. First delivery is wide of the off stump, really wide, and Wyatt has to wait for it because it was slow and wide. And she just dabs it square of the wicket, gets a single for it because there is a backward point. Sneh Rana, who has to move to her right to do the fielding. 80 for 3, England.
Well, that was a bit of turn there, but it's not so wide that it was about to turn off the pitch.
Yeah, that was very wide and very loopy. It would have been a wide had Wyatt left it alone. Dunkley crouches and waits. It's been tossed up. Rana, who has to move to her right to do the fielding. 80 for 3, England.
Well, that was a bit of turn there, but it's not so wide that it was about to turn off the pitch.
Yeah, that was very wide and very loopy. It would have been a wide had Wyatt left it alone. Dunkley crouches and waits. It's been tossed up and driven nicely off the back foot out to the deep extra cover for a single. There's a big gap through the offside. We have 3 in the ring on the onside. I say in the ring, there's this sort of short, fine leg. You've got Goswami at mid-wicket, Harmanpreet at mid-on, Vastrika down here at long off, and there's a short extra cover and a backward point. Diol is in. That's more straight this time. Pushed into the onside and wanted to run. Did Dunkley. It's not there. The ball's hit the stumps and cannoned away, but there's a magnificently hopeful appeal from Diol, who was looking in completely the opposite direction to where Dunkley was, and yet somehow was convinced that she was out without being able to see anything.
It also hit Dunkley at some point on the way back because she turned down the possibility of an extra run, pointing out her leg. Yes, well, she was well in. We've just had a little look at this. The ball did just come off a little bit of Dunkley and then cannon onto the stumps, but Dunkley was well home. She'd wanted a run that wasn't there, and Wyatt was not interested. Now, where are our boundaries? Deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long off. Deep extra cover, just the 4 out. As Diol is in, and that's straighter this time, and pushed into a gap in the offside. That one might have been the googly, because she's bowling leggies mostly. That one just broke, if it broke anywhere, from off to leg. One more to the total, 82 for 3.
Good eyes. Danny White's just signalled that was the off spinner, so I think she's going to mix it all up. We've seen Harmanpreet Kaur do that a lot, haven't we, in T20 series? Leg spin and googlies. No, off spin and googlies.
Diol in, that's driven up to long off. Vastrika will do the fielding. One more to the total. Dunkley to 28, proving she can access the offside perfectly comfortably if it's wide enough outside that off stump, and that's predominantly where Diol's going to bowl, isn't it? I'm imagining just outside off stump, and ask the question. Wyatt in, and that's another one that breaks from off to leg and is cut out to deep square leg for a single. Singles coming comfortably at the moment. Wyatt with that goes to 14, 84 for 3 after 23 overs. Dunkley has 28. And 27 overs remain. The over rate slow. We have a cut-off time of 2:21, and I've asked Hencow if he can find out what the consequences are. Because we're used to now seeing a cut-off, and it means something, Georgia. Ooh, the cut-off. Because something substantive can happen there. You have to bring in a fielder from outside. But is this cut-off just a sort of, well, we might find the captain cut-off, or does it have consequences?
Yeah, I think it might be a fine. No, I think it might be just a fine. Maybe if there's too many, a match ban.
Oh,
I'm just clutching at straws there, really. But I do think I think that rule in 20 over cricket is fantastic. To bring that fielder in, I really do. I think it's an immediate consequence, isn't it? And so you've got to hustle and bustle and get 3 overs, because nobody wants to be that bowler who's got to bowl with 3 fielders out.
No, I mean, as long as the umpires are managing it properly, so that sides aren't disbenefited because of whatever kerfuffle there may be, or changes of balls or what have you. Now Goswami's back in the attack, getting ever closer to 10,000 deliveries in her career, as first ball is full and straight and defended by Wyatt to the offside. There's no run. She had to bowl 26.1 overs in these 3 matches, is that right, Phil? And she's now bowling her 6th over of this match. I'd say she's odds on.
Do you think she knows?
Yeah, don't you? She strikes me as a knower.
Yeah. If not, shall we tell her?
Defo, yeah. So, slightly different field for Goswami as she lopes in down the hill and is push-driven up to mid-on. There's no run. Mid-on, mid-off, straight, extra cover, and mid-wicket relatively straight, and then a point. Phil?
Yeah, her opening spell, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8. Of course, that was up the hill. The second spell, down the hill here at Hove.
Intriguing, isn't it? Let's see. She looks a little bit more lively. It was quite a slow opening spell, but everyone was sort of feeling their way into the game, it felt to me, Georgia. It was a sort of, ooh, what's this? 50 over cricket? How odd. Goswami into Wyatt, and Wyatt plays a lovely late cut dab, but there is a fielder down here at deep third, and I'll just get the single. Rajeshwari Gaikwad throwing in, 85 for 3.
Yeah, it is difficult to get the tempos back of each format, from 20 over cricket, Commonwealth Games, into the 100, back into a T20 series, and now to some 50 over stuff to finish the season. It's the same for me at domestic level, going into
England's men solved this, Georgia, by deciding that a 50-over game was basically 2.5 T20s.
That
so they
is
just
true.
tee off.
Yeah, that is true. It's the way to play it, isn't it?
Well, I think there's something to be said for it. You could perhaps be a little bit more nuanced, as Goswami's in. That's nicely driven, but into the ground and fielded at point. There is no run. You sort of, I do get the feeling that quite a lot of overs can get wasted in 50-over cricket, while people are concerned about making sure they give themselves a chance. But you know, Capsey, for example, played in an entirely different way from the way we're used to watching her play. Now, she unfurled some beautiful drives as well, but she might be thinking to herself, maybe I could have been a bit. I mean, the way she got out was pretty proactive, in fairness. It was a brilliant catch to dispose of her. As Goswami is in, nicely flicked away out to deep square leg for a single by Dunkley. She goes to 29, 86 for 3. Because you start to get a little bit more concerned anyway about keeping wickets in hand and whatnot. But, you know, if you're 200 for 5 of 30, that's not a bad position to be in, especially now that the depth of batting in women's cricket is just vastly different from the way it was 6-7 years ago.
Yeah, I completely agree. And you could do that with test matches as well and treat it as 250-over games.
Well, as Goswami is in, and it's pushed into the offside, just in front of square. Diol will do the fielding, they get one more. England's men have definitely behaved like that. I think only once this summer, or was it twice? I think twice this summer, end of the over, 87 for 3, 24 overs gone. Did England's opponents require a second new ball? They were bowled out in under 80 overs most times, under 50 overs many times, but they'd scored at nearly 5 and over, so, you know.
3-day test matches, isn't it?
Well, 2.5 almost,
2.5,
wasn't it?
yeah.
The last test match ended actually inside 2 days of playing time. Incredible, isn't it? And the first one was, I think Andy Zoltzman, our scorer, told us that it was the third quickest 3-match series in history.
Wow.
The quickest one was in 1888.
Goodness.
And then the next one was in 1901. So
for quite some time.
For balls bowled, yeah, it was old stuff. Diol in, bowls tossed up, waited for and cut by Wyatt out towards a sweeper on the cover boundary. They get through for a single, scampered it really quickly, but only one on offer. 88 for 3, Wyatt 17. Dunkley back on strike on 29. Great opportunity for Wyatt here. She's been in now for 21 balls. She's looking pretty comfortable. There's a long time left in this innings yet. Around about 26 overs as Diol is in. That's really tossed up and driven into the offside square of the wicket. It's fielded by Snehran and there's no run. That went, I mean, above the eye line is an understatement. That was about 1.5 times the height of Dunkley.
I thought for any money that was going to be a no ball, but it just came down,
sunk like a stone. Diol in again. This is a little flatter, driven and taken, caught. Dipti Sharma with the catch at extra cover. There was flight on that. It was just a little bit less flighted, and Dunkley just leaning back on the shot, drove it firmly, waist height. Sharma takes the catch at short extra cover, and England lose their 4th wicket. The partnership is broken just as it was starting to move nicely. They're 88 for 4.
Yeah, it was flighted up, a mixture of off spin, leg spin, and whether that's confused Dunkley there, but far too early on the shot. And he's nice easy catch for Deepti Sharma there, extra cover. I feel like it had been coming. I feel like Dunkley was getting frustrated. She hadn't had a huge amount of the strike for the last 10-15 minutes or so. And Danny Wyatt taking most of that, and for somebody who likes to score so quickly and so fluently, she had to work hard for those 29 runs. And false shot and has to go.
Well, India have played a good patient game here. They've taken pace off, and England's batters have been a little bit over keen to get on with it. Well, I think it's more the frustration of not having pace on the ball has really been the issue. And Dunkley, you see that shot again. There's a lot of bottom hand and a lot of shots that Dunkley plays. He just slightly cut across it, didn't get over the top of the ball, and picked out the one fielder in the ring on the offside that she didn't want to pick out. Straight at Dipti Sharma. So 88 for 4, and England are in more than a spot of bother as Amy Jones walks out to bat. There is batting to come. Eccleston, Dean, Wong can all bat. But this, you fancy, Georgia Elwes, is an important partnership.
it is an important partnership, and I think it's an important innings for Amy Jones. We spoke earlier about her stats in ODI cricket. Phil said in the last 27 games there's only been 2 50s.
Wow.
So she's under pressure in this format with the bat. She'll know that herself. She wants to be contributing and helping this team. And now with the added responsibility of the captaincy, funny how that can do, work in 2 different ways for you, can't it? It can add too much pressure and really scramble the mind, or it can really help focus you.
She's facing her first ball from Diol. She waits and plays off the back foot nicely. Good timing up towards deep extra cover. Gets off the mark straight away with a single. I always feel she's a bit of an unfulfilled talent with the bat. And it's hard to put your finger on it. You see some beautifully sumptuous drives and you think, aha, there is a player of real class. But too often she somehow manages to manufacture ways out. And there's no one way that Amy Jones gets out, which I think is actually quite a positive. So it means she's not making the same mistake every time. Diol is into Wyatt. Cuts out again towards that sweeper. 1 more to the total. 90 for 4. What is to England's advantage here, to a degree, is that they got their 2 really most experienced players at the crease. So they'd have been in this situation before. Yeah, aside from Tammy Beaumont, when you look down that England batting lineup, it's quite scary, the amount of youth that's in there. Yes. Diol in, wide for the off stump, driven again really nicely by Amy Jones, finds the gap, out towards deep extra cover, 1 more. I know what you mean about that. Youth is scary. Not always in a bad way, just mostly. Phil and I blanch from youth. I mean, that was one of the things I found. 91 for 4 to 25 overs, we're halfway there. Jones 2, Wyatt 18. Walking on the Brighton seafront yesterday was quite daunting. I don't know, Phil, have you done that while you've been here?
Yeah, I went for a walk last night with Lydia Greenway.
Oh, lovely.
And we commented on, we felt slightly older.
Older, yes.
And I've got about 16 or 17 years on Lydia, so
yeah.
Imagine how I felt.
Yeah, well, imagine how I felt. I think I've got some years on you, haven't I? Yeah. And it's strange, I was in Petworth earlier in the day and I was genuinely eyeing up walking sticks. What does that say? What does that mean, Georgia? I was really, really liking the look of walking sticks.
What kind?
Oh, there were some beautiful ones. Goswami in, and it's just punched off the back foot straight to short extra cover by Amy Jones. There's no run. And these lovely ones. That one's sort of like amber on the top, or silver with a little wolf's head. I thought that looked pretty cool. 325 quid though. I wasn't going to spend 325 quid on a walking stick.
Goodness me. No,
Well, I tell
especially if you
you.
don't really need one.
Yeah, I don't really need one, but I thought it would look quite stylish. I would like to make that tapping noise that older people make as they go along pavements. Goswami is in. That's flicked away off the pads out towards deep backward square leg by Amy Jones for 1 more. 92 for 4. There's something slightly stylish about it, and sort of quasi Bond villainy. And as I get older, the Bond villain in me is just bubbling to the surface.
I can see that actually. You've got a little cat as well.
I don't, but I'd love one. Yeah, and one of those chairs that you can just swivel round and look sinister. Goswami running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end into Wyatt. And Wyatt comes forward in watchful and studious defence on the front foot, pushes back to the bowler. There is no run. The breeze is picking up, as I can see from the flag, the Union Jack at half-mast away to our right above the scoreboard. There's certainly a bit of a chill. Phil's making signs at me, but I think that means he wants to come in. But after this ball, I imagine. Yeah, he nods. That's the thing about the elderly. We can just nod to each other. We understand. Goswami into Wyatt. Wyatt again dabs this into the offside. Finds a gap. Very cleverly played, just to the left of extra cover inside the ring. 1 more to the total. 93 for 4.
Amy Jones playing in this game as England captain and wicketkeeper.
Oh yes.
There's only one player that's done that for England before. That's Ella Donaldson. Don't know if
Really?
this is someone you know, Georgia?
Yes, she is. I think the team manager at the moment. We're having something to do with the operations of this team.
It's a shame Betty Snowball never captain. As Goswami is in, that's driven nicely to mid-off, and there's no run.
But yeah, she had an incredible career for England, Ella Donaldson. She played 3 times She was captain and wicketkeeper on each occasion, and her England career lasted 3 days.
3 days?
Yep, it was in the Women's European Championships of 1999. She was captain and wicketkeeper. England played the Netherlands, Denmark and Ireland on the 19th, 20th and 21st of July, and that was her career all over.
Done. Oh, wow. Goswami in. This is pushed into the offside, fielded at backward point. There's no run. Huge thanks to our producer for the day, Kevin Howells, who has, at the end of the over, 26 gone, 93 for 4 England, got the score for us up on the TV.
Oh,
have you seen that?
I didn't notice that was missing.
You didn't notice it was missing?
I didn't notice it was
Oh,
missing.
well, yeah. I suppose you don't need to notice it's missing because you don't have to say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's there.
It's there, fantastic.
So huge thanks to Kevin Howells and the team that made all that possible.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin.
And I'm genuinely startled. The second wicket-keeper, and the staggering fact of it is that Betty Snowball never captained England.
In an ODI.
Oh, in an ODI,
We're talking
right.
about ODIs,
No,
apologies,
of
yeah.
course, yes,
In
yes.
one day international, no. I'm sure Betty would have...
Oh, she'd have been
would
a
have had
great
a illustrious
cheer.
career
What
at
an
ODI
ODI,
level.
what an ODI player she'd have been. Really. I mean, she had it all. Betty Snowball, one of the most dashing and attacking batters of the mid part of the 20th century. And also a very natty hairdo. Go and check her out.
Yeah, I've heard you talk about Betty Snowball
Big
a fair
fan.
amount.
Huge fan of Snowball. Short, cut into the offside, fielded at short extra cover, and there's no run. Her and Myrtle McLagan were really the backbone of English women's cricket, and up against the might of Australia, sometimes not quite single-handed but double-handed, taking the fight back to the Aussies. Pulled into the onside, and that's bounced up off a foothold, and throw comes in. It's actually bounced quite nicely for the fielder, Harmanpreet there, mid-on, but they have got through for a single. It was short and pulled without timing, 94 for 4. Wyatt to 20, Jones has 3.
Okay, so who's your Betty Snowball of this generation?
Well, it's probably Alyssa Healy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Swashbuckling,
Yes.
big hitting.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Yes, that's the thing. They've co-opted the Snowball. We need to get our Snowball back. It's just kind of quad. And it's forward comes Jones, pushes it to the offside. There's no run.
I can almost see the hashtag on social media now.
Give me my Snowball back. Please, sir. Right. A guy called None for 18. She's in her 6th over. She's been difficult to get away. Bowling it pretty slowly, giving it plenty of air on a slow pitch, it has to be said. Slip is in place. Jones on strike. She comes forward and then gets a thick inside edge into the pad, rolls out to the offside, and there is no run. It's been that kind of a day today. There's never really been any easy for me to say momentum in England's batting. When a partnership has looked like it's starting to get going, it's then just been eked back a little bit. And this Gaikwad is in off just 4 or 5 paces. It's slightly flatter, pushed into the offside. There's no run. One of the things I've noticed on this square, though, Georgia, is that the ball, you think of the square as a lovely pristine patch of ground over which the ball doth pass with serene and predictable movement. This Gaikwad, headband on, is in. Oh, Boulder! Short, it kept low. Jones went for the pull. Then it's gone under her bat. That has crept. That is a gazunder. That was slow and low, and Jones attempting what she thought was to whack a long hop through mid-wicket. Well, has been defeated by the low bounce, and England lose their 5th wicket. They lose their captain. They're 94 for 5.
That has not got up more than a foot, has it? Oh, it's off a pad. Off a pad. Completely done her there. That lack of bounce that we saw in the very first over of the day from Goswami, and that really has done for Amy Jones there. Horrible delivery to have to deal with, but worrying signs really that the pitch is misbehaving so much so early on into the game, and worrying signs for England now as they are 94 for 5.
Yep, I mean, I thought it had gone straight onto the stumps. It did, as Georgia always says, it cannoned off the, well, not far above the heel, actually. It was about 4 or 5 inches above the heel. It might have missed leg stump had it not hit that pad and then deflected onto something. It wasn't quite as dramatic as the one we saw the other day from Shafali Verma off Izzy Wong. That was directed miles down the leg side, but just took that little bit of a deflection. But what defeated her was the low bounce, and that is a distinct concern. It's felt like that since the very first ball, actually, when Goswami bowled that first ball from up the hill, and it just went through so low through to Bhatia. So 94 for 5. England have lost half their team. Alice Davidson Richards, who's had a fabulous summer, actually, coming back into the England fold, scoring that 100 on Test debut, wasn't it?
Was?
Test debut.
Yeah. Fantastic innings down at Taunton. Fantastic partnership with her and Nat Sivat, both getting hundreds. And, walked into international cricket after a break, wasn't it? She came in and played some T20s under Mark Robinson, had a bit of a break, gone away to the domestic game, found some fantastic form.
Did she have that extraordinary distinction, Phil? Was it that she scored 100 and took 2 wickets or something on debut, and the only English person to do that was W.G. Grace? Is that right?
I think that is right, yeah. It was a W.G. Grace record, wasn't it, that she matched?
That's right. So, start of a new over. First ball is driven by Wyatt. Backward a square on the offside. She should pick up a couple of runs here. And they do indeed get back for 2. So, another critical partnership for England. Davidson Richards and Wyatt, 2 very experienced campaigners. Davidson Richards hasn't played anything like as much as you might think, but she's been around a long time. And she's brimming with confidence after a splendid summer. We're just seeing the replay of how low that ball kept, and it was horrible. You can see why Jones's eyes lit up as Sharma is in. That's pushed into the offside, but won't get a single this time, too close to the cover fielder. Because it was short, and you think, oh, that's a long hop, I'll have a bit of that. But it just did not get up at all.
It was a slow walk back from her as well, wasn't it?
Oh, wasn't it? Yeah.
Complete disbelief.
Dipti Sharma in again. Back into a crease goes Wyatt and finds that gap. Backward square on the offside. They might get back for a couple here. She's very quick indeed, is Wyatt, and a direct hit would have been close, but Wyatt is home. Slightly fumbled by Bhatia. I think she would have been back. The only thing that would have got her there would have been the direct hit, I think. But good proactive running. Picks up another couple. We're just seeing the replay here. Ball came in on the bounce. Yes, the direct hit, she would have been in trouble, but direct hit from 45, 50 yards doesn't.
That one stump as well.
Yeah. 98 for 5, England. Wyatt 24. Dipti Sharma in again. Forward comes Wyatt and just dabs this backward square on the offside. There is no run. For England, I suppose, they will take heart from the fact that the pitch is misbehaving. You're not expecting it to get any better over the course of the day. As Dipti's in. And back in her crease goes Wyatt. She tries to manufacture the angle to the left of backward point. Can't quite manage it. And there is no run as Sneh Rana tidies up. Sneh Rana, who seems to be acting as a specialist point fielder today. Last ball of the 28th over. Dipti into Wyatt. Wyatt sweeps, doesn't get all of it, but she will get a single as it rolls to sort of shortish backward square leg. She'll keep strike at the end of the over. She has 25. England 99 for 5. Davidson Richards yet to score. We're going to have a double change. So to facilitate the double change, Georgia, you stay here. Explain England's predicament. I'll get out of the way.
Right.
And Emily Windsor will come in.
Okay, well, England's predicament is 5 wickets down for 99 runs at the 28 over mark, and India are bowling fantastically well. It's a slow pitch. They're changing their bowlers up, and the pitch is just starting to misbehave.
Thank you, Georgia. We'll switch you out and we'll be joined by Tash Farrant again. But I guess the hope England have is they bat deep. We've still got Sophie Eccleston, Charlie Dean, Kate Cross and Izzy Wong to come. But the England bowling attack will be looking at this pitch thinking they can enjoy bowling on it, but they need to give India a target to chase. Gaikwad continues, that's width and cut, but only finds backward point from Danny Wyatt. 99 for 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I think England might have to reevaluate what they think might be a good score on this pitch. They would be looking at 250 plus at the start of the day.
Gaikwad in again, bowls, cut nicely out to a deep cover. That'll be England's 100 up. And you hear the applause from a sold out crowd here at Hove. And Danny Wyatt's on to 26.
But I think now, obviously, they've seen how the pitch is playing. Obviously, staying very low. It's quite slow. They're already 5 wickets down, England. So they'll just want to make sure they get to that 200 mark and then go from there, because they bat these overs out, they'll easily be able to get just above that 200 mark. So they're just having to reassess what they think is going to be a good score here, and the perfect person to do it is probably Alice Davison-Richards.
Yeah, she's in off the back foot and only finds extra cover, will be no run. Again, this field, they've got the slip in. India can be attacking here, mid-off, mid-on, in the circle to a slow left-arm spinner. They've just got a deep cover and a deep square quite far in front and a deep mid-wicket as she's into Davidson-Richards, cut nicely out to deep cover. That'll be her off the mark. 101 for 5.
Yeah, I really like this from India. They're obviously keeping their fielders on the straight, up in the ring, but also that extra cover and mid-wicket. They're so tight, they're not giving Alice Davison-Richards or Danny White, even though she's on 26, any easy runs out there.
Gaikwad in, and that's floated up, but driven comfortably up to long off for a single. Wyatt to 27. England, the 5 wickets gone. Emma Lamb for 12, Tammy Beaumont for 7, Sophia Dunkley for 29, Alice Capsey for 19, and Amy Jones with that horrible P roller we just saw for 3. There's one that we just had to look away, didn't we, from the back of the commentary box.
Yeah, it's a painful one to watch, even as a bowler. Don't really like seeing that.
Gaikwad then in and bowls, and that's on leg stump and works it into a vacant mid-wicket. Good manipulation of the field from Alice Davison-Richards. She moves to 2, 103 for 5, 29 overs gone. Let's talk a little bit more on Davison-Richards then. Obviously another selfie star. They're all here, Tash, and you're
taking over.
But and this will be drinks, so we've got time to discuss, but she's had a pretty impressive summer, hasn't she? In the test she was unbelievable, got 100. But here today, you sort of feel like she's the perfect person to be out there with her mindset. She steps up in some tricky situations.
Yeah, absolutely. She has obviously been out of the England's team for, I think, 5 years, maybe, before she made her test debut earlier on in the summer and did so well. She's always sort of batted in the middle order, even when she was a young gun playing for Kent, and so she's been obviously in this middle order role for a very long time, and she's obviously quite new back into this England team, but she's 28, she's been around, she's played a lot of cricket, and she's not notoriously known for her high strike rate, but more so playing the situation well and getting teams out of a hole, which England are kind of in now. And what I would say is her game probably suits this pitch. She plays very straight up and down the ground, not too much cross-batted shots, so I think obviously even though it was a very low bounce for Amy Jones, she was looking to pull that ball, whereas I think the England batters now should know that on this wicket, when it's staying so low and it's very slow as well, that you need to play strong shots up and down the ground just in case you get a P roller and you're able to block that one out. So I think she's probably a good person for this situation.
Yep, and you can catch all the in-play text and some highlights on the BBC Sport website and app. There's also highlights on BBC 2 at 10 p.m. tonight to catch some action. There's been that fantastic catch of Harmanpreet Kaur to move Alice Capsey diving to her right. That's definitely one to watch. And I think India have just kept control throughout this whole innings. They didn't pick up early wickets, but they restricted.
Yeah, they started so well with the ball, and sometimes as an opening bowler you can get frustrated when you're not taking those early wickets, but they were going at under 3s in the first 10, so when they did pick up that wicket, as Lydia Greenway always says, you add 2 wickets onto the score that you're on at the moment. And they were able to, just from taking that first wicket, just able to continuously take the wickets. And for England, they've had a few batters who have got starts, but they've just not gone on to get that big score. So that's what Danny Wyatt, she's got a good start here, and she's going to have to go on to at least 10 overs left of this innings, 5 overs left of this innings, and she's going to have to get a big score for her team here.
Well, she's played well so far, Danny Wyatt. 27 not out of 35. She's not playing her aggressive way. She's just hitting the sweepers hard and running between the wickets. You know she's quick between the wickets, and we're going to see the opening bowler of Meghna coming back into the attack. 1 for 18 off her 5 overs. All were in the power play. Just a discussion between Harmanpreet Kaur and Sue Redfern. Don't know what that's about.
Over 8 maybe.
Does that count?
I don't know if it is slow or it
penalised?
just feels slow from coming off the back of the 100 and T20s.
And a holiday.
And a holiday.
You should be used to this slow pace. That's just come back from Spain. Again, they're having another conversation. Sue and Harmanpreet Kaur.
She doesn't look very happy here, Harmanpreet Kaur.
No, there is a bit of a discussion, and Sue Redfern's pointing because her fielder, I think she's got a fielder that had obviously gone off the field to the toilet, and I'm assuming the toilet, and now they had a sub fielder on who's now got to go off and do that lap in front of the crowd back to the pavilion. A little bit of chaos. I like a bit of chaos from time to time.
And she's not got a bib on, so I don't know if she's going to get told off here.
And there's 3 fielders almost in the same space, but we are ready to go. There's a deep square and a deep fine, but they're almost in a straight line. There's Meghna in short, and that's cut out to deep cover for a single from Alice Davidson-Richards. Width and punished. 104 for 5.
Bit of a loosener there from Meghna, just getting the body going again after a little while in the field. So slight loosener, but not too much damage there. Just cut away to the offside fielder on the boundary.
So there's a third, a cover, a deep fine leg and a deep square leg, and Danny White has now pointed out that 12th man who's halfway around, and she's had to sit on the floor. Gets worse.
Chaos out there at the moment.
Meghna in, short ball pulled out towards a deep square leg for a single. Good option against Danny White, that. She moves to 28, 105 for 5.
I'm so impressed here by Meghna. She obviously bowled that bouncer to Emma Lamb to get that first wicket of the day, and obviously we keep banging on about it, the low bounce that we've seen so far, but she's really getting that bouncer up. She's aiming at the helmet, and as you said, a great option to Danny White, who's notoriously not the best short ball player in the game.
That's pushed nicely off the back foot from Davidson-Richards. They will run quickly here. Danny White says no for the 2. That's a great bit of work on the boundary. Quick to the ball. Keeps it to a single. Davidson-Richards to 4. 106 for 5. England into the 30th over. Slight breeze out there. The pitch is a little bit up and down. We've seen today. So it's not going to be a high scoring thriller, but there's a bit in it for the bowlers, that's for sure. As Meghna in bowls outside the off stump and guided out to deep cover for a single by Wyatt. She moves to 29, 107 for 5.
Another run there for Danny White through the cover point region. Love to see her wagon wheel today. I'd say more than 50% of her runs have come there. I don't know if they can try and plug that gap, but they're obviously very happy with her just taking the single and getting Alice Davidson-Richards back on strike.
Alison, she's a new one.
She'll love that.
Meghna, that's pulled away nicely by Davidson-Richards, short and punished. That's her first boundary. A lovely shot there. She'll move to 8, 111 for 5.
Yeah, it looks like Meghna has changed her tactic from her first spell here. She's going a bit shorter. I'm not sure, especially to Alice Davidson-Richards, that it's the best ploy. She's very good off the back foot. She's of tall stature. She just rocks back onto the back foot and punches that through mid-wicket. A lovely shot there from ADR.
There's Meghna in this time, bringing her forward in defence. That's a better line and length.
That's the length to bowl. It's worked all day, and with that up and down bounce, I think you've got to be targeting those stumps and go for that fuller length. And it's been tricky for the batters when it is off on that fuller length.
30 overs gone, 111 for 5. Phil?
Yeah, 30 overs gone, just the 10th 4 of the day, and that boundary there was our first since the 18th over of the England innings.
That says a lot, doesn't it, about how tight India have bowled. They've had good plans to different batters. They've adapted to who's at the crease. I think I'm going back on to Danny White hitting through cover point. I actually feel for her that's sensible batting, isn't it? Everyone knows that's her strength. She can't be playing high risk shots that aren't her strength because of the situation that they're in. And actually, right now, England need her to just bat.
Yeah, and there's still 20 overs of this game left, so that's all she needs to do. Just take the runs that there are on offer, and you know she's going to be scoring at a decent rate. She always scores at a decent rate, and so yeah, she just needs to hit the space, run hard like she does all the time, and just take the runs that are on offer to her at the moment, because she's looking in pretty good nick.
Sneh Rana back into the attack from the CN. She bowls to Wyatt, who's just guided that down to backward a third, but points quickly round to it and will be no run. Wyatt just looks calm out there, composed, sets herself ready for Sneh Rana, the off spinner, in again, bowls, and that's swept away out towards a deep mid wicket. Hands on head from the keeper. I think they like Danny Wyatt sweeping. She moves to 30 though, 112 for 5.
Yeah, for sure. It's not a preferred option, but I think it's a good shot there from Danny, because she swept on line. It was going down the leg side anyway, so she's picked the right time to play that sweep shot.
I've just got a waft of food into the commentary box. That's a
sure.
teaser, that, Phil, isn't it? Phil's even got his. I say that's a teaser. Phil's ready to tuck in, and he's got his box next to him and his cutlery. The Sneh Rana into Davidson Richards, just worked out to mid-wicket for a single. Good batting, manipulating the field again. She moves to 9 off 8, 113 for 5. What's in the box, Phil? Don't you know? Is it a surprise?
I'm going for surprise because I'm not going to eat it till the break, so I've got 20 overs.
Oh, that's torture.
I've got 20 overs to consider what is in the box.
That could be cold as well. That does worry me in
the
20
scorers,
overs.
that's the problem being the scoring.
I think I'm going to
Rana into Wyatt. That's hit over the top of extra cover. And that's going to bobble over the boundary rope for 4. First bit of intent from Wyatt. She moves to 34, 117 for 5.
But there's no holding Georgia Elvis back though, is there? She's already tucking in.
She don't want to peak too soon.
I hope you save some from me in Windsor.
Yeah, we'll do the hard yards. Don't worry about us, Georgia.
Trademark Danny Wyatt there in the slot over extra cover. Don't know how she hits it there, but she grips the bat in a different way to most people, and it's an effortless shot for her.
Rana in to reply again, leg stump line, but worked out towards deep square for a single. Good batting from Wyatt. She's to 35, 119 for 5. Has Danny Wyatt not told you her broken wrist story about why she hits over extra cover?
She has.
She's told everyone this story.
I think I've heard it about 4 times.
I think I've heard it
Still
more than
not
that.
convinced.
I like it. I mean, if it works for her, it works for her. The broken wrist does her wonders. She hits over that extra cover region so amazingly as Rana in off the back foot by Davidson Richards, back down the pitch, just mindful of that bounce on the back foot, so she's playing with that straight bat. That's 31 overs gone, 118 for 5.
Yeah, for sure. She's playing off the back foot there, but doing the right thing, playing with a nice straight bat up and down the pitch. And it's going to be tough at Alice Davidson Richards with the 2 straights up as well, but I think it's the best way to go, especially with what we've seen so far and the wickets that have fallen. I think India's spinners have bowled really well here. They've bowled really straight. They've taken the pace off, so the England batters are having to do all of the work, having to muscle it into those gaps. And I really like what Harmanpreet Kaur is doing. She's keeping the field up for as long as she can, keeping her fielders who are in the ring really nice and tight, and just making it really tricky for the England batters today.
So we just saw the 1 over from Meghna after drinks, and Deepti Sharma comes back into the attack. So they're toying with spin as Sharma in bowls, and Wyatt's tried to work that into the leg side. Alice Davidson Richards, a big loud call of no. Bhatia behind the stumps, quick to the ball, throwing her glove off. But a fielder didn't catch it with the glove. Don't you worry, listeners.
I did not know that was a rule until yesterday. I've never seen it before.
Deepti Sharma into Wyatt, who swept into the leg side. It's gone behind, backward square. They might think about 2. Wyatt says no. I don't think there's a quicker runner between the wickets than Danny Wyatt in that dressing room. Or would Sophia Dunkley give her a run for the money? Who is the quickest?
I don't actually know.
The run 2.
I might back Danny in this situation. Don't think Dunks will be very happy with me there. I'd quite like to see a race. I think Danny's probably got the slightly better turn.
Yeah.
I might be wrong.
I think a run 2, maybe Danny White, but maybe in a straight line. Dunkley, what are we thinking? Deepti Sharma into Davidson Richards again, straight back to mid-wicket for no run.
Tammy Beaumont's up there actually, in her 20-metre dash. She's pretty quick between the wickets as well. But yeah, I think I'm backing Danny. So effortless as well.
Sharma in, and that's solid in defence from Davidson Richards. For those that watched down at Taunton in the Test match, saw plenty of them there. Good technique, Davidson Richards. I think getting past that bat and pad. And Sharma in, uses her feet and hits up to long on for a single. She's scored to 120, 5 wickets down.
Speaking of Danny White and fitness, she is one of the most annoying people in fitness testing, because we used to have some good battles in the yo-yo test. It's like a bleep test, but for cricket.
There's Deepti Sharma into Wyatt, and that's worked nicely into the onside for a single.
And everyone would be absolutely blowing, sweating, panting. And when you're out for the count. You're on the floor trying to catch your breath. And Danny White would just keep going until she was the last person in, and then she would stop, and she would just look like she'd just done a 2K run in the park or something. She just went till she won, and then she is so annoying. I never beat her. I don't think anyone's beaten her before.
She's such an athlete, isn't she, Danny White? And do you know what? I've just had a thought to my head. In this current England squad, another quick person, Freya Kemp. She's quick across the ground. She's actually the Southern Vipers now quickest player. She's actually pipped me and Alice Monaghan, which was a bit gutting when she came into the squad.
But long strides. She's got long strides.
Yeah, thanks, Tash.
Yeah.
That should be taken into account, really, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it should be done on height.
Yeah. It should maybe create some average somewhere. Anyway, Harleen Deal's into the attack. The score's 121 for 5. We're in the 33rd over. Deal bowling a slow leg spin to White, who's pulled that nicely into the onside. There's a fielder out there, but they're going to split the two. That was hit hard from Wyatt. She moves to 41 off 45, and the score 125 for 5.
Lovely shot there from Danny Wyatt, just rocking back and pulling it hard, and it dissects those two fielders out on the onside perfectly. That one stayed pretty low, but she watched it so well onto the bat, and it flies down the hill here at Hove. Deal then is going to have to rethink her length as she's in again to White off the back foot, cutting nicely into the offside this time. Will just be a single. She moves to 42, 126 for 5. India fielders now, you can hear them in the mic. Just getting behind their bowlers. These two are building a nice partnership. And the key that India have had so far in this innings is picking up those regular wickets. These two are just starting to manipulate the field as Davidson Richards off the back foot again, punches nicely out to deep cover for a single. Just jog it through, bat in hand. Controlled and measured shots from Davidson Richards so far. She moves to 11. 127 for 5. Yeah, good stuff from ADR here. They've kept that cover fielder out on the boundary, and she's just hitting that gap beautifully, watching it nicely onto the bat and just taking all the runs on offer out there. The leg spin of Dior in again. That's slower, and that's just guided to backward point by Danny Wyatt for no run. The pace just isn't on there to guide it up the hill, is it? Yeah, and it just stops up the hill as well, so playing it through that short third man region is probably not going to give you loads of runs. Dior 98 on her back in bowls. That's a loopy full delivery and just hit out to that deep cover sweeper for a single by Wyatt. She moves to 43. Just varying her pace here, Dior, but that went high up to the sky and came back down as the seagulls fly away to our right. You know you're by the sea. Again up, and that's come back down. Played well by Davidson Richards. You could see her almost wanting to hit through that. She really had to hold herself back there. That has some serious hang time on it. And as Georgette said earlier, you think it's going to be a full toss, but it just dips at the very last second. And it's really well bowled from Diol.
128 for 5, 33 overs gone, so we've got 17 overs remaining. What's a good score here then for England?
Well, I think if these two keep batting till at least 40 overs, they're going at a decent rate without taking too many risks. So they'll want to make sure that they get up to that 200 mark and then push on from there and try and look to get that 220, 230 maybe.
I've got a question coming your way, Phil. There's Deepti Sharma into Wyatt in defence, back to the bowler. What are previous ODIs here? I can recall, obviously, T20s here. What have been match-winning scores here at Hove? It'll be good to know previous scores. There's Deepti Sharma into Wyatt. She's swept and bowled. Deepti Sharma gets the breakthrough of Danny Wyatt just as a partnership was building and just as she was getting going. She's gone for 43. She slams the ground in frustration. But yet again, India, regular breakthroughs, 128 for 6.
Danny Wyatt there, opting for the sweep shot, but this time not on line. Trying to look to work it to that leg side and just misses a full and straight one. She's been playing so nicely. It's hitting straight up the ground through her favoured cover point region. This time looks for the sweep and misses out. And big wicket there for India because Danny Wyatt was looking good. Closing in on her 50. And tall order here. So I think Sophie Eccleston coming in here. She can bat. She batted very well in the Ashes when England struggled with the bat, and she was a bit of a saving grace really in that Ashes tour, and so she's.
Do you know what? I'm really looking forward to seeing Sophie Eccleston back here because I think I look at her and she has potential to bat in the top 6 throughout her career. She's still such a young cricketer, but she's actually got a bit of time here to compose innings. I think we've seen her be so destructive in T20 cricket, coming in with the few overs to spare. She can clear the boundary rates, but she's got 16.4 overs to bat, which is a long time. And it'd be interesting to see how she goes about her innings, and she could really keep putting her name up the list to have more batting opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely, and I know she's got those aspirations with the bat and she wants to be considered as an all-rounder, and she's started off this summer pretty well in showing that, but obviously a different format here. What I would say, she'll obviously need to try and get the balance right, but to not go into her shell too much because she has got that attacking nature.
It's in defence, that first delivery, back to Deepti Sharma.
So it's just about picking the right time and picking the right ball for when she can let her arms loose and look for that boundary.
There's Deepti Sharma into Eccleston bowls, and that's a hit back to her into the ground. Phil?
Yeah, we mentioned how young Sophie Eccleston is. She's now the England vice-captain in this setup, and today's her 50th one-day international.
That's crazy,
It's
isn't it?
impressive.
It's crazy. She's seriously experienced cricketer at such a young age. As Sharma in defence from Eccleston. Again, no run. Tight bowling this from Sharma. A clever bowler. Just one ball remains of the 34th over. Sharma just readjusts her trousers at the top of her mark. And into Eccleston bowls. And that's hit back to her, and she's dropped it. Hard chance. Low to her right, but it wasn't hit hard, and that should have been taken by Sharma. Eccleston gets a life.
Yeah, Deepti Sharma almost thought that was coming quicker than it actually did, and she's sort of dived too far. I think it's hit her in the stomach, and probably one that should have been taken. But what I would say as a bowler, they're always so hard to judge, especially when you've got the likes of Sophie Eccleston hitting it back at you. And
Bowlers Union, that from you, Tash, sticking up for the bowlers.
I catch them very rarely. They're so hard to judge those. Your natural reaction is to protect yourself, and then you've got to think about going for the catch. Probably one that she would have wanted to take there, but they're always tricky.
You don't practice them much either as bowlers, unless you've got someone in the nets that's hitting it back, which isn't often the case. You don't actually practice running in and then getting a ball hit straight back to you. It is challenging. But she's still there from an England point of view as Harleen Duel to continue to Davidson Richards, who again, off that back foot, cuts out to deep cover for a single. 129 for 6, Davidson Richards for 12, but England need to rebuild again, which has been a common theme this innings so far.
Yeah, just as they start to get going and start to build a partnership, then they lose that crucial wicket. And as you said, it's been a common theme throughout today, and these two really need to bat till at least
Swept
7 overs
nicely
left.
by Sophie Eccleston. That was out the middle of the bat. It's gone behind square for 4. That's a lovely shot from Eccleston. 133 for 6.
Great work from Eccleston there. As I mentioned before, she's obviously a very attacking player, and you wouldn't want her to go into her shell too much. And this one from Diol just straying down the leg side, and Sophie Eccleston getting a big stride in and sweeping it behind square up the hill at Hove.
2 tall batters in for England at the moment. As Diol in, that's gone up and that's hit back down to her. That goes up so high, but it really does dip at the end. Every single time I feel like I'm about to say full toss, and then I'm like, oh no, it's bounced. 133 for 6. Harmanpreet Kaur's just got her arm round Diol and almost walking her away from the top of her mark. There's clearly some tactical knowledge there that she didn't want anyone to hit from an England point of view. But Diol bowls, flatter delivery, cut nicely out to deep cover by Eccleston. She'll move to 5.
Do you think she told her to bowl a flatter one there? I think it was not very well disguised.
What else could she have been saying though?
I don't know. Bowl the flipper or something. I don't know.
Diol then, she displays her arms as she approaches, and that's pushed off the back foot again to deep cover from Davidson Richards. She moves to 13, 135 for 6 England.
I mean, if Harmanpreet Kaur has told her to bowl flatter, she's doing pretty well. 2 balls quicker and flatter, and they've both landed perfectly, so very skillful here from the leg spinner.
She approaches again, bowls. That one's fuller and up and back down, but fielded by the captain, Harmanpreet Kaur. 35 overs gone, so 15 remain. 135 for 6, but there's just a pause. This could be a no ball. It is a no ball.
Oh, criminal.
Eek. The leg spinner's bowled a no ball, but Sophie Eccleston here has a free shot. And my betting is she's coming down the ground here. There's mid-on is in the circle. They can't change the field for a free hit. There is a long off, but hitting down the hill. She's going to come this way, I feel. But she's in, bowls, advances, hits up towards long off. She did try to come into the commentary box, but not successfully, but just a single. Eccleston moves to 6, and the score 137 for 6, and that is 35 overs gone. We've had a change in the commentary box. England World Cup winner Alex Hartley alongside me.
Hello, hello.
I feel like a lot's happened since you've last been on air. Where are you at with this game, Alex?
Well, England, if they weren't 6 wickets down, have put themselves in quite a decent position, but I almost fear that they're going to just crawl away and crawl up to that 220 mark, 225, 230, which, you know, when you're watching cricket and you're watching an ODI, probably not enough, but actually you almost sense it against this India side. If you get a couple of early wickets, it will be enough.
Deepti Sharma to continue to Sophie Eccleston, bowls off the back foot, just turned into the onside. They're going to run the first one hard. Eccleston, they think about 2. Davidson Richards halfway down, but in the end the answer's no. Good bit of fielding. Phil, have you managed to find any ODI scores for us here? Just match winning totals to see where we think England need to be.
Yeah, well, there's not been a huge amount of ODIs here at Hove. Last time England played here against South Africa back in
Sharma in, and that's worked up to long on for a single by Davidson Richards.
2018, high scoring game. England made 331, South Africa 262. Other scores been a lot lower than that. So yeah, scores in the early to mid 200s, winning totals in the past.
That's a nice gauge for England to have as Sharma in, and that's swept by Eccleston into the leg side for a single. Score moves to 140. Eccleston to 8. Danny Wyatt played nicely though, I felt.
She played really nicely, but sweeping isn't her strength, and I'm just not sure if sweeping a straight delivery. Yes, she got 43.
Sharma in, and that's pushed up to mid-off for a single.
We mentioned earlier the enigma of Danny Wyatt. That was actually her joint second highest score at home in ODIs. She'd made four of her five highest scores at home in the last year. But again, 43 and then out.
Sharma in, advances, does Davidson Richards, and pushes to mid-off again for a dot ball.
And you could see the frustration in her face when she did get out. She almost put her hand on her head. She's like, I can't believe I've just done that. And that's how we all felt. I can't believe you just played that shot.
Sharma past Sue Redfern again, off the back foot from Davidson Richards, beats a diving mid-wicket, so she'll get her single. She moves to 15, 141 for 6.
Diving mid-wicket who then pretends to swim in the dirt. That's very peculiar. I've not seen that before.
It's definitely not wet out there either. Now, we're having a change. 36 overs gone. I thought we were mid-over, but we're not. Don't you worry. Me, these half-hour stints. Anyway, a few thoughts from Alex Hartley, and we'll have Dan Norcross.
Well, since Eccleston and ADR, Alice Davidson Richards, have come to the crease, they're rotating the straight really nicely. The run rate's crept up a little bit as well. They're managing to get 4 and 5 and over, so the run rate just under 4 and over. And we're going to see Julan Goswami come back into the attack, who bowled a brilliant opening spell earlier.
It's Julan Goswami now. 141 for 6, 14 overs to go. England in more than a spot of bother. 1 for 13 from her first 7. She's bowled from the bottom end, she bowled from the top end, now she's back at the bottom end. Tight ring fielding on the offside. Her first delivery is outside the off stump, flashed at and missed by Davidson Richards, who's going decently here. 15 off 21, Eccleston 8 from 11. Phil Long.
Yeah, I think we're all glad to see Goswami back, because we're all on this 10,000 ball watch. If you all just tuned in, before today she bowled 9,843 ODI deliveries. So needs to bowl quite a lot in the next 3 games to reach that 10,000
26.1 overs.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, well, that's, she averages 9 overs per game, and she's going to get there, I think, today. She loops in and bowls outside the off stump, nicely, crisply driven by Davidson Richards. The ball sounding nice coming off her bat. She moves to 16, 142 for 6, but Alex Hartley, I don't know what to think. Is this a reasonable score on a placid, tacky, horrible surface, or having England underperformed today?
I think a bit of both without sitting on the fence. I think
you are sitting on the fence.
The ball from this end has been staying low.
Yep.
But actually, it's a decent wicket. The only thing is the invariable bounce.
As Goswami is in, that's on the pads, very, very straight, very, very full, flicked straight to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Or the variable bounce, I should say, not the invariable bounce.
Yeah, we know what you mean.
But I think it's we've not had much spin. We've not had much nibble off the surface. It's been quite up and down. But from this end, it has been staying low. We saw, Goswami in her first spell, a few, just trickled past the outside.
And she's tall.
Of the off stump, yeah, she's really tall. And then the Amy Jones wicket, that stayed incredibly low.
Didn't it? She's in again, Goswami on the pads, tucked away, square of the wicket on the onside. And again, that ball bobbles off this square here. It's a very bouncy square. It's the one part, actually, of the outfield that you don't want to be fielding on. And often, fielding on the square is quite nice. The ball comes through quite true, but here it's like a bouncy castle out there.
It's very trampoliny, isn't it? The ball can hit one of the wickets, the old wicket ends, and just take a bit of a leap.
It's like it's spring-loaded, which I presume it won't be, because that would be an extraordinary thing to do. Goswami in, and that's worked into the onside, straight to short mid-wicket by Davidson Richards. Another full ball, around about off-stump this time.
If it was spring-loaded, a couple of springs have gone from this end, haven't they? So
yes, well, the actual pitch, they've taken all the springs out of the pitch,
okay.
And then they spread them randomly over other areas of the square, is how it feels. Where do you sit on springs or memory foam?
Oh, I'm a memory foam girl. I hate springs.
Are you a memory foam girl?
Springs in your back, the worst.
Well, it can be, yeah. As Goswami is in, Davidson Richards, that little flick before she hits the ball. She just addresses the ball like a viper's tongue flicking out. And there's a little tap with the bat, and then she hits. End of the over. Sorry, I got so lost in a ridiculous metaphor. 143 for 6, 37 gone. Davidson Richards 16. Eccleston has 9. So with 13 overs to go, what batting is there left? There's Izzy Wong, of course.
Charlie Dean and Kate Cross.
Yeah, well, actually, Kate Cross's batting has come on leaps and bounds. Did she not hit a couple of sixes at Worcester last year?
Yes. Yes.
Did she not end up hitting more sixes in about 3 balls than Charlotte Edwards had done in her entire one-day international career?
Yes. Yep. Because she was just off the back of hitting the first ever 6 in the 100 as well last year.
No, did she hit the first one? That's brilliant. Start of a new over, and the first ball is swept in front of square out towards deep mid-wicket by Eccleston. She moves to double figures, 144 for 6.
Although some early, or I say early, scorecards from early on in Charlotte Edwards' career can be considered maybe incomplete.
Right.
It is believed she didn't hit a 6
Ever?
in ODI cricket.
Ever? EVAH.
That's right.
Wow. How times have changed. Snairana is in. She tosses this up and it's driven through the hands of extra cover. We've seen that too many times today. It's running out towards the boundary. She's got a bit of a hand on it, but not enough to prevent 2. Enough maybe to save the boundary, but it was hit straight at the field. Is that Harmanpreet there? And
Here's the captain Harmanpreet Kaur,
yeah.
who took a specky earlier at mid-wicket.
Oh, wasn't that magnificent?
So good.
And to get rid of the dangerous Alice Capsey, who was looking in good nick at the time. So Snairana comes in 2 or 3 paces down the leg side, flicked away fine, but to Goswami, who, when I say dives, rather falls over like a felled redwood, and the ball misses her right hand, because it was to the right hand of short fine leg. Although to call Julian Goswami short anything is slightly absurd, and it runs away to the boundary for 4. 150 is up. It was a neatly played shot. A bit too much on the pads there, and it was meat and drink for Davidson Richards.
Yeah, Goswami, as she stands up to collect the ball from the boundary, looks at the skies and just shouts at herself because she knows she's better than that. The ball, I think, just bubbled over her hand as she tumbled to the floor to try and stop it.
She did tumble. That was like a philosophical question being asked there about trees falling in the forest. As Rana is in to Davidson Richards, who comes forward in defence and pushes straight to short extra cover, and Sophie Eccleston tries to get the approval of her coach by needlessly running 3 or 4 paces down when there is no run, running back again.
Always looking for that run.
Oh yes. Yes, Lisa Kitely will be very impressed. As Davidson Richards waits, this is again tossed up and driven back to the bowler, bump ball. And a very knowledgeable crowd here didn't cheer. I'm very pleased to say, we were at Lord's the other day when one of the more ignorant crowds I think I've ever heard were very disappointed when a catch wasn't taken off a free hit. As this ball is cut away nicely by Davidson Richards out towards the boundary and picked up by the sweeper. 1 more to the total, 151 for 6. And, you know, we spend a lot of time on commentary at the end of the 38th over, Davidson Richards 23, Eccleston 10, saying how knowledgeable the crowd is, but I felt it was necessary to point out that on that occasion it really wasn't.
Is that during the 100?
Yeah, do you remember?
I think the 100 crowds are very different.
Yeah, I suppose they.
I reckon they even have crowds like that at the Oval, Dan.
I doubt that. At the Oval, I think you're vetted.
Before you go in.
Yeah. Now you're shown footage
This is
and
how
asked to
it
cheer at
works.
the appropriate moment, or not. Yeah.
The Oval have got that much money. They have those boards around the ground that say cheer now. Don't cheer now. Clap.
Yeah, this is a free hit. You cannot be dropped off a free hit. So 12 overs to go. Goswami is going to bowl her 8th, much to the delight of ball counters everywhere, and forward comes Davidson Richards, pushes into the offside, and there is no run. Sorry, her 9th. This is a 9th over. So you're happy now. That's the average that you need.
Yeah, 8.1 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15, 36 dot balls.
She's
Wow.
bowled so well. But what's been impressive, she's bowled full and straight. She literally hasn't changed anything. Yes, the bounce in the wicket has maybe aided her a little bit.
She's in again, and Davidson Richards waits and pushes the ball square of the wicket on the offside. Shouts no. There's no run. Great length, great line. It's hard to imagine women's cricket without Julian Goswami, really. 20 years.
Nearly 40 she is.
Wow.
The
So
Indian Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, but younger than Jimmy. She should. I think they should have made a pact. They should have gone out together.
I think carry on.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, sounds like Jimmy's keen on continuing until at least the end of next year's Ashes as Goswami is in. Again, quite full driven, but straight to short extra cover. She's giving nothing away here, Goswami. And England, I suppose, will be thinking, well, let's just see her off now. She's got 9 balls left.
Yeah, Alice Davidson-Richards then just saying, I think she's running her fingers down the side of the ball, but I'm not actually sure. She might just be bowling a little bit slower.
Well, it's quite hard to tell because there's a lot of finger movement with Julian Goswami when she bowls. There's a lot of, as I said earlier, sort of like snake charming. The hands move very delicately. She's in again, and that's punched off the back foot by Davidson-Richards, straight back past the bowler to the onside of straight, and Harmanpreet will do the fielding at long on. 1 more to the total. 152 for 6. Davidson-Richards is, you know, a lot of time is spent by commentators commenting on how much of a smile people have on their face. I'm never quite convinced that it really matters how much of a smile you got on your face. You got Sam Curran, he never smiles.
Doesn't
His face scowls. He has a resting, scowling face. But there is something astonishing about ADR, is that she is indeed always laughing. Goswami is in, forward comes Eccleston, pushes back up the wicket, and there is no run. 1 ball left in the over. And when she worked with us, you weren't around them because you were actually out at the World Cup.
Yes.
We were working with her in Salford, and even at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, she'll have been smiling, happy, joking.
Yeah, it is.
She's a smiler.
She really is a smiler. Yeah. Everything tickles her, which it's quite infectious actually. Keeps you going at 4 in the morning. And as Goswami is in, and Eccleston gets a thick outside edge on this ball, which was full and just outside off stump. It rolls down to deep, fine third. And they get a single, end of the over, 153 for 6. Davidson-Richards 24, Eccleston 11, 39 overs have been bowled.
Just 2 again coming from that over of Goswami, so she's bowled 9 overs, 1 for 17. It's been really something quite remarkable. She's got 1 over left, and then we're only going to see her twice more in international cricket, which is sad.
But we are going to see her at Lord's.
We are.
Weather permitting.
It's got to be sunny.
Big crowd at Lord's for the last international of, I say the summer, we're definitely in autumn now. There's a certain elegiac feeling. How do you cope with the encroaching doom that is autumn and winter?
Well, I've not been playing, so there's a start.
Yeah, I suppose. Rana in starts a new over. She's swept out between deep extra cover and deep mid wicket. They should pick up at least 2. This might make it to the boundary. It does. Not a terrific dive, it must be said, out at deep square leg. And Rana has a rather wistful look that's hiding absolute infuriation with her fielder, but a good crisp sweep and a much needed boundary for England. 157 for 6. Just taking a look at this replay, and it was perfectly placed between the deep mid wicket and the deep square leg. And well, no, yeah, she got a hand to it, which is why I think fielder and bowler are disappointed. But that was a tough one. She had to make a lot of ground.
She was also running backwards as well towards the boundary rope. So.
But why was she, Alex? Because
she's 10-15 yards off the rope.
Don't be. Be on the rope. Rana tosses this one up and is pushed back to the bowler by Eccleston off the front foot. Straight and full, no run.
It was a lovely sweep shot from Eccleston, who actually previously we haven't seen sweep all that much. Not a massive sweeper of the ball, but something she's been working on.
Here is Rana into Eccleston, who sweeps really nicely, and that's going to run away to the boundary for 4. That's a wonderful shot, this time much finer to the right of deep backward square leg, and it has raced to the boundary. Deol had no chance whatsoever with that one, and that came beautifully off the middle of Eccleston's bat. And I'm going to ask Phil, we've set Phil quite a few tasks today, and I haven't been marking his homework, so I don't know if he's actually answered them, but I'd like him to tell me what is Sophie Eccleston's longest innings in one-day internationals, because she's got a lot of time if she can use it all. And she comes down the wicket and she drives this along the ground past the left hand of mid-wicket out towards deep mid-wicket for a single.
Her highest score's 33 not out.
Yes.
Okay, I will look now and see what her longest inning is in terms of...
Thank you. Well, because normally, you see, she wouldn't expect to come in quite as early as she has done. And she's got a lot of time out the crease if she wants it. She's faced 20 balls and there are still another 62 to be bowled.
She's looked really good out there as well. I genuinely believe she could bat higher than she is.
Davidson-Richards faces up as Rana skips in and ADR just tucks that into the onside. They might think about to. No, they do not. One more as it goes out towards deep square leg. 163 for 6. England rebuilding here. She looks like she's got the skills. She's got the techers.
Yeah, she has. It's the mindset of sometimes. I mean, I remember once, and this was a long time ago because I was playing. We were in India.
Here's Rana. In off that 2 or 3 paces down the wicket and bludgeoned back past her by Eccleston. It's running up towards the boundary. Won't get there as Long On is pretty straight. One more to the total.
And everyone's going, Eccleston's going to be a real good talent. This maybe 2018. She's going to be brilliant. She's facing Goswami batting 10. Crunches her through the covers for 4. Comes down the wicket. Honestly, I've never seen a shot like it. It was beautiful. Everyone's on the bench going, Alex, you'll be in next ball because she'll try and do it again and she'll get out. And that's exactly what
she did.
She got bowled.
Yay! Yeah.
But she's changed a lot since then. She's a lot more mature. You know, she knows how to go about her batting, and as you can see, she's talking it through with Alice Davidson-Richards out there in the middle. And it's one of those where I guess the more you're out there, the older you get. She's now vice captain, the more mature she's going to be.
164 for 6, 39 overs have gone. I'm glad you said vice captain, because vice captain, does it mean anything to be a vice captain?
Yeah, I think for Eccleston it gives her that added responsibility. And actually what we saw during the T20s was she was speaking to all the bowlers because Amy Jones is the wicket keeper. She's obviously at the other end of the pitch. So Sophie Eccleston was at mid-off, mid-on, and then she was doing the one talking to the bowlers, helping them set their fields.
Goswami in for her 10th and final over. First delivery is just defended off the front foot by Eccleston. Back to the bowler, there's no run.
So I think somebody like Eccleston as well, that's a home bird, likes to be home, might get a bit tired towards the end of the season and say, well, I've booked a holiday, I want to go on holiday. Well, you're vice captain now, you've got that added responsibility. And I think in the past 12 months she was vice captain of the Manchester Originals. I think she's really matured as well.
Goswami into Eccleston, and Eccleston flick drives up towards Long On. Nice looking shot all along the ground. 165 for 6, Eccleston to 22. Do vice captains have any say or they have input into the tactics on the field, but they have any say about selection in any way? Would they be consulted?
No, I don't think so. But they will have. Eccleston's a real tactical player. She knows cricket inside out. She's got an unbelievable cricket brain, so she will definitely be in and around those meetings tactics wise.
That's wise indeed. Here comes Goswami again. It's a little bit shorter, nicely worked away by Davidson-Richards out towards deep mid-wicket. There are a lot of fielders out on the leg side, 3 between sort of forward deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, Long On, and then there's a deep extra cover, which is a position you see more and more in the women's game than perhaps you do in the men's game.
The men's game you often see a deep backward point. In the women's game it's the opposite, you get a deep extra cover.
4 in the ring on the offside and a short fine leg as Goswami is into Eccleston. Bat raised. And she plays from the crease and pushes out into the offside. A good diving stop by Dipti Sharma at short extra cover. Prevents any runs. The score remains 166 for 6 in the 41st over. I suppose it also, does it give the bearer of the office, vice captain, that sense that you don't just belong but you're senior, you're there with a bit of a pastoral duty as well to the younger players perhaps?
Yeah, and for Eccleston it might now make her realise one day she could be England captain.
Goswami in, that's pushed back to Goswami by Eccleston off the front foot. A full straight ball again, as so many have been in this spell. 1 ball left in Goswami's 10th and final over. She's been bowled through quite early, I think in part because Harmanpreet would love a wicket, love to break this partnership. With 9 overs after this to go and 2 set batters, England will still have hopes of getting up to around 230, 240 if they can just find a few boundaries at the back end. Goswami in, full again, and then yet strangely pulled out to deep mid-wicket. It looked fuller than perhaps it was, but Eccleston has gone deep into her crease, picked up the single, moved to 23. End of the over. Goswami finishes with a hugely impressive figures of 10 overs. Was it 2 maidens in the end? 1 for 20. And another terrific performance on this champion Indian bowler in her 202nd one-day international. She's just got 2 more to go And then, I say she sailed off into her retirement. I don't know what she's going to do post-career. Is she a coachy type?
Well, they're doing a film about her right this second.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh.
I know a couple of people that went over to Scarborough to be in the Goswami film last week.
Scarborough?
Yep.
Who thought
Get
that the
yourself to
Goswami film...
Barbados. I think it was Scarborough. Let me double check.
I had imagined there'd be a bit more of it filmed in India than Scarborough, but you know... 167 for 6, 41 overs have gone. Rajeshwari Gaikwad back into the attack.
Yep, was Scarborough.
Scarborough.
Yep.
Why not? Eccleston facing, comes down the wicket and gets a thick outside edge which squirts the backward point. They scamper through for a quick single. Sneh Rana doing the fielding.
Sophie Eccleston now on to 27 balls faced, long way from the most balls she's faced in innings. It was in the middle ODI of the Winter's Ashes. She faced 65 balls, batting at number 9 to make 32 not out.
Oh, England must have been in big trouble there when she came in, when the 7th wicket went down.
I remember it being really gritty, a real key innings as well.
Yeah, I remember watching that, getting very tired. Because I was at home. Guy got in and the ball's pushed into the offside, fielded in the covers, but they do get a single because fielders right on the edge of the circle.
Yeah, came in at 68 for 7. England went on to make 129. It wasn't enough.
Really?
And they lost by 5 wickets.
That's a surprise.
Yeah, 129 against Australia in the one-day international. Yes.
Double it is still not enough.
No. Guy got in. Now then, this has been scooped in the air of a thick outside edge by Eccleston. It's going to land safely. And thoughts of 2, though, are abruptly turned down. 1 more to the total. Well, she's unlikely to bat 62 balls, did you say? 65. Well, she'd have to face another 37 of the remaining 51. She's unlikely. Guy got in. Davidson Richards cuts in the gap between point and extra cover out towards the boundary, but there is a fielder out there. 1 more. 171 for 6.
But as we mentioned, our high score is 33 not out, so that's very much on at the moment.
33 not out is very much on. She's on 25 here. And she's on strike. And she's looking to get after Gaikwad, I think. That's gone down the leg side. It's been swept. It's going to run away towards the boundary. Fielder's not going to get there. That is 4 more. And she gets ever closer to her highest test score. It's a loose ball from Gaikwad. Speared down the leg side. And Eccleston latched onto it. Got it to the left of Goswami at short fine leg and to the right of Diol at deep backward square. 175 for 6.
It's another lovely sweep shot from Sophie Eccleston, who's played it incredibly well today. Something we've not seen her play much in the past, but the ball, every time the ball's been angling down the leg side, she just helped it along the way with that sweep shot.
Don't feed the sweep. Gaikwad in again, and this is worked away up to long on. They'll trot through for an easy single. This partnership now has put on an amount of runs that I'm about to calculate. 48. 176 for 6 after 42 overs. Davidson Richards has 28. Eccleston has 30. I think we're just going to call her ADR, aren't we?
Yes.
It takes up too many words.
Davidson Richards is a lot, isn't it?
It's too much.
Or
I mean, what would you be if you were double-barreled?
I need another name to add on.
Yeah.
So where
I
am
mean,
I
either
getting that
your...
from?
Well, presumably, it's Hartley your dad's name.
Oh, so my mum's maiden name was Clark.
Clark Hartley? Or Hartley Clark?
Hartley Clark.
Hartley Clark, I like,
Hartley
actually.
Clark.
Alex Hartley Clark.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Because I don't have a middle name either.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
Shove it in. If I was going to be double-barreled and I followed the same principle, it would be pretty rubbish. I'd be Norcross Wallace or Wallace Norcross.
I like Wallace though.
Wallace I quite like, but Norcross it's a bad name. Dipti Sharma in, and that's cut out to short extra cover. There's no run. It's not a great. My wife refuses to take it, and I totally understand why.
Fair enough.
Because it gets stuck in the back of your nose.
Norcross.
Norcross.
Oh.
Do you know what I mean?
Like no, yeah.
Nor. It's a whining kind of a name. Yeah, I'm thinking of taking her name actually, as it's good.
Wallace.
No, that was my mother's.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's-
Wallace isn't bad.
Would you take hers? What's hers?
Shrimpton. It's good.
Oh
isn't it?
yeah, that's a good one.
Ah, it's
I'd
good.
take that one.
Yeah, defo. Dipti Sharma is in, 176 for 6. And this is slogs out towards deep mid-wicket. It's going to bounce just in front of the fielder. And Pooja Vastrika just get the single. That was nicely struck, but another club on it. so to speak, and it could have gone into the hands of neat mid-wicket, Phil.
Danny Shrimpton sounds like a great night out.
Danny Shrimpton. Yeah. Also, yeah.
From New York.
I feel like a private investigator. Danny Shrimpton. Yeah, good work. Sharma in. That's punched off the back foot. Short extra cover, no run. What would you? Because long, you can do a lot with long. You should be double-barreled. What would yours be, Phil?
Everything.
Standing, something like that. As Sharma is in, that's tossed up a touch and driven up towards long off the front foot by Davidson Richards, just outside the off stump. She moves to 29. Eccleston's on 31, England 178 for 6.
My mum and dad have often joked I was very close to being called Miles.
Miles. Very
Miles
good.
long, which would not have been that amusing, I don't think.
50 partnership is up. That's the ripple of applause you can now hear. A fine partnership it's been too, saving England from 128 for 6. And Dipti Sharma does what Dipti Sharma does, which is annoy us all intensely by pretending that she's going to bowl and then not, because there's nothing this innings needs more than for it to be elongated unnecessarily. She's in once more, and this is big appeal for LBW. Looks out to me and is given. Yes, playing across that front pad is Eccleston, and I don't think she's going to get that highest test score, ODI score. She's thinking about a referral, but I don't think she'll think too long. Well, she has done. Well, this to me looked bang in front. It's not going over the top. It's hit her on the shin. She moved across her stumps, but ADR might be saying, well, we've got to go for it.
Yeah, I think she was persuaded by ADR, wasn't she? Yeah,
ADR then's gone up to her and said, look, we're the in-batters. You might as well go for it. We've got Dean, Cross and Wong to come. You are a capable batter. Might as well just hope that this is going down the leg side, but as we see on the replay, she's deep in a crease, back and across.
Oh no, that's very
probably cannoning into leg stump.
You would think, unless there's inside edge on that. And I don't think there will have been, because Eccleston showed no. Well, she's walking off. She's not even waiting for ball tracking. It may come as an incredible surprise to her to discover she's hit it, but I doubt it. She's walking off with her head looking to the heavens, wondering why she just didn't get some bat on that. She just turned the bat face, went deep into a crease, stayed leg side of the ball followed her, hit her shin height right in front of middle and leg. It's nowhere near the bat, I'm afraid, for her sake. It's hit on the knee roll.
Don't cross the line though, Eccleston. Don't walk off just yet.
Oh really? Umpire Hartley's got an idea here, have you? I would say this is absolutely thudding into the stump. Yes, it is. It's halfway up. I say leg stump, it's really middle and leg. And Anna Harris has once again got it spot on. England lose their 7th wicket. The partnership, the 7th wicket partnership, finishes at 50, and Sophie Eccleston goes for 31. She faced 33 balls. She batted excellently to give England a sniff of something to bowl at, but they're back in the mire now with only 3 wickets in hand and 7.1 overs to go. And Emily Windsor is in the building, having eaten her tandoori chicken. Didn't go for the tandoori chicken, no. It's quite succulent. I'm going to get out of the way. You're going to come back in, and I imagine take us through to the end of the innings after some thoughts from Alex Hartley.
Yeah, Eccleston will be gutted with that. She's just gone deep in a crease and looking to almost pat the ball into the leg side. She's played across the line of it and completely missed the ball, and she knew straight away. She just turned and started walking off, and it was actually ADR that said, hang on a minute, why don't you try and review this? But it was out.
Hello, Alex.
And goodbye.
You had one ball to stick with me, but do you know what? That's fine. You can go.
No, Georgia Ellis has told me to sit back down. There's a ball to go.
Anything could happen. Charlie Dean's come to the crease. There's Deepti Sharma in again, bowls to Dean off the back foot, pushes out to cover. There's a mix-up, and that's hit the stumps. There's an appeal. Now Dino wants to run, and Alice Davidson Richards hasn't run. Wow, that was messy. When I say Dino, I mean Charlie Dean as well. That's gone upstairs anyway for the run-up. This is why you had to stay in the seat,
Yeah,
Alex.
I think I'm going to sit back, relax and watch this, to be honest. I can't believe how I wanted to get off air. ADR looked like she was back and safe, but Deepti Sharma looked convinced.
In just in, and she gets up on that note. She's gone, Alex Hartley. But that was a bit chaotic, to start Charlie Dean's innings, let's say that, but she's off the mark. She's on 1. And the score will be 179 for 7. There's a ripple of applause as the not out goes up onto the screen. I bet you enjoyed just watching that rather than having to try and explain that chaos.
Yeah, I'm not the best. That's your job, that is. just come in for the added extras.
Again, though, another wicket falls for England, just as partnerships start to build. We're seeing a lot of spin here. Spin seems to be the way, the hard to hit with that variable bounce. 7 overs to go, 179 for 7. What score do they need here, Georgia?
Yeah, it's similar to the position we were in yesterday, actually, when you were commandeering the back end. So maybe I should be asking you what you think, seeing as that's your area of expertise.
Kaya quad into Dean off the back foot, just guides it past backward point. She gets to a hand to it, but they're going to come back for a couple. They stick to 2. Dean will move to 3, 181 for 7. Now you're paid for this, Georgia, today. I'm paid to, as you said, to say what I see.
Well,
I'll give you the hard questions.
All right, look, I think if they can get to somewhere around 220, they'll feel like they've got something to bowl at.
Gaia caught the left arm spinner in, and that's pushed out to mid-wicket. They run the first one hard, but it will just be a single. Dean to 4, 182 for 7.
So yeah, run a ball from here, get some around 215, 220, and I think the way the pitch has played, I've seen so many balls keep low, misbehave. There is turn in the wicket as well. I think England will feel like they've got something to bowl at.
Gaia caught in to Davidson Richards, who pushes it past her, but mid-off's in the circle, so there will be no run.
But it does require another partnership, and like you said, just as England have got partnerships, started to build them, India have found a way of taking a wicket, so it's going to be an important little period here. Big last 6 overs.
It just sounds like yesterday, doesn't it? I thought you were Charlotte Edwards then in the team meeting at the end of the game. Georgia Alvis alongside me, England international, as Gaia caught in, and she's tried to back away to cut that through the offside, but plays it back to her. A dot ball. Davidson Richards on 29. She's played nicely. When England are in trouble, just knocked the ball about and punished any deliveries in her areas. Gaia caught in, and that's worked to mid-wicket. Again, no run. A lot of bat spinning going on from Davidson Richards and at Charlie Dean's end.
Both of these two are big bat twizzlers.
This Gaia quad in past Sue Redfern, bowls off the back foot and punches to mid-wicket again. Another dot ball. That's 44 overs gone, 182 for 7. Charlie Dean, Alice Davidson Richards at the crease. India have bowled tightly here. They fielded well. The batting's Emma Lamb out for 12. Tammy Beaumont for 7. Alice Capsey for 19. Sophia Dunkley for 29. Amy Jones for 3. Danny Wyatt for 43. And Sophie Eccleston for 31. Just picking those wickets up as batters have started to get going really as well. Apart from the openers, all those middle order players and Amy Jones, who unfortunately got a P roller, they got their start, didn't they? It's about capitalising, and you sort of fear if England creep up to a total around that 220. Again, a replay of yesterday. If one batter gets in, Lauren Winfield Hill against us for the Northern Diamonds got in and she got 100, and that's enough when you've got a low total like that. It just takes one player, doesn't it, to go big.
Yeah, one person to anchor that innings. That's what England have been lacking so far in this innings. Somebody that they can just bat around and go about their business, knocking it about, punishing the bad ball. And yeah, just as England have threatened to find that, India have found a way to break the partnership.
Straka coming back into the attack. She's just bowled 1 over for 10 runs so far, and she's coming round the wicket to Charlie Dean. Bowls, and that's driven into the offside. Will be a single. She'll move to 183 for 7. That was an interesting field. They've had some quirky fields for different bowlers today, but this is interesting. Right arm round the wicket to the right-handers. What would be the thinking behind that, Georgia?
Well, it's looking like she's trying to protect one side of the ground.
That's in, that's outside the off stump again. Driven into a vacant cover. Their extra cover was really deep, so they're going to come back for 2 quite comfortably. But that's just too easy, isn't it?
Yeah, it does seem to be huge gaps. We've got 3 fielders on the leg side in the ring, so short fine, and then almost 2 square legs in the ring. It's, very strange, but I think Alice Davidson-Richards is noticing that she's trying to bowl it wide and is moving herself wider.
Harmonbury Court is so straight as well. She's almost behind the pitch at long off. As Davidson-Richards hits, and that's beat cover. Again, will just be a single to Davidson-Richards. She moves to 32, but I suppose they're happy with singles at this stage, but it's quite bizarre. Deep backward point and a deep cover on the offside, a third and an extra cover in the ring, a long off that's almost behind the non-striker, and she's bowling round the wicket. And this is an experiment for sure. She's in and bowls, and that's pushed into the offside again. Same result to that extra cover fielder for a single. Dean to 6. 187 for 7.
Yeah, it's an obvious field for a wide Yorker, a wide full delivery. But you think if there was a short boundary on one side, you'd definitely say, yep, this is a really good tactic. But I just don't see the need to take the stumps out of the game for the Indian bowlers.
She's in again, same result, but this time it's hit hard. Deep backward point. Deepti Sharma's got to come round, but she does well. Keeps it to a single. Davidson-Richards to 33. And you just sort of, especially to Dean, she's faced 5 balls. If you're taking the stumps out of her game, and you're almost giving her freebies because of such big gaps. There's big gaps either side of the wicket.
I completely agree with you. I think it's such a defensive plan.
As that's in, same result again, but that's guided nicely by Charlie Dean. I think that's going to race away for 4. It was full. She dug it out, and that's her first boundary. She moves to 10, 192 for 7. And this plan just doesn't seem to be working for India.
No, it's a very strange decision to implement that wide Yorker plan. I think India have bowled so nicely for the first 44 overs of this game that they really don't need to do anything too different. And like we've just spoken about, if you're taking bowled and LBW out of the equation by bowling so wide, it just frees up the arc and the arms of the batters. And I really don't understand why they've gone to it.
Yeah, 10 off the over in the end and a run off every ball in the over.
We've actually had a cake delivered to us, a chocolate and beetroot cake from Jacob. We have a lovely message here, but with the spinner on I don't feel like I can get through it, but I want a slice of that's for sure. Jacob, thank you very much. He's at the back of our commentary box and I will read it when I've just got a little bit more time. The timing's going to be key here, so we've got 5 overs left.
We need Deepti Sharma on, don't we?
Yeah. As Gaikwad in bowls, that's hit upish, but only to extra cover. Will be no run, and the ball's given back to the bowler. Jacob has delivered. I feel like that's just the pick me up we need.
Absolutely.
I can't wait to be off air. All the food always comes when we're on air. As Davidson-Richards pushes that past mid wicket for a single up to long on. She'll move to 34. 193 for 7. Gaikwad again poises herself, left arm round the wicket to Dean. That's on leg stump line, and she pushes it past the mid wicket in the circle. She'll get a single. She'll move to 11. 194 for 7. Dean's played quite nicely here. We've seen her at the Viper. She can be quite fidgety, but she's just got going. And I think India have allowed her to do that with the lines they've bowled. But Gaikwad into Davidson-Richards, a reverse paddle. There's no one behind square. The fielder's chasing after it as it runs down the hill. Good manipulation of the field again, and they come back for a couple. She moves to 36, 196 for 7.
Yeah, clever from Alice Davidson-Richards. Very good at manipulating the field, picking the gaps and running down the hill. So even though there's not that much pace to work with from Gaikwad, she can still pick up 2.
Gaikwad in, and this time punch, but only finds mid-wicket, so it's a dot ball. A rare dot ball at the moment. England getting ever closer to that 200 mark. They've battled away throughout. There's Gaikwad to Davidson, Richards bowls. That reverse paddle again, but she's got this one a little bit more. The fielder's got a little bit more work to do. As it runs down the hill, she does well. Dean wanted 3. She said yes before she'd even looked. And Davidson Richards said absolutely not. So that's 46 overs gone, 198 for 7. And I'm going to read this lovely message from Jacob. Greetings. Around this time last year, a courgette cake was delivered to Test Match Special commentary team. Inspired by this, I've baked you some chocolate and beetroot cake. Excluding the part where I discovered I'm allergic to beetroot, it was a surprisingly successful bake. Your work provided radio coverage of cricket is very much appreciated, so thank you very much. Enjoy the match, Jacob. That's so lovely of Jacob, but I do worry about this allergic reaction. Especially if you're eating it next to him, Dan.
I've had a little bit very, very good. My unsophisticated palate, I knew there was chocolate, didn't spot the beetroot, so chocolate beetroot, fascinating, lovely.
Curveball, we love a curveball in the cake. I can't wait for my slice, that's for sure.
Well, I hope for your sake it doesn't have any cherries in it.
Yeah, well, we've discovered a rare cherry allergy, and I've actually, of myself, and had to have an EpiPen for a cherry allergy. That's just bizarre, but anyway, 198 for 7, 4 overs to go. Charlie Dean, Alice Davidson, Richards at the crease. And we're going to see Deepti Sharma come into the attack from the sea end. Still a breeze out there, still seagulls flying. The Sharma in to Dean, and that's worked into a vacant mid-wicket for a single. There's now 3 fielders out on the leg side and no mid-wicket in stopping the single, so it's the easy option, 199 for 7.
And runs are flowing now, aren't they? I think we can get up to 230.
Sharma into Davidson Richards again into that vacant mid-wicket, but she's hit that hard down the hill. The fielder at long on comes round and does well. I don't know about you, Georgia, but for me here, that's the applause of a sold-out Hove crowd, because 200 is up for England in the 47th over. I feel like to Dean, I would like to see a mid-wicket in play, as Deepti Sharma at the top of her mark bowls, and that's cut, but only finds the cover fielder, the ring of fielders on the offside. I just feel like to Davidson Richards, yeah, fine, have 3 out, but try and get Charlie Dean to play a paddle or a reverse, because that will get you the wickets, which we've seen throughout the innings stems the run flow. The Sharma in bowls outside the off stump. This is cut, but fielded well at cover. They run through for a quick single. She's hit that hard, Dean, off the back foot. She'll move to 13, 201 for 7.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think, especially because if Charlie Dean went to those ramps and paddles, she'd be trying to hit them up the hill. So very little pace to work with, and then going up the hill as well, you don't get your value for those sorts of shots.
She uses her feet, Davidson Richards, but whips it into the leg side for a single. She moves to 40, 202 for 7. Sharma just poised again, towel hanging from her trousers, fluorescent orange circles on her boots, and number 6 on her back. Comes in to Dean, that's outside the off stumper, play and miss outside. She tried to work that through that ring of fielders on the offside, but doesn't pay off. 18 balls to go, 202 for 7. And Davidson, Richards and Dean having a conversation in the middle, hands on hips. The England players in the dressing room. Sophia Dunkley having a coffee, getting ready to field.
Easy one with her pads on. She'll be itching to get out there. We know clean strike of the ball she is. She'll be saying, let me out there, let me go and try and hit some sixes. Get that run rate up. And I think out of the 2 sides, India will be the happiest. But having said that, runs on the board and a wicket that is starting to misbehave, England won't feel out of the game at all. And yeah, if we can get up to 220, 225 from these last 3 overs, and going with a bit of momentum, that always helps.
Georgia Alwis alongside me, England international. Plenty of experience in 50 over cricket. As Magnus into the attack, and that's worked into the leg side. Will be a single. She's bowled really nicely for me. 1 for 26 off her 9 overs, Phil. Yeah, he's given me the 6 overs. 6 overs. Is that correct?
I thought you said Dipty, sorry.
Oh.
Sorry.
We're boring Phil, Georgia.
7th over, look. 7th.
There's Meghna Singh in. Dean goes for a ramp down the hill. That's hit to Goswami. He doesn't get there. He's gone under her. And Dean comes back for the second. Good diving effort forward from Goswami. She's got a long way to get down. And she's back up on her feet. But that's 2 runs to Dean. She moves to 15. 205 for 7.
Poor Goswami, that's a long way down, isn't it? Bowled a big 10 over spell. He did well to make the ground, really, but it never looked like catching it.
Charlie Dean on strike then again. There's Meghna Singh in, and that's a thick outside edge. That's going to run away down the hill, and I think that's going to go for 4. Yes, it does. India just leaking runs here at the back end of this innings. And Dean and Davidson Richards are putting together a total that could be defendable. 209 for 7.
Yeah, that's it. The danger. Back in, the batters are going to swing, and lovely placed. Expertly placed, the outside edge, runs away down the hill, and
love that shot.
I mean, it's 4 in the scorebook, isn't it?
I love that shot here at home, actually. Just down the hill, there's no better shot, is there?
Thick outside edge.
Meghna Singh into Dean, and that's back down the pitch. Will be no run. I also feel like, again, this field to Dean, they've got a long off. If Charlie Dean is hitting Meghna Singh over mid-off, up this hill, that is an unbelievable shot, surely.
Yeah, I think it's the wrong field. She's bowling slower balls. You can understand those out on the leg side, but not that long off fielder.
Singh in again and worked out towards a deep mid-wicket for a single. Dean moves to 20 off just 15 deliveries, so handy innings from her so far. 210 for 7. Dean will be happy with this. I feel like she's not had a chance because England's top orders have been batting well. It should be nice for her to contribute with the bat because we know she can do it. We've seen her do it at domestic level. She had the opportunity today as Meghna in again, and that's outside the off stump. They're appealing for a caught behind. Just the bowler. And it's a dot ball. And that's the end of the over. 2 overs remain. 210 for 7 England.
Yeah, and a good little partnership formed here between these two. Dean has been busy as she's come to the crease and joined Alice Davidson Richards out there. They've run well. They've hit the ball in funny areas, and Dean on 20 off just the 15 deliveries, so she has really added a bit of impetus into the back end of this innings. With 2 overs to go, 12 deliveries. What can England get here?
230's on now, I feel. If these two are still busy, they find a way to hit through this ring field. There's quite a big gap between backward point and third man, and there's 4 fielders in a circle there, so your fielders out, a long off, long on, mid-wicket and square as Sharma in, and that's worked past her. She diving effort on those old wickets. It's got her hurt. She's got dust all on her now. Brushes it off for 211 for 7. Dean on 21. That open space on the leg side. A ring of fielders on the offside as Sharma into Davidson Richards, who advances, uses her feet and hits out towards mid-wicket. Dean runs the first one hard, but it will just be a single. Davidson Richards looks like she's a bit frustrated there. She's trying to find those boundaries now, but Sharma varying her pace. That slowness we've seen is so tricky to hit here today. Sharma into Dean again, who backs away but pushes it back to her for a dot ball. 212 for 7. Dean resets, walks back to the umpire, and poises herself in a crouch position to go again as Sharma in, and that's pulled out into the onside. Deep mid-wicket does the fielding again, so it's just a single. Dean to 22, 213 for 7.
Charlie Dean moves on to a highest ODI score there.
Well battered, Charlie.
Yeah. Very good from her.
Sharma into Davidson Richards, who advances. She's hit that hard, and that's 1 bounce 4. Fantastic shot that from Davidson Richards. There will be a wait as the umpires confirm if that's 4 or 6. Just under us, I think. That went for 4. Davidson Richards finds herself on 46 off 57, and the score 217 for 7.
It's lovely aggression that from Alice Davidson Richards, using her feet and hitting that pocket. It's just bounced inside the boundary rope, which is a shame because it was a shot that deserved a 6. Beautifully struck.
How's Sharma going to respond here then? She advances again, she misses it, and the keeper misses it as well. That would have been a stumping chance for Davidson Richards, and they come back for a couple. This will be signalled 2 byes. And that's a shame from India. They've been so good in the field all day, but they've let it slip at the end here. 219 for 7. 6 balls remain then, so 1 over to go. 2:30 still on.
They'll have to go some this last over, won't they? But you fancy 11 off the last over. If it was a 1 over shootout, you'd think, yeah, I can get 11, and I think that'll be the number that Charlie Dean and Alice Davidson Richards will have in their head, just to try and get as many as they can, and they're going to have pace on the ball. Meghna Singh is going to finish up.
Phil?
Yeah, Charlie Dean now 22 not out. We mentioned it was her high score. Previous high score was in the World Cup final when she made 21 in Christchurch against Australia back in April.
Meghna Singh then into Dean, who gives herself room, and she's tried to swing that onto the leg side. Square legs in the circle, but she misses. She's laughing out there. She's going hard at that one. 5 balls remain then.
I don't think it's a bad option. She's got a square leg inside the circle. She knows Meghna Singh is going to be bowling full. Really, she just needs to get some bat on ball.
Singh then in down the hill, and that's worked out towards mid-wicket. She advances down the pitch, so it's just a single. Over to Alice Davidson Richards, who's on 46 not out. 220 up for England. She really has played a handful innings here for England. Finds herself on 46. As the game's just slowing. Singh in again. It's gone for a paddle. She misses. She's trying to go down the hill. There are 2 fielders inside the circle, but another dot ball in this final over.
Yeah, and it's a good option. I think a pace on the ball, getting the ball to go down the hill, and she is so good at the ramps and the paddles, but Meghna Singh's just followed her there outside the off stump and made it difficult for her to get any connection on.
Fielders out again, all in front of the bat. The Singh in again. That's a good delivery. That's worked into the onside, and that will be 4 runs. Alice Davidson Richards finds herself with a 50 and a big smile on her face. She's enjoyed that one, and so do her England teammates. That's a fantastic knock from Alice Davidson Richards. The crowd on their feet applauding, and she enjoyed that moment, and England richly needed that innings from her. 224 for 7.
Yeah, she's played fantastically well. She's come in a calm head and steadied the ship, and the backbone of this England innings.
There's Meghna in again, and that's an appeal for a stumping. I think that will be sent upstairs by Anna Harris. Yes, it will.
Just very quickly, while they check that, Alice Davidson Richards, a maiden ODI 50 to go with her maiden Test 100 early on in the summer.
What summer she's having, and I think she's got an opportunity in this side. Probably had Nat Siver, Heather Knight been available, she probably wouldn't be making that start in 11 or in more contention not to be, but she's really made her name for herself again this summer. She obviously played for England previously and found herself outside the side. So we just watched the replay, and her foot looks grounded, so will be given not out. But it's been a really interesting summer for her.
Yeah, and I think that's what England need to do, is build up a bank of players who they know can come in and perform at that level, and will have the experience and the confidence to do it. And say Catherine Brunt missing from this lineup as well. But I think ideally moving forward, looking to the next World Cup, they'll want a squad depth of 20 to 25 players who they can rely on to come in and perform. I think we saw the depth that Australia had with 3 or 4 of their frontline players missing out on the World Cup, and they had the depth underneath to come in and replace them with like-for-likes who performed at the highest level as well. So England will be looking to do a similar thing, and in Alice Davidson-Richards they found a very competent all-rounder.
Not out given then, and cover comes into the circle and a deep square leg now as Singh bowls. That's down the leg side, a good dive from the keeper to prevent that going for 4, but they come through for a single. That'll be given wide, so that'll be 2. That's a good bit of work from the keeper. Bhatia stood up to the stumps. 224 for 7. Got 1 ball left. She has to bowl that one again. Dean's on strike. Megna at the top of her mark. In again, bowls. Dean advances and gets a thick outside edge, but a fantastic diving stop at backward point. Harleen Duel prevented what would have been a 4, but that's the end of the innings then. Dean finishes 24 not out. Alice Davidson-Richards, fantastic innings from her on 50. 227 for 7. India need 228 to win. And what do you think of that score in the end then, Georgia?
Yeah, I think probably 20 runs less of what they would have wanted, but we've said this pitch is playing up. There's been a few that have kept low, 2 dismissals. The England batters Amy Jones and Sophie Eccleston had deliveries that kept low, so and they'll definitely feel like they're in with a chance. England spinners, they've got Sophie Eccleston, who's the #1 bowler in the world, Charlie Dean, who does get a lovely amount of turn and drift and flight the way that she bowls. So England will feel like they've got an opportunity here. It is very much in the balance, but sometimes when games are in the balance, it really makes you switch on and really have to fight for that win.
Yeah, England 164 for 6 at the end of 40 overs, so 63 runs there coming off the last 10 overs gets them up to 227.
Yeah, and I think they're in the game, aren't they? And the Indian players now huddling, some words from Harmanpreet about how she wants her team to go about this, because that little momentum shift can also really help. India were right on top for 40 overs. And that little innings, that little partnership at the end, Sophie Eccleston came out, played her shots. And Dean, 24 not out of 21 at the end. If I run through the scorecard quickly, Emma Lamb, she got 12. Tammy Beaumont, 7. Sophia Dunkley, 29. Alice Capsey, 19. Danny Wyatt, 43. Amy Jones, 3. Davidson-Richards, 50 not out. Sophie Eccleston, 31. And Charlie Dean, 24 not out. Phil, the bowlers' figures, do you have them for me?
I can give those to you. Yeah, Julan Goswami, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20. Meghna Singh, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 42. Gaikwad, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 40. Pooja Vastraka, expensive, 2 overs, 0 for 20. Sneh Rana, 1 for 45 from 6. Deepti Sharma, 2 for 33 with 1 maiden off her 10 overs. And Harleen Duel, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25. Just very quickly, that partnership at the end, unbeaten 49.
Phil, ask the question, how many people in this commentary box have not yet eaten their food, eaten their lunch?
Oh, you'd like that number?
Yes. How many? Looking around, how many people in this room now have not had the chance or the opportunity to have their food yet?
I'm going for 1.
Yeah, and who might that poor soul be,
I'd
Phil?
rather not say, but he's about to eat in a moment.
Yes, and what a man, Phil. What a man. Thank you very much. Because you wouldn't want to get, it's lovely food, but you wouldn't want to get it all over those lovely sheets of paper there. Cheers, Evanes.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you very much. Okay, we're in the interval, and that's all I'm popping up for, folks. And then Dan Norcross will be back with you in just a few moments' time. We've got an interesting little feature here right now, though, for you, because this summer has been notable for so many things, but certainly for several younger players, such as Lauren Bell, Izzy Wong, Freya Kemp, and Alice Capsey making their breakthroughs into the England side, and giving us a glimpse of what the future could look like. Now we sent one of the more senior players, Kate Cross, to have a chat with them.
I'm Freya Kemp.
Hi, I'm Lauren Bell.
Hi, I'm Alice Capsey.
I'm Izzy Wong.
Hi, I'm Kate Cross, the grandma of the group. Ready? If you could all sum up being in the England environment now, like you can use one word, two words, how would you all feel about it?
What was the word? Exuberant? Was that a word?
That's not a word, so we can work it out though.
I used this word yesterday and it really...
Exuberance.
Because there's so much youth in the side, he said you can show exuberance.
Yep, that makes sense.
So that's my word.
Exuberance. She doesn't know what it means, but that's her word. Great. Follow that, Capsy. Has it been what you thought it would be playing for England?
Yes and no. It's been like the same excitement and like buzz around it as I thought it would be, but I thought that I would feel more pressure, but I've actually felt it's been nice because everyone's welcomed us in, and like I've felt really backed, and I kind of thought I'd feel more pressure, so no, it's been nice in that sense.
Okay. Wongster?
I'd say it's felt a bit more like clear. I think we've all gone from playing in the 100 where there's so much else going around and there's so much kind of focus on other things, that actually to kind of come back and it's just like, we're just going to play cricket, we're going to try and play good cricket. That's quite nice, like you can just focus on it.
So we're all enjoying it basically.
Yeah. It's been great.
Amazing. I mean, so I'm sat here today because I'm a grandma. And
Congratulations.
Thank you. When I made my debut, like back in 2013, I don't even know if half of you had been born yet. So that's.
Yeah, of course I had.
She was celebrating a 10th birthday party at the time.
8 actually.
Was it?
I was going to say I was 10 at the time.
Oh, I was exaggerating.
Yeah, I was 9.
Wow. But for you girls, it's actually pretty incredible. You've come into women's cricket at such an exciting time. At what point, we'll start with you, Belly, at what point did you think I'm going to be a professional cricketer?
Well, I remember when I was younger, like playing like county cricket, the only way you could be a professional was to play for England. And I was like, that would be cool. But I was like, but it might not happen. If it doesn't happen, then that's like, it is what it is. But then as I got to like, well, about your age maybe, like 16, 17, there were started to come rumours of like regional contracts. And I was like, okay, this is becoming more of an idea. And then it wasn't until like, it was my second year at uni, so I was 19, that was when there were like regional contracts, and I was like, okay, I could be a professional cricketer here. And then it started to become like I didn't have to have another job and I could just play cricket, and that was when it was quite cool. But obviously you're a couple of years younger than me and you're already a professional, so that's quite cool.
Yeah, I think the last 2 years for me has been a bit weird because I've been injured and stuff, so I don't think I thought it until probably this year.
Were you ever sat in like a biology class at school thinking, I don't need to do this because I'm going to be a professional cricketer?
Not really, because...
So you've always put study... Because I had to put study first because I couldn't be a professional cricketer when I was your age.
I think it's good to have like grades behind you, I guess. I don't know.
I'm not your mum, you don't have to like... you don't have to give me the right answers.
Yeah, I know, I think I've always tried quite hard at school, but yeah.
What about you, Wangi?
I was a bit like, I think by the time, I'm quite similar to Belly in like our age, so like, you know when you're little and it's like, what do you want to be when you grow up? And it's like, I want to be a princess. And it's like, you get to a stage where you want to be a princess? Surely not. You know what I mean? And it's like people saying like, oh, I want to be an astronaut, and it's like, you don't really. And then like, you kind of get to like an age where you realise that you actually have to like get a job that gives you money so you can like eat and stuff.
We were the same though, and I went to uni and I was like, no, Wongy, cricket, we need to go to uni. And I went to uni and you were like, no, I'm going to play cricket. And I was like, this girl, like, we've got to go to uni
15,
here.
I was like, I sat down with my teachers at school, they were like, what do you want to do? And I was like, I want to play international cricket. And they were like, okay, cool, we'll support you in the same way that we'd support someone who wants to do medicine at uni. Like, if that means that we are less strict with you as opposed to like homework, it means like we'll help you get to training and stuff, then so be it. Like we'll try and make that happen as long as you put the work in.
That's pretty cool actually, isn't it, to have that support from your school? Did they have a women's cricket team at your school?
Yeah, they did, yeah.
Did anyone not play cricket at school?
No, I played for the boys though. There wasn't women's where I played. But
do you play at school?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I had a rounders team, so I didn't have
But
anything.
you tore that up.
Yeah, good rounders player.
That's why they were like big hit.
they literally were, and then I learned the reverse, and everyone had to like send it. Yeah. Anyway, guys, it's not about me. It's not about me. In terms of like cricketing and sporting role models, then who we're looking at, like what kind of era are we at with that?
I feel like for most of us cricketing wise, we probably actually grew up watching Brunty, like running in.
Funny, I've got Catherine Brunt written down here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone? Any different?
yeah.
Any
Yeah.
Kate crosses?
Yeah, Kate Cross is my
Come on. Oh, that's embarrassing. But right, okay. Then what's it been like having a dressing room, sharing a dressing room with them?
Probably.
I'd say that our debut was pretty special.
Yeah.
In the test match.
I feel like it was a special day for all four of us, though.
Yeah, it was.
Like, I feel like it was as special for Catherine and Anya to give us our caps as it was for us to receive them, and that's quite a big deal because, like, that's probably one of the best days of my life.
Yeah.
That felt a little bit like the baton was
It
being
was
handed
big
down,
time,
didn't
like,
it?
baton, yeah.
So, for a bit of context, you had Anya presenting you your test cap, and Catherine presented you your test cap, and it was pretty emotional, wasn't it?
Catherine cried.
Catherine cried. I think we were all crying, and then we were like, "Oh God, we've got 4 days of cricket to play. This
My
is
mum
mad."
cried.
Of course she cried. Of course she cried. On the flip side of that, what's it been like playing against them in the 100 and Rachel Hayhoe and Charlotte Edwards?
Catherine got me out for a duck in my first ever game for the Central Sparks.
She definitely gave you a send-off as well.
She gave me a massive send-off and my off stump was out the ground. Like a very slow walk back. It was quite demoralising, actually. I thought maybe this isn't the career for me. I should have worked harder. Should have gone to more lessons.
Have you got any like standout moments about playing against someone that you looked up to?
Probably this year in the 100, because obviously I shared a dressing room previously, like in the Com Games and T20 with Catherine. Going into actually facing her, it was quite weird because obviously I didn't want to get out, but also I wanted to play like the match and the situation, so it was a bit weird. But yeah, kind of that kind of battle, and like that she's the best bowler, I think, in the world, and like to even be sharing a dressing room and then to be able to play against her, it's a bit weird but surreal at the same time because like you're almost putting yourself up to her.
And she's done it for so long as well. I think that's the thing that's like she's the best in the world now, but she has been for like, I mean, what year were you born?
2005.
I mean, she made her debut in 2004, so she's been the best in the world the whole time.
Like 10 days.
Like you guys have been alive.
When I was 10 days old.
That's mad, isn't it? How crazy is that?
She actually couldn't be here to do this interview because she doesn't know how technology works. That's how old Catherine is. So like you've had Anya as your captain in the 100 this summer. Like what kind of things do you take from someone who's got that much experience?
Yeah, we're so lucky. Like she's so great, and I think one of the best things about Anya is hopefully she's done everything that I would want to do in my international career, and like she just knows, like she knows exactly how I feel. And, like we called her the night before the T20 match on the Tuesday, and I was expecting like a 5-minute chat, like Anya, we just need a bit of Anya. Like we always, in the 100, we'd always go, we need some Anya time, and we'd go to Anya and like get some Anya time. And I was like, I need some Anya time, so we called her. I was expecting like a 5-minute chat, and we know Anya doesn't chat that much. We couldn't get her off the phone. She was on the phone for about 45 minutes. Honestly, it was so great though. Like she's just like so supportive. Like she just wants to pass on everything she knows to like us two, and like we're so lucky that like she's like gives us that time. Like it was her day off, and she didn't need to like give us that much, but she was just like chatting us through the Indians, like what's worked for her in the past, and it was just it was so great.
So Kempi, if you could summarise that phone call, what has Anya said to you then? What are you taking into the game that she said to you on the phone?
It was motivational, actually. Yeah? Really motivational.
Give us a taste.
She just said, back yourself. Back your plans.
Motivational.
Yeah. She's like, doesn't matter what happens.
I think that's the thing, though. Like, you girls have got to remember that you are here because you've played in the 100, you competed in the 100, you've done well in the 100, and that is almost a level of cricket that is as good as international. Like, sometimes the crowds are better than international cricket. So you've been there and done it. So coming into international cricket should feel easy.
I feel we're quite fortunate because I feel like it's when we do go on to play international, it's almost like you can fall back on that. Whereas I think like for people like yourself where that wasn't in place, to actually be at the top of your run-up and look at Smriti Mandhana and think like potentially the last cricket you played was county cricket. Yeah. I think the difference there is quite big, so we're quite lucky that we can actually fall back on that experience.
Literally, when I was 14, I didn't know there was an England women's cricket team. I played county cricket and I bowled at Charlotte Edwards, and I didn't know that she was the England captain. Like, that was how little there was about women's cricket. I just loved playing cricket and wanted to do it as much as I could, and like an opportunity was an opportunity. But like you girls getting to play, like playing in front of 15,000 people every game at Edgbaston is mad.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. And like, even I think the momentum from the 100 going into the Commonwealths was really quite
I don't know, it's quite special, I thought. Like, what were there, 20,000 people at that semi-final against India? That's, like, you played in front of 20,000 people at Edgbaston. Like, how many people can say that?
That is pretty cool. Completely left field now, we're moving on. You're going on holiday together, and everyone gets to bring...
Is this funded?
Yeah. Catherine Brunt's funding it for us. Everyone gets to bring a +1. Who from the England squad are you taking and why? And it cannot be the same answer. Kempy, you can go first.
Oh, God. Who am I taking?
Is she allowed to say me? Because I'm already friend.
Did we get that? If you need to say Belly.
Well.
No, okay, you don't have to take me.
Okay, I'm not
She's taking the coach, Lisa Kitely.
Yeah, of course.
Right,
obviously. Who am I taking? I'm taking Danny because she's funny.
Okay, nice. Danny Wyatt.
Danny Wyatt because she's funny.
The boosh. I'm gonna take the boosh.
And take the boosh and leave her there.
Entertainment value and just play boosh watch.
Yeah, nice.
See what she's doing. Yeah, the boosh.
Eccles.
You've got a little...
My double.
You've made a little friendship with Eccles, which I found funny because me and Soph have got like 7 years between us, and I think that can be seen as quite a strange friendship because how often do you have someone who's friends like... But now that's the same for you and her. That age gap is the same. So now she's like hopefully passing on everything I've given to her onto you.
Both looking after each other.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll take K-Cross.
Nice. Moving back to debuts and com games. It's been a massive summer for you all. Like you've all made. So you made your T20 debut, Test match, ODI, T20. Has it been a dream come true?
Yeah, 100%.
Definitely.
I mean, you can't say no at this stage, actually, can you?
I still wanted to be a princess.
I'll buy you a dress.
Okay. We'll go dress shopping.
All right, so everyone talk me through the moment that you found out you're making your debut. What happened?
Okay, I was in the gym at Loughborough and Lisa couldn't be in a row on her own with me. Because I don't know why, because I
Again, we'll just put a bit more context behind that. You are under 18.
Because I'm under 18, Lisa couldn't be in a room on her own with me. So Julie, the psych, was there, and then she just told me. And then,
excitement? Anything? Yeah. Was there anything?
Exciting.
She just said you're playing?
Yeah, she's like, well done, you're making your debut.
Okay.
And then,
mine was obviously when we were in the test match squad, and this test match, the build-up had been quite long. Like we'd had to wait for the actual squad to be picked, which I was like, oh, I don't know. And then there was like a whole week of training, which was cool, but it was just waiting for the actual team to come out. And then we found out 2 days before, didn't we? And she I got the call to come and see her, so I was like, this is when I'm going to find out. And she just sat there and looked at me like this, and she was like, I was like, you okay, Lisa? And she was like, yeah, how are you? And I was like, yeah, I'm good. And she was like, so we've looked at the pitch. And,
she strung out for
yes.
Oh, no.
And she was like, we've looked at conditions and we're just going to have to go with what suits the conditions. And she was like really playing, trying to tell me why I wasn't picked. And she was like, and we're going to go with you. And I was like, Lisa, and she was like, I really enjoyed that. And I was like, you got far too much excitement out of that.
Was Julie there as well, or were you allowed to be in a room on your own
I'm
with her?
21, so yeah, I got to be on my own.
That was fun. Nice.
Mine was pretty similar.
Nice. Julie there as well. Under 18, yeah.
Mine was quite strange because I wasn't in the test match squad originally.
Of course not,
I had a call 3 days before the test saying, MR lot's got long COVID, we're going to add you to the squad just as backup. Just to keep all options covered. So I'd gone the whole week being I'm not playing this test match. We'd had 90 over days in the field where I've been fielding for a test match that I just didn't think I was going to play in. It was good fun, but on over 85 I was kind of a bit I'm tired now.
Tired now.
Tired now, yeah.
I got added to the squad. I was like, oh, that's quite cool. I've been in it, that's my first squad. I'm quite happy with that. And then I got a call, must have been 2 days before, from Lisa. They're like, can you come for a chat? And I was walking to the room, I was she's going to send me packing up the M5. We don't need you anymore, you can go home, put your feet up. And then she strung it out for a bit, and then, told me I was going to play, which is pretty cool.
So your test match debut first, that's pretty special, actually,
it was cool, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really, really cool.
Not many people can say that they've made their test match as a woman as their first debut either.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty cool.
I think it was quite a nice, like, ease in.
Just a 4-day game of cricket.
Just 4 days.
Ease in.
Like, it kind of goes over 4 days, and it's just like, I don't know, it's just a bit longer. Like, the ball, you get a bit more out the ball, you get a bit more out the pitch, so
What
it makes
I
you feel
found
good about
mad
yourself.
was that we were making our debut in a format we'd never played in our lives.
Yeah.
Like, I was playing for England in a game of, like, I'd played cricket, but I'd never played that cricket before, and I was like, this is crazy. That
I actually saw you at one point on day 2, I think, and you were painting your nails in the dressing room. Like, you hadn't even got out your training kit. It was a batting day. You didn't need to do anything.
It was great. Yeah, that was a good day actually. I didn't get out and put my kit on all day on day 2.
We had that mini collapse, didn't we?
Oh, yeah, we had to
ADR
get...
went in with Nat,
Yeah.
and I panicked and put my whites on and my spikes on just in case it kept going.
Yeah.
And then they started doing really well, so I spent like half of day 2 in my whites and my spikes.
Yeah, we're not superstitious at all,
Because
are
I
we?
wasn't allowed to move.
Who did you tell first when you found out you were making your debut?
I told my boyfriend, I told Max he was in Taunton, and I like ran back to the hotel room. I was like this. Yeah.
And you actually put some men's test match cricket on to do some homework, didn't you?
I did homework. There was a men's test match on, which I love cricket and I always watch. But I watched the men's test match, and then we came out for the bowlers meeting, and I was like, Crossy, you'll never guess what. And you were like, what? And I was like, just done my homework. I was watching.
Watch 45 minutes of test cricket. I know what I'm doing now.
I'm ready to go for tomorrow.
Who did you in, Kempy?
My mum and dad. Well,
Nice.
my mum, and then she told my dad.
Nice. Mum and dad.
Mum and dad. I rang my girlfriend Katie, and then my mum and dad. Yeah.
Nice. Did anyone do anything fun to celebrate making a debut? You slept for 12 hours after the first day, didn't you? You bowled 17 overs in the day.
I slept for a long time, yeah.
So nothing's fun. I mean, they're all underage anyway. You can't celebrate too much.
I had the same burger for dinner every night of that test match.
For any reason?
Well, I did it the day before the test match, and then I got a wicket, so I was like, well, it must have been the burger. So then I had it the next day, and obviously nothing went wrong for me on day 2, so I had it again, and then I had an all right, like, kind of 15-minute period on day 3. I was like, well, it'd be rude not to at this point. And then, so I had the same burger 5 days on the bounce.
This is...
Yeah, it was like a Korean chicken burger.
Imagine if it was terrible
Yeah.
and she had to have it for 4 days running.
And the fries were soggy. Oh, you hate to see it.
Right, we're going to do a bit of scene setting now. It's Saturday the 30th of July 2022. We're at Edgbaston. It's England versus Sri Lanka in what is the first ever England women's cricket match at the Commonwealth Games. Izzy, what was it like to claim 2 wickets in your hometown at the Games? And did you have the same burger?
Don't know. I had pizza. We went out for a pizza.
We went out for
yeah,
okay.
we did. I'm quite superstitious about my pizzas as well, so I like to have
Yeah,
pizza
she
the
really
day for a
is.
game.
Nice.
But
Good
that's
tradition.
pretty cool, isn't it? Like,
Well,
yeah.
you must have been nervous.
I actually don't think I was, because I've played there so much, and everything felt so familiar. Like, even like when we got a meal before the game, it was Karen serving it, and like I just know it's just Karen.
I did see you went into the kitchen and
Yeah.
gave the lady a hug, and I was
She's
like,
lovely.
oh,
Karen, she always looks after you.
Great food at
How
Edgbaston
good.
as well.
Karen and Paul doing the biz. But like, I went for my first Warwickshire trial there when I was 9, so I've just been kind of going to Edgbaston for like over half my life.
Going back to what we were saying earlier, like, that's crazy as well. I don't think I played at Old Trafford until I was 23. Like, you were there at 9. That's
Yeah.
crazy. Right, we've obviously done a lot of talking about how you've all got to where we are today. How do you see the future looking? How do you, like, 10 years' time, what is Freya Kemp doing?
Oh God. Well, hopefully I've played a lot for England, I guess. I don't know.
As opposed to New Zealand. Or...
Yeah, England. Yeah, and played a lot.
Do you see yourself being the Anya Shrubsole on the phone to the next Lauren Bell?
Yeah, I think that would be cool. Yeah, and I'd also like to have gone on a lot of tours to a lot of places. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like that's one of the most exciting things about playing for your country is the travel and where you get to go. And I feel like, yeah, that's so exciting. Hopefully I will have ticked off a lot of countries in 10 years' time.
Capsy, you've already scored a 50 at Lords before you were 18. Like, what else is there to do?
I think playing in different competitions around the world, that would be sick. And just to be a part of different teams and to kind of be in teams with other world-class players from different countries.
What's Izzy Wong doing in 10 years' time, or do I not ask that question?
She's a princess.
I'm a princess. I want to be a princess when I grow up. I'd like to see the game moved on as much as it has in the last 10 years, but I don't know what that looks like because it's moved on so much this last 10 years. So it's a bit scary, isn't it?
It is very scary. Imagine what I was like 10 years ago. Like there was just like you couldn't even imagine the stuff that we've experienced this year. I was 20, so I was at uni. I was just finishing my degree, hoping to go into psychology. I didn't even, professional cricket wasn't a thing then for women. It didn't exist.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
imagine that much in like the next 10 years. It'd be crazy.
Mad.
It's exciting.
Well, amazing. You've all been brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kate Cross.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That was Kate Cross talking to England's quartet of young guns who are coming through the system and have all had a fantastic summer. Many of them are playing today, of course. Alice Capsey and Izzy Wong. Now, are you? I'm joined by Tash Farrant. I don't know if you're on. Say something.
I think
to me.
I am.
You are. You really are. You're there. You're absolutely there, which is marvellous. Marvellous. I wanted to have a chat with you about this because for many years, Phil Long is alongside me, and he's been covering women's cricket for the BBC for many years, longer than me. I did my first game at Wormsley for the BBC in 2014, and there were lots of players playing in that game who sort of stayed in the England team. It was quite a tight-knit bunch, maybe 15-16 players. Georgia Elvis was in that squad or match, I think, in the Wormsley Test match against India. You were in the squad, I think. You were injured, apparently. You were injured, but you were hovering. You were around, and it was like I said, it was a very settled pool of players, and not very many to choose from. And suddenly, over the last few years, as the game has become professionalised, and with the advent of the KSL and then the 100, we're seeing this whole raft of new young players coming through. Lauren Bell as well, of course, who's played this year for England. It's a very exciting time to be watching women's cricket, but also I suppose that is a function, is it, of this greater professionalism? There's just a larger pool of players out there that you're all competing with.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so exciting to see. I think the one thing I would say is that it should be picked on form, however young or old the player might be, and obviously the players that are coming in, the likes of Izzy Wong, Lauren Bell, Freya Kemp, they're young, but it's because they've been performing in the domestic game, in the 100, in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint. So yeah, I think it's so exciting. Obviously, the regions are so important. The structure underneath the international structure is the biggest game changer that has happened in this country over the last few years, and you can see the likes of these girls coming into the England squad now, having a wealth of training behind them, but also having played in the 100 in the biggest stage probably in this country, and they're ready for international cricket. That you see Alice Capsey, she's come in, and in her debut she came in, she hit one of her first balls for 4, and she was ready for international cricket. So yeah, it's brilliant to see, and it's exciting for the game going forward.
Well, with Freya Kemp also becoming the youngest English woman to hit a 50 in any form of international cricket. She was just 17 when she hit that. You mentioned the regional structure. Does that just improve quality? I mean, I remember looking at Heather Knight's performances when she's playing for Berkshire, and you think, oh, there's another 100 for Heather Knight, and then she dug slightly deeper and discovered that perhaps the quality of the opposition wasn't quite there, and there seemed to be this massive gap between the domestic cricket that she was playing and then the international cricket she was playing. And you also found that the depth in batting, that once England had lost 3 or 4 wickets, and once Lydia Greenway was out, the numbers 7 to 11 just didn't bat with quite the same facility that they do now. Now they genuinely bat deep, and this is a function, is it, of part of that regional cricket and playing against the best?
I think it's mostly to do with the regional structure underneath. I think obviously people see the games that the regional girls are playing, but it's actually domestic cricketers in this country didn't really have much training facilities. They didn't have the coaches, they didn't have the funding. They're obviously having to come from work and fit it in around work, whereas now obviously not all the players are professional and it's their priority, but hopefully it will keep increasing every year, and I'm sure there'll be more contracts coming in this year coming. And so it's actually the training that they're receiving, and they're in a professional environment, so it's obviously the cricket, but it's also the gym stuff that they do, being able to chat to sports psychs, being part of a team. Yeah, it's so important, and I think it's working so well. And the more that this country can push the regional structure, it's only going to help the England team going forward.
And at the top of that pyramid, an England player like Alice Capsey, she's 18 years old. She'll have a 100 contract. She'll have an England contract. She'll have a Melbourne Stars contract. I mean, that's actually a living. You can make a living now. I mean, in the past, Charlotte Edwards was barely scraping a living. A chance to shine was sort of there as a means of keeping women playing cricket. You know, the likes of Holly Colvin were retiring early so they could actually have a job and earn some money, because people kind of need that to live.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you're a professional cricketer, and especially if you're an international cricketer, it should be your main form of income, and you shouldn't have to worry about too much else out of it in terms of a job, because it's pretty taxing on the mind. It's obviously a very high pressure situation, and I think what I would say is we can't forget like our roots of women's cricket, like of all the players before us, like Lydia Greenway, Charlotte Edwards, even Rachel Hayhoe Flint,
Betty Snowball.
Yeah, your favourite Betty Snowball. Is that the 5th time?
Not a day goes by without me thinking of Betty Snowball, Tash.
I love it, but I don't think we can forget like the past of women's cricket as well. I think that humbles a lot of players in terms of they've had to work the cricket around other jobs, and they've worked so hard, and the stuff that they've put into women's cricket. So it's a nice balance being humble, but also now actually it's your main job and it's something that you can love, and we're all very lucky to play this brilliant game, but you can just focus on the career, because it's a short career as well.
Well, one woman who's embarking on this career, however short it will be, we do not know, is a woman who said in that interview that when she grows up, she wants to be a princess. Izzy Wong.
Wow.
She's going to bowl the first ball, and she's bowling up the hill. This is interesting to me.
I'm quite surprised by this. She's obviously the quickest bowler in this team, but I'm sure Kate Cross will come down the hill. But you know, Izzy Wong might be able to extract a bit more bounce bowling up the hill. We'll see.
Well, it's going to be Mandana and Verma, this stellar opening pairing, and here is Wong for the first ball of the innings, and it's wide outside the off stump. It swings slightly back, but it goes through very low to Amy Jones, as we saw from Julian Goswami. Phil Long.
Couple of things. England made 227, which means that India will need to score their second best ever chase against England to win this game. And a quick reminder, let me take you back to the 23rd of July 2017.
Oh, now then.
The Lord's Cricket Ground.
It wasn't 227.
Not quite. 228 for 7 that day.
Say, it was close, wasn't it? Wong in, and a thick inside edge from Manda, and she looks to drive on the offside, and the ball just tails back in, slightly quite late, and goes out to deep backward square, where Alice Capsey runs around to do the fielding, and they're underway. India. Smriti Mandana is a glorious player to watch, as is Shefali Verma. Very contrasting styles. Verma, I think, plays the cut shot as well as any person in world cricket, male or female. She just has this wonderful chop on the ball, no follow through at all, just pure timing, which for some reason I find enchanting. And also, I'm quite hopeful that we might get hit here in the box, because we are right behind the bowler's arm. We're just at a decent height for Verma's wallop, as she defends the first ball into the offside. There's no run now. And I've also got a theory about Shefali Verma.
Let's hear it.
Okay, I don't know if it's any good, but if she plays 3 or 4 dot balls, you watch and see if she marks her guard again. Because if she marks her guard and looks down and scrapes away, she'll tee off that ball.
Oh, I like this. Very observant.
It happened quite a bit last year, and it seemed to be a little bit of a tell. Slips in place. Wong runs in, and it's on the pads, but it's flicked away into the offside off a thick leading edge, looking to turn the ball into the onside. And there's been consistent shape away from Wong in this first over.
Yeah, really good here from Izzy Wong. I think obviously we've spoken about the pitch a lot and how we feel like it's quite slow, so she's obviously got her raw pace, but it's nice to see that she's getting the shape away from the right-hander and actually showing us the skills that she has as well as her raw pace. So really great start here from Izzy Wong.
In she goes, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Verma. Oh, thick edge, and it flies into the offside. Again looking to turn the ball into the onside. Verma hasn't learnt that the ball is swinging ever so slightly away from her, and she was very lucky that didn't go to hand. It went between point and cover, just found the gap, and she's off the mark.
I think that's a really good line to bowl to Shafali Verma. Just really gun barrel straight. She likes any width, so she can just flay her hands through the ball. But that's actually pitched on middle stump and nearly caught out at cover.
Lovely ball. Bit of movement there as Wong bowls outside the off stump. It goes through low to Amy Jones. End of a good probing over. 2 from it. 2 without loss. India after 1. Mandana has 1. Shafali Verma has 1. So, yeah, it's just intriguing to see that movement. The other thing I could be intrigued to see is because I haven't seen Wong manage 10 overs that much. Obviously a lot in 4 overs. And in those 4 overs we see a load of variations, don't we? Because each ball becomes an event. Of course, in the 100, it's the only form of cricket in which every ball counts as well. So there, you really do get an event every time. Whereas here in 50-over cricket, no, that was to be too facetious, but it's slightly different, isn't it? You're going to have a bit more conventionality. You're going to bowl more balls in the same place, slightly fewer variations to start with, I would have thought.
Absolutely, and she can relish on that. She can just see how long she can bowl her best ball for. Almost simplifies her game, and that was a great first over, so see how long she can continue that for.
It is Kate Cross down the hill, and first ball is worked into the onside around the pad by Shafali Verma. She's coming in from the Cromwell Road end away from us. It's a very distinctive site, Hove. I remember first watching cricket here back in the 70s. It used to be egg. Do you know about this? There used to be giant eggs all the way around the outfield.
What?
Yeah, I thought you'd say what. Yeah. I will come back to it after this ball.
A real egg?
Well, no, not real. No. This is driven short extra cover. There's no one. No, not like dragon eggs, no. But they were the size of, not that dragons exist, but I'm digressing. Giant eggs, right, on sort of plinths. And there were about 6 of them would have filled. There was like 2 on the onside, 2 on the offside, so to speak, on either side of the ground. I think it's sort of 1 straight. And I'll come back to it in a moment as Cross is in, and down the leg side this will be signalled wide, but it's very close to the off stump, the leg stump, because Verma had moved right across her stumps. A bit unfortunate there.
I think that's harsh. As a fellow bowler, I think she stepped right across her stumps there, and it's only just missed leg stump, and I think if she had stayed in her stance there, Verma, it would have hit her on the thigh pad, so Cross is being hard done by there.
Bowlers have it tough, don't they?
They do.
Comes Cross, and that's flicked in the air, and it's brilliantly caught at mid-wicket. Fantastic catch. There was a good catchable height, but it was wide to Dean's right, and she has flown through the air and caught it two-handed. So excited is Izzy Wong that she's just hurdled over the stumps at the striker's end. It was full, it was on the pads. England had got their breakthrough straight away as Verma turned her wrist on it, flicked it, and Dean had to really make decent ground, a step or two to her right, and then leap and catch two-handed. It was almost behind her, really, actually, when it was behind her when she took the catch, safely pouched. That's a second screamer we've seen in mid-wicket today. Harmanpreet Kaur took the other one, and Shafali Verma is not going to be hitting our window today. She is going to walk off somewhat disconsolately. England have got the early breakthrough they need. India 3 for 1.
Yeah, great catch from Charlie Dean there. She's one of the best fielders in this England side. And she said, if Harmanpreet Kaur can do it, so can I. So great catch there. She made it look easy. Got strong base, covered her ground, and yeah, really good catch. Went with two hands as well, so make sure it was nice and safe.
I like that.
Yeah, I like
You've got two hands. Use them. Use them both. So back to the eggs. So you got these eggs, right? And the idea was, in Sunday league matches, which were 40 overs aside, played throughout the season every Sunday, if you managed to hit one of these eggs, right, while batting, you got a year's supply of eggs. Rock and roll.
Free range, I hope.
Well, I don't know. In those days, people were less concerned about those sorts of things. Perhaps they should have been. As Cross is in, the first ball that Yastik Bhatia faces is flicked away to the onside. It'll be a leg by as it cannons off the pad, picked up by Amy Jones. 4 for 1 India.
What would you estimate to be a year's supply of eggs for you, Dan?
It's a really good question, that. Now, I don't have an egg religiously for breakfast every day, but I would say that most days I would have an egg, especially if I'm
just
in a hotel.
one egg?
As a general rule, I don't like to go over the top, you know.
Wait, you have like one boiled, poached,
Well,
you can't scramble one egg.
You can't scramble one. So no, if I have scrambled eggs, that's when I have it with my wife, and we have 3 between 2. Yes.
I have 3 for myself.
Yeah, but you're an internationally renowned athlete, whereas I'm a lazy middle-aged man who doesn't need to eat too much. So, yes, I'll vary it. I'll have a fried egg sometimes. I'll have a poached egg other times. Very recently, because I'd run out of bread, I had, strangely, a boiled egg the other day.
Oh, I quite like a boiled egg.
I quite like a boiled egg. I don't know why I don't do it more often, as next delivery is defended into the offside by Martin. 2 left-handers at the crease now. So I would reckon, the other day we had an omelette for dinner. I fancied breakfast food twice a day.
Not a 1 egg omelette.
No, 5 eggs between 2. So 2.5. I reckon I had 3.5 eggs that day. I'd say on average.
So how many eggs for a year? 365?
1.5. I think 500 would cover me. As this is pushed into the offside and there's no run. But I'm not a baker. Now you see, my dear late departed mother ended the over 4 for 1 off 2. If she had to have a year's supply of eggs, obviously now it'd be none, but before it would have been, she baked so much. I would think it would be in excess of about 1,000. So I don't quite know whether...
Who would pay for this year's supply of eggs?
Well,
Sussex County Cricket Club?
No, I think they were sponsored by a local egg manufacturer. And it's the 1970s, so I can't remember the name of the... Do you remember the name of the egg company?
Isn't it egg manufacturer chicken?
Well, there's that. Yeah. But all right, the people who the people who packaged the eggs. It was a local egg distributor.
Okay.
Wong is in, right arm over the wicket. The lovely shot, beautiful back foot drive is going to run away to the boundary for 4. It's a wonderful shot from Yastika Bhatia because it wasn't that short that she stood tall at the crease and just pushed it backward a square with perfect timing down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, great shot that. Wasn't a bad ball at all, slightly back of the length. Just guides it past that backward point area where Danny White is so familiar with. She's a tall, both these batters, left-handers, both of tall stature. They just look good, don't they?
Oh, timing of that was lovely, wasn't it? Wong in, she drives this time as Bhatia off a thick outside edge, outside half of the bat really, down to deep third, and they'll get through for a single 9 for 1. So yeah, that was the when we're talking about professionalism and what have you, there are some pretty ropey things you can win as a player of the match. I believe Luke Wright once won a blender in a game in Pakistan. That was his player of the match award.
What a Nutri-Bullet, I bet.
I don't think it was. I think it was just a bog standard blender.
Oh, the blenders are.
Oh, the blenders are. Yeah, exactly. Well done, you. Wong is in, and this is punched off the back foot, but straight to short extra cover, and there is no run. But in those days, the thing was to try and get yourself a year's supply of eggs when you came down to Sussex. And I think it was done a couple of times from memory. Might get Phil to Google it. Sussex eggs. Sussex County Cricket Club, John Player League eggs. And it was wild. As a child, it was very confusing. As Wong is in, and this is driven up to mid-on, all the way along the ground. There is no run as Davidson Richards tidies up, because you saw these eggs, and you didn't, because they didn't keep on saying it. Obviously, John Arlott wasn't really into that sort of thing. He didn't care for commercialism, so he didn't get excited if the ball got near the egg. You just thought, they've got 6 eggs knocking around the outfield at Sussex. How weird.
I can't believe that.
It's true. It's genuinely true. Wong in. Oh, an attempted pull, a sort of short-arm jab really from Mandana, and she misses it completely. It goes through on the bounce to Amy Jones, and Wong can laugh about it. And there is no run. 9 for 1 the score remains.
That is her shot, Mandana. That pull shot in front of square, but she's obviously been out there in the field for the first 50 overs, and don't think that's her best option.
So you can drag that back on, can't you? If
Absolutely.
It stays that low. Wong hurtles to the crease and is driven nicely, but straight to short extra cover, where Dunkley, the very distinctive figure of Dunkley fields, and there is no run. 9 for 1 after 3 overs. Mandana has 1. Yastika Bhatia has 5. So ye of little faith, Tash Farrant. Egg Cup saga. Stonegate, the Hailsham-based egg supply company, was a sponsor of the county ground. In order to draw attention to their generosity, they devised the famous egg cups raised up high on pylons. The plastic egg cups were blue and came complete with natural coloured eggs. It was not long before Hove residents weighed in, labelling the egg cups as hideous in May 1998. Everyone's a critic. As Cross is in, starts a new over, but is get a single here, just tucking a ball on the hip down to deep backward square. In July 2000, it was stated the egg cups would have to come down. In fact, Stonegate was surprised to hear they were still in place, and they were also considering putting out their sponsorship. So take them down if you like. So yeah, there you go. Egg cup saga at Hove.
Wow.
It'll be all over the local paper, that will. Somebody probably made their name with that scoop.
Probably.
As Cross runs in, slip and a gully in place, pushed into the offside, nicely finds a gap just between extra cover and mid-off, and a single will accrue to Monday, moves to 2, 11 for 1. India just making their way in response to England's 227. As Phil Long told us, this would be their second highest run chase if they achieve it against England, which in one way it's a bit of a surprise, in another way I suppose it's an absolutely emblematic of how far the women's game has come in such a short space of time. Cross is in, and that's played slightly away from her body by Bhatia, and it's going to run down towards deep backward point. They think about a second, it isn't there as the throw comes in from Wong. One more to the total, 12 for 1. That Tash Farrant raised her eyebrows at that, because you're thinking 228, that's pretty gettable, isn't it? But actually, it's probably the last few years that we think of 228 as an absolute doozy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we saw that in the 100 even from the first year to the second year. The scores were so much higher this year.
Cross runs in down the hill and is driven nicely through the covers. That is a beautiful shot from Mandana. We've seen it many, many times before. Only a little bit of width required, and Mandana can find the gap consummately between cover and extra cover out to the boundary for 4, 16 for 1, all along the ground as well.
What I would say about this Indian batting lineup is they're probably a bit more top heavy than England are. So obviously Alice Davison Richards, Charlie Dean did so well at the back end for England, getting them out of a bit of a struggle. But if England can get a couple of early wickets here, they'll feel right in the game.
Cross comes in. What's her reply? It's short and wide and cut away, and I don't think Wong's going to get to that, is she? Well, she did the dive, but she didn't really dive lengthwise. She dived sort of vertically rather than horizontally, which is never going to maximise your chances of stopping the ball, and it's kind of gone. I don't know if it's gone under her, but certainly too far to her left. And a brace of boundaries for Mandana takes India to 20 for 1. A bit too short, that, from Cross and wide.
Yeah, Izzy Wong there going for a two-footed slide tackle.
Yes.
But the ball wins in this case, and probably a yellow card that.
I was going to say, I'll tell you what it reminds me of. This one's worked off the pad straight to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of the over, 20 for 1. Mandana has 10, Bhatia has 7. I'm about to say something that's going to make me feel really old now. I was about to say to Tash, do you remember the first game of the 1990 World Cup between Cameroon and Argentina?
That was -6.
All right, I need to rub it in. Well, anyway, I advise you to go and watch highlights of it, because it's got 2 of the greatest sendings off in the history of football.
Don't worry, I support Arsenal, so I see it now.
So you see it quite a lot. Yeah. Massing was the guy who did the second one, and that was very similar to Wong's two-footed slide tackle. Only the ball was absolutely nowhere near. At least Wongy was quite close to the ball there.
Yeah.
Whereas
putting her body on
was
the line
not.
there. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose actually, in all seriousness, it can be dangerous to dive if you're not careful. You can dislocate shoulders. Ollie Pope's done that.
Absolutely, I've done that as well.
Have you? Wong in, starts a new over, short down the leg side. Oh, half stopped by Amy Jones. Not going to be enough. The ball's going to trickle over the rope for 4 watts. Runs. So there must have been a bit of glove on that. Thank you, Phil. Well. Have a look at the replay. See, Amy Jones definitely got fingertips on this, and technically this might go down as and actually was closer to her than I initially thought. Her elbow was bent at the point at which the ball hit her fingertips, so she wasn't at full extension there.
I almost think it was closer to her than she actually thought. Maybe, as you said earlier, she could have gone with 2 hands. I think almost she maybe thought it was going further than it actually did.
A life for Bhatia. In comes Wong, bouncer, an infuriated bouncer, because she just conceded 4. Now, is that just the one for the over? There's nothing more than that.
Yeah, Yastika Bhatia is not happy with that one. She sort of raised her hands at Anna Harris, asking why that wasn't a wide.
Yes, well, she's just got 4 runs ball before. The world isn't treating her too badly at the moment, having been dropped. 24 for 1. In comes Wong. That's slow and full. It strikes her on the maybe boot, or maybe there's a bit of bat. The ball rolls out square, the wicket on the onside. Wait to see. Umpire's signal. No signal, so a bit of bat on that.
Yeah, well bowled that by Issy Wong. She's gone 2 short balls before that, and then she's gone for the glory Yorker, in-swinging Yorker. Really good ball, just looked like it was going down leg. I think Issy Wong, she's probably, even though she has got that pace, she's probably better off bowling that slightly fuller length, especially on this wicket. Just trying to bowl ball after ball in that really good area.
Wong in, works into the onside fielder brilliantly actually at mid-wicket. There is no run.
We had the infuriating thing as a scorer where there was a half appeal.
Yes.
So the DRS timer went on. Everybody carried on. The DRS timer finished, and then the leg byes were given.
Thank you, Phil. I watched the replay. I thought there's no bat on that, and now I know why. There wasn't any bat on it. But you're right. That's particularly irksome for a scorer. Yes, I can see you don't like that, do you? Did I tell you I've solved a particular loophole in cricket? As Wong is in. This is driven into the offside gloriously. Out towards the boundary, down the hill for 4. It's another picture-perfect shot from Smriti Mandana. Between extra cover and mid-off, all along the ground. It is a thing of beauty to watch. And Mandana's looking in good touch here. She goes to 14 from 15. The score has now raced along suddenly. It's 29 for 1. We've had 4 boundaries in next to no time.
Does your change involving losing leg byes?
No. No, I mean, obviously, you know how I feel about leg byes, which is, broadly speaking, irritable. As Wong is in to complete the over. Wide of the off stump, but a thick inside edge. Dribbles past leg stump. It's picked up by Amy Jones. End of the over, 29 for 1. India, they got off to a decent start, although they have lost Shafali Verma. Mandan has 14. Yastika Bhatia has 11. No, I'll tell you my big gripe, right? It's that when a ball hits the pad, right, and there's a big appeal, but the ball then scoots off for leg byes. It could be 4, it could be 1, right? But the umpire has given it out, okay? And then there's DRS, and you discover that in fact it wasn't out, or that it came off the bat, or whatever, right? Those runs never happen because the ball is dead at the point that the finger goes up. So I have the solution that the ball becomes dead the moment the runs have been completed, be they 4 or 1, and then the umpire signals whether it's out or not. Okay? And then if you want to refer, then you refer at that point. But if you are discovered that it's not out, you get to keep the runs. Because there will come a time when those 4 leg byes, as it flicks off the pad and goes down to the boundary for 4, could be the difference between success and failure.
Well, absolutely, and that's so funny. We were talking about that at lunch and how in the World Cup final, how it could affect the game. I think it would just be quite strange for an umpire to have a delayed appeal.
Here's Cross in. Oh, that strikes the pad. It's going down the leg side. They're going to scamper through for what may or may not be a leg bye because we're going to have to wait for DRS. And the time. Oh, no. Sue Redfern doesn't mind. She's gone straight in for the leg bye. Now, this could be an incident. Now we could have an incident because if Amy Jones now refers this, she's been given information. And we're now seeing a replay. This is all going terribly wrong, but it's down the leg side. And they're not going to refer it. All protocols went out the window then. Okay, let's scrap that ball and pretend it never happened. But a leg bye has been scored.
I think Sue Redfern's probably scrapped that ball out of her mind as well.
Yeah, start again, Sue. Yes.
It's a tricky job. It's a tricky job.
Not as tricky as scoring, according to Phil. As Gate Cross is in, that's nicely dabbed, but straight to backward point. And there's no run. So that's how you solve the problem. You see, if Phil can wait all that time to write down a leg bye, then the umpire can wait, can't they? And then go, yep, that's out.
Then it gives them a lot of thinking time. Do they doubt themselves whether they think it's out or not? You kind of have to make the decision in your head and then just stick with it until you're allowed to raise the finger or not.
Yes. Next delivery is defended, back at the wicket, no run. I could do a little modification for you, I suppose. I could have the finger go up, but the ball is still live. How do you like them apples? So
I think
you
that
can
works.
keep going, and then the DRS timer only begins the moment in which you've stopped running, and then you can choose whether or not to refer it.
Yeah, I
Yeah?
like that. I like it.
Okay. As cross is in, this is full toss, which is pushed to short extra cover. There's no run, because you also get the other issue that now then, here's one for you. Here's a horrible one for you, Tash. So 4 needed to win, or 3 needed to win, let's say. Last ball, right? Ball flicks the pad, runs down, big appeal, not out, instantly go dung dung dung, ball's dead. Even though you know that ball was not going to touch the stumps.
Before it hits the boundary.
Before it hits the boundary. Cross is in, punched off the back foot, straight to short extra cover, no run. So you can effectively stop yourself from losing at that point by doing DRS, can't you?
Absolutely. And what if the review was taken very close to when the ball was crossing
Very
the boundary?
close, I know.
Would they have to review when the review was taken
They would.
before or after the boundary?
I really think they would.
Carnage.
Absolute carnage. We're here to save cricket from itself. As cross is in, worked into the onside by Mandana, straight to short mid-wicket. Foolish ball, played around the front pad. Good over from Kate Cross. Maiden, there was a leg by, but a maiden, technically. 30 for 1 from 6 overs. Mandana has 14. Yastika Bhatia has 11 from 9. England just halting that run glut.
Yeah, Kate Cross, it's a different role for her, opening the bowling to save for England without the likes of obviously Catherine Brunt, and sometimes Nat Siver takes the new ball. So, and she's just found some swing here, some in-swing towards the left-handed batters of Vandana and Yastika Bhatia. So yeah, she's swinging the ball nicely here, which is something she won't normally look to do when she comes on first change. So it's good to see that she's able to find that swing today.
Got a packed offside field, 4 in the ring. There's a deep third slip and a deep backward square leg wide outside the off stump. Will be given wide. First ball of Wong's 4th over will have to be bowled again. 70 miles an hour, getting up a decent head of steam. Shabnim Ismail was getting up to 75, 76, and 78 at one point, wasn't it? The 100, I think.
Yeah, towards the back end of the 100, Shabs was really getting her speeds up. I think she hadn't had the summer that she'd wanted to, and she wanted to put in a good effort for the Invincibles. And yeah, in that final, we were commentating, she was getting to around 77.
Wong in. That does swing a little bit back into the pads of Yastika Bhatia, who defends, pushes back at the wicket, and there's no run. Well, I suppose she was also very much aware that the captain, Dane van Niekerk, was not playing. So you've got to be on your mettle if you're leaving, keeping her out of the team.
Absolutely, and I think almost that competition for places is so important. It does make everyone raise their game because they've got people in the squad breathing down their neck.
Here comes Wong very wide again, very wide of the off stump.
And I think that's what's so important about this England side as well, that they do have people who are not playing today, the likes of Freya Kemp. She's done so well in the T20s, who, you're going to have to play your best game to stay in this team, and that just overall just raises the standard that the England team are performing out there. So Izzy Wong will be keen to take this opportunity.
She's in again, over the wicket, pulled nicely through mid-wicket. That's going to come down the hill for 4. Too short, and Yastika Bhatia, who is timing the ball really well today, she announced herself with a lovely back foot square drive. Well, here she's hit the ball in the completely opposite direction, a firm pull through mid-wicket, and there's nobody out there. She's almost played that not quite off the front foot. She's got a front foot advance, but then she's just eased her weight onto the back foot and found the gap perfectly.
I think when you see a batter playing that front foot pull, they're seeing it pretty well. And she looks like she's got all the time in the world here against one of the quickest bowlers in the game at the moment.
Quite a slow pitch as well. I think she just had her shoelace done up for her by slip. By Sophie Eccleston, yeah. Wong runs in. And Bhatia, plays and misses at a shortish one outside the off stump. Goes through to Amy Jones. Didn't go through particularly great height as we've seen all day, especially from our end, the C end. And there is no run. 36 for 1, India. Needing 228 to win, take a 1-0 lead in this 3-match series. No test match in this series, Tash. South Africa was a classic Ashes format, 3-3-1. As Wong is in. That's pulled again, firmly, but out to deep backward square leg, where Capsey does the fielding. One more to the total, 37 for 1. Would you have liked a test match as well, just standardise these tours?
Absolutely. I think I'm a sucker for a test match, and I think it's worked so well having that one test match followed, well, in whatever order, 3 ODIs, 3 T20s. It's a multi-format series. I think all the ones that have been played so far have worked really nicely, and would have loved to see a test match here.
Wong in, driven firmly through the offside by Mandana. Yet again, another dreamy, silky cover drive from Mandana. A bit too full, too much width. You don't want to be bowling it there to Spreety Mandana. 41 for 1. Wong's just not quite got her radar right in this over. 2 wides, short ball that was hammered for 4, and now a long wide half volley to a woman who plays cover drive as well as anybody in women's cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know whether it's just she hasn't found her radar, she's trying too much, she's still sort of in that T20 mode, but at the moment, bowling to Smriti Mandana, if you give her width, it's gone every single time, so you have a very small margin for error against Mandana.
Last ball of the 7th over is not going to be the last ball, is it? Well, I'm surprised I wasn't given as a wide. It was extremely wide outside the off stump. She's got away with it. India 41 for 1, Mandana 18, Yastika Bhatia has 16. We're going to do a double change, so Tash, you stay there. Tell us how good a start you think India have made. Then Emily Windsor's going to join me, and Alex Harley will replace you.
Yeah, great start from India here. Obviously losing that early wicket of Shafali Verma, but I like how these two left-handed batters have come out, they've played their shot, they've been positive. Any bad ball they've put away to the boundary, and you kind of feel that if India are going to chase these runs down, that these two are going to have to probably get the bulk of them.
Thank you, Tash. We'll swap you out for Alex Hartley. Isn't Mandana looking good? Worrying signs though for England when Mandana's playing cover drives like that. But these two have built a nice partnership, and England need to find a breakthrough. Kate Cross has bowled 3 overs, 1 for 12.
I can't hear you through my headphones.
Oh. Can you hear me, Phil?
I can hear you. Loud and clear.
There's Kate Cross coming in. That's outside the off stump, and that's cut away. Width from Cross and punished. Bhatia moves to 20, and the score 45 for 1.
It wasn't plugged in properly. Tasha's done the whole stint there not being able to hear anything. Oh, Tash, you've had a stinker there.
Well, Alex is back with us. You can hear me now.
Yeah, to be fair, if I was on with Dan, I'd unplug the mic as well.
Yeah, I actually think it's a great option. Kate Cross coming back into apply. That's a better line, and pushed into the offside. Will be no run. India in a good position here, Alex.
Yeah, they are indeed. They've gone about this power play a lot better than England did. I think they've been more aggressive. They've found the boundary a lot more. England almost just sat in a little bit too much. Beaumont and Lamb back into this starting 11 after both not being in the T20 squads. There's been a lot of T20 cricket, the back end of the South Africa series, the Commonwealth, and then India first.
That's in defence again, up to mid-on. Will be no run. Lamb had work to do there. With mid-wicket running across her, Tammy Beaumont almost blinded her.
So you can't forget being away from this environment for so long and away from international cricket. Although they only play ODIs at the minute, it has a knock-on effect when actually you don't play for 11 games, when basically most of the squad are still together and you're back at your region, you're training, you're trying to get prep, you're waiting for selection.
Cross in again, bowled, and that's a player miss outside the off stump by Bhatia. Good delivery from Cross. And obviously Cross has been in the environment, but she hasn't been playing. That must have an effect, especially as a bowler, because you get rhythm, don't you? It's different bowling in nets, bowling in a strip in the middle to bowling in a game.
Yeah, it's completely different. It's always hard for the people on the bench, and you know, me, Faz, Angie have both done our time on the bench, and it's incredibly difficult.
Cross in, bowls, in defence again, back down the pitch, good hand to stop it from going through for a single, so another dot ball.
To not only keep your mind fresh and your mindset looking ahead to the next time when you might play, is there going to be an injury? Do you want an injury so that you get that opportunity? But also to be cricket ready for when you are called upon and you do get the chance. Kate Cross will have known that she will play this ODI. How do you prepare for an ODI when your team are playing a T20 series? It's really tough.
45 for 1 then as Cross in, and that's a pill for LBW. Kate Cross is both arms in the air. Cross and Jones are going to have a discussion, but for me that was going down leg. But they will have her chat. I don't think Amy Jones is interested. 6 seconds left. And have they sent it upstairs? Yes, they have. England have reviewed.
Well, wasn't expecting them to go for that review then.
Come on, umpire Alex Hartley. You did it the South Africa series. Where are you going here?
I did it incredibly well during the South Africa series.
Sorry, I missed that word out.
I don't think this is out. I think this is umpire's call on going down leg and height.
Ooh. So basically you think it's clipping the top corner. Pitched outside leg.
Also may have pitched outside leg. Missed that one out.
Haven't started the umpiring series very well then, Alex.
Well, actually, if it hadn't have pitched outside leg, it probably would have clipped the top of leg stump. So,
and we're never going to know, are we? We might get a little shot. We see it now. Pitched outside leg.
That's a bad review from Kate Cross and Amy Jones. That has pitched an extra stump outside leg stump. It's a 4th.
And let's go back to Kate Cross coming into this side. Obviously, she's an experienced cricketer as well, but coming back in, do you feel you know her very well, will she be feeling the pressure to do well in this opening ODI?
I think as a player you always want to do well as in the opening ODI. I don't think she'll necessarily feel added pressure because she's probably cemented in this ODI team. Had this have been a year ago, definitely she would have been thinking I've got to bowl well here to make sure I get selected, whereas now she's the most senior bowler on that pitch, so she's the player that is helping out with the tactics. We can see her now. Alice Davidson-Richards is coming on to bowl, so she's pulled her to the side and they're talking about fields, they're talking about plans. So I don't think she necessarily feels the pressure to have to perform. I think she'll probably like the added responsibility of being the senior player.
Score 45 for 1 then. It's Meeti Mandana.
Just need to realise when the ball's pitching outside the leg stump though.
Can you give her that feedback? Is that a conversation you can have?
Maybe in a couple of weeks.
I always think you should do it on the podcast actually, so we can all hear her response. The No Balls Cricket Podcast. As Alice Davidson-Richards in, bowled, fuller delivery, driven but fielded by Sophia Dunkley. Mandana's looking dangerous, 18 off 24.
We've had a lot of people asking when the next one is. And that's a great question. We've not done one since the end of the 100. We've had a couple of weeks off. I reckon we'll do a series wrap-up before we both go on holiday.
It's Alice Davidson-Richards in again, bowls outside the off stump. That's not bounced. It's gone through to Amy Jones, but that's that unpredictable bounce we've seen on this pitch so far today.
Just only from this end as well. The media end, we're going to call it, the C end.
C end.
The C end.
We're by the sea, Alex, come on.
The seagull end, which one's that?
Could be anywhere with them swooping around. None in sight actually at the moment. Rarely at Hove you don't see a seagull. It's Davidson-Richards in again, angled into Mandana's pads, but played up to mid-on, will be no run. So a series round-up pre-holiday.
Yes, so we'll talk about the summer, the 100. We have got a guest, a really, really cool guest as well, which I'm not gonna ruin.
That's a teaser, Hartley. Davidson-Richards in, short, pulled away. Mandana's not going to miss out on those. 4 runs, dead on square. fantastic shot. She moves to 22.49 for 1 India.
It's a lovely shot from Mandana, just back of a length from Davidson Richards, and she's on the back foot really early and punches it into the leg side. She plays that shot so well. Sue Redfern just ducking out the way, the square leg umpire. Wonderful shot.
You can't miss your length by much when you're bowling to Mandana in the form she's in. Such an eloquent player to watch. As Davidson Richards comes in round the wicket to apply, and that's pushed off the back foot up to mid-off. Will be no run.
The guest, we are waiting for it to be confirmed by the ECB that all is good to have them on.
Oh, the ECBs, that's a little clue.
They're a big dog. They're a big dog.
Another clue.
When you think of Lords, you think of the MCC.
Oh,
I'm not saying any more.
These are a lot of clues. As Davidson Richards in, that's pulled away again. This time in front of square, and the fielder out on the boundary rope's going to do nothing to stop that. That is a beautiful stroke by Mandana. Alice Capsey out there had a lot of work to do. 53 for 1.
Well, Alice Capsey just puts the diving in vain, really. The ball had already gone past her. An identical shot from Mandana, stands still, this time in front of square, and the ball races for 4. It's come straight out the middle of the bat. It's a lovely shot, and she's looking very good out there.
50 partnership. Is that the first 50 partnership of the day?
No, we've had one earlier.
We did. We had partnerships at back end of the innings of 50 and 49 unbroken, that final partnership.
These two are playing nicely. Mandana 26 off 29. They're just punishing any width, anything short. They're not playing high risk. They don't have to when they're chasing a total of 228. But Charlie Dean, spin coming into the attack.
The wicket taker, Charlie Dean. She had an incredible series against South Africa.
2 left-handers as well.
I mean, played 17 matches, already taken 29 wickets. We were having a little giggle last night. Had dinner together.
Dean in, bowls, and that's an inside edge. Finds Wong at square leg, who throws at the bowler's head. But comes scurry through for a single.
And she said, how many ODIs did you play? I said, I reckon a few more than you have so far. She was like, nah, never been. So this is her 17th. I played 28. I said, come back to me when you've caught up. She said, well, you're not going to play anymore.
That is so Charlie Dean. She's cheeky, isn't she? There's Dean in bowls, and that's played back down the pitch. Diving stop by Dean. That's one thing with Charlie, and I think we say it on air time and time again, it's how good she is off her own bowling fielding.
She is another fielder, isn't she? You know, she covers a lot of ground, which means your mid-off and your mid-on can be wider.
Dean in again, bowls, and that's pushed cautiously out to the deep cover sweeper for a single by Mandana.
Because she'll back herself, and the teammates know, the captain knows, that anything that comes back at her straight, 9 times out of 10 she's going to stop.
Yeah, she prides herself on that, that's for sure. And she's just so competitive. She doesn't want any runs scored off her bowling. She bowls to Bhatia, and that's played back down the pitch again. They're tempting them with mid-off and mid-on inside the circle.
She actually forgot to tell her dad that she'd been picked in the ODI squad. And her dad rang her Saturday morning and said, I'm on my way to Leeds to the Vipers match.
That's an inside edge, and that's going to race away down the hill. There's no stopping that, but that's not one of the fluent shots from India. It's 4 more runs to their total. She moves to 25.59 for 1.
So she gets this text, sorry, I'm on my way. Looking forward to seeing you play for the Vipers. Obviously, you've not told me you're in the England squad, so I presume you'll be playing for the Vipers. She rang him and said, do not set off to Headingley. I'm in Brighton. I've been picked in the ODI squad.
I'll tell you what, the Vipers could really have done with Charlie Dean in Leeds, though, yesterday, that's for sure. But
so her parents are here watching today's game.
There's Dean in bowls, and that's driven and fielded nicely. Extra cover, Kate Cross there, playing to the crowd, because it is a crowd catch. A fake throw up, and the crowd, I think, are even more confused because it's the end of the over, so everyone was coming together. But Cross enjoyed that one.
That was cheeky from Cross, and a good power play here from India just lost the 1 wicket. It was a brilliant catch by Charlie Dean at mid-wicket. But the run rate just under 6 runs per over. They've been able to find the boundary with ease. A drop catch from Amy Jones. It was a tough one behind the stumps. But you would say at this point, India are in control of this run chase. They're not chasing very many. Sorry, Phil.
No. The comparison at this point, yeah, India 59 for 1. England were just 26 for 2 after 10 overs.
Key there, wickets and runs. There was just wasn't that
urgency to score runs.
There wasn't boundary, was there? Like here, we've seen some fantastic shots where they've used just the 2 fielders out, splitting the field. But for England, they weren't able to get off to that start, partly because of how well Goswami bowled 1 for 20.
Bowled so well.
Retiring at Lords as well.
Yeah, the 4 comparison for the first for the power play for each team, 11-3 to India.
It's like a football score, that, Phil. That would have been a good game, wouldn't it? Davidson Richards will continue anyway, and they're just trying to figure out whether she wants a deep cover or a cover inside the circle. I think Tammy was suggesting she feels she should be out, but England going for the aggressive option here. There's Davidson Richards in, and that's cut to her cover. Thoughts on this?
I think this is the right thing. You want to try and cause some pressure, create pressure, sorry. So Tammy in for a couple of deliveries, and then she can go out. That ball then went straight to Beaumont, which would have been an easy single for Mandana. It would have got her off strike. That run rate keeps ticking over.
Davidson Richards then a little hop and skip to start her run up. Right arm round the wicket into Mandana, who pushes that to extra cover. Sophia Dunkley diving to her right does well. That dot ball pressure, that 2 dots in the over so far. 59 for 1. They need 228 to win. Davidson Richards' ball in hand was 50 not out. A crucial part of England's innings to compose a total that regular breakthroughs happened. There's Davidson Richards in short, and that's loose delivery. That's pulled down to fine leg. There's a fielder down there. Izzy Wong does well. Dive into her left and to keep that to a single. But she got away with that one, Davidson Richards, 60 for 1.
Yeah, she did. Almost like Mandana doesn't often miss out on those, and she's just hit it to Izzy Wong, who's done a good bit of fielding there. Ended up doing the good old army roll to stop the ball. I reckon you're good at those ones.
Do you know what? I'm actually really not. I do it the wrong way round.
But you stop it.
But I'm better at it, because I'm usually out on the boundary. You need more of the
full length
dive, paddling pull dives. There's Davidson Richards in, that's pulled, that's up in the air. There's a fielder under it, but she's misjudged it. Izzy Wong out there came in and then went back. It would have been a catch that you'd take on the boundary rope, but that's a big moment. Bhatia got away with that one, and that signalled a 4 or 6. We are waiting to see.
Yeah, it should have been out. Izzy Wong, she was in, she was out, and it's going to be 4, I think. Had it have been the big Toblerone sponge that we've got, the triangle sponge, it would have hit that on the full. But she's 5 yards off the rope there, and she's diving back to take the catch, and it bounces either just before the rope or on the rope. And they're going to take a while to determine this, and Izzy Wong, she lies flat on the floor. She's like, I should have caught that, and she should. It went straight to her, but she couldn't quite get the depth of the ball.
6 runs given.
Well, it's always better at going for 6 than a 1 bounce 4 over the fielder's head.
Davidson Richards then needs to reply as she bowls. Fuller delivery down the leg side. Is there anything on that? I think that might be runs is given, but this is just easy for India at the moment. 70 for 1 India.
Well, we often see that, don't we? A drop catch, next ball goes for 4. It was a poor delivery down the leg side from ADR. A cross seam delivery and just tickled around the corner. Izzy Wong, she's square at fine leg.
I think what we talk about, I don't know about you, but in the field you talk about sometimes if it's a big playing surface to be 4 or 5 off, but you have to know where the rope is. You've got to have that ability to go back. But when these two are striking it so well, you almost want to sit on as Alice Davidson Richards bowls, and it's turned to mid-wicket. Dean round, but they come through for a single. Expensive over this from Davidson Richards. 12 runs from it, 71 for 1. Target 228. If these two keep going about their business as they are, Could be a short game.
It could well be. It could well be. Crucial drop catch from Izzy Wong. What you'd like to see here are her teammates just getting around her and saying it's fine, it happens, nobody drops catches on purpose. She's a young player, young fielder. It's frustrating. It should have been a simple catch. I wonder when we'll see Eccleston into the attack.
Yeah, I feel like I spoke about this in the T20. For me, I felt like Jones brought her into the attack sometimes too late, because she is a bowler that is going to take wickets or apply pressure to take wickets at the other end. There's Charlie Dean into the attack bowls, and that's pushed to extra cover for no run.
She'll quite often bowl around about the 15th.
Yeah, and so I
think she'll come on from this end next after ADR.
Is it because there's two left-handers in? She probably prefers to bowl at right-handers at the moment.
Well, she's definitely more consistent bowling to right-handers. It's something she's got to work on.
But if you bring your strike bowler on too late, they've got too much to do. As Dean in again, and that's an outside edge, but into the pitch, played well. And fielded by Sophie Eccleston. No run.
Though England will feel the off-spinner to the two left-handers will be the bigger threat as well at the minute. But Eccleston is definitely a bowler that India probably won't go after. They'll probably go, you know what, if she bowls 10 overs for 30, that's a win for us.
Dean in, bowls, and that's pushed back to her again. A flailing dive for her own bowling, but she doesn't get it this time. It prevents a single, 71 for 1. Bhatia's played really nicely here. She's on 36 off 29, so she's been aggressive. And they've all been good cricket shots as well, no high risk as she advances and played back to her. Doesn't get hold of it cleanly, but it hits her and stops any singles. 4 dot balls so far in this over, and you feel like they're a little bit more cautious, aren't they, to Dean, because they know the ball's turning away from them. There's a slip in play.
I'd like to see mid-on go back now. 4 dot balls, protect your over.
Dean in again, uses her feet, and that's driven nicely past the diving extra cover, and that will race away for 4. Get value for your shots here at Hove. And Bhatia moves to 40 off 31, 75 for 1 India.
It was a lovely shot, and we're just talking about putting that extra fielder out. Had long on gone out onto the boundary, Bhatia might have just knocked the ball down the ground, taken the easy option. Instead, she looks for the boundary, drills it past extra cover, and it's a lovely shot. And now long off goes back.
Dean in again, bowls and advances, but plays to mid-on, so will be no run. That's the end of the over. Partnership 72 off 64 balls. 65 balls.
Yeah, they've played really nicely, these two. They haven't really taken any risks. The drop catch from Izzy Wong on the boundary. It's going to be the question above it. How crucial is it going to be?
Yeah, dropping any player is never good, but when it's a top order player as well, that's playing as destructively as she is, it's going to be tough. But England need to find a way. They know a couple of wickets gets you back in the game. There's still a long way to go. 228 needed to win. Alice Davidson-Richards is going to continue from the C end, and deep cover's going out straight away this time, this over. So they've gone defensive now. Third cover, fine leg and square in front, out on the boundary rope. As Davidson-Richards in bowls, that's a shorter ball and just guided safely down to third man for a single.
Davidson-Richards just needs to adjust her line ever so slightly here. Can she just bowl slightly straighter? There's a couple of balls going down the leg side. Yes, it brought that catching opportunity, and then the one that was tickled for 4.
Bhatia then on strike, played impressively so far. As in again, short, pulled away. The cry of catch it. It's going to bounce safely. Again, that aggression. She moves to 41, 78 for 1.
It's getting to the stage where the lights might need to come on here. Honestly, I didn't see where that went. Or is that just me?
I think you need to get your eyes tested, Hartley.
I have been told I keep getting headaches. I do need to get my eyes tested, but I refuse.
Davidson-Richards in, and that's pushed up to extra cover. Slight misfield, but Kate Cross does well, tied in up from Dunkley. No run.
George always has turned the lights on in the commentary box, which is not what I was after, but thank you.
But can you just elaborate on why you refused to get your eyes tested?
Because I had laser eye surgery at 21, and surely they're not going bad again. So I'm not getting them tested. They are fine.
Davidson Richards in bowls, and that's driven. That's a lovely stroke, but straight to Dunkley at extra cover. That Batman Dana got, so I want a piece of.
Oh, they sound good, don't they? I can see the scoreboard still, so therefore...
Is it blurry?
No.
I feel like you're squinting.
Yeah, I am.
Right, I feel like we need to book Alex Hartley an eye test. Davidson Richards in again, bowls down the leg side, but work to Izzy Wong. Fine leg for a single. Wong fires it back in very loopily to sort of no one. That was very interesting, and Eccleston's getting frustrated as to why that didn't go back to Amy Jones. That's a very bizarre throw back in.
Yeah, I think that was I'm just going to throw this out of frustration of what's just gone on in the previous over.
Davidson Richards into party, and that's driven up to Kate Cross at mid-off. Will be no run. That one's fired back into Amy Jones, but on the half volley, but she does well. That's 13 overs gone, 78 for 1 India. In reply to England's 227 for 7. Danny Wyatt with 43 of those. Alice Davidson Richards with 50. Two main scorers there. But the England batters got starts but didn't go on. And I feel like India, these two players have got starts. They're going to look to cash in.
Yeah, they are indeed. They're going along nicely, these two. Mandana actually playing second fiddle to a batter, which is very rare that we see that. Bhatia going on along really nice, 41 off just 34 balls.
Charlie Dean then, the off spinner, round the wicket to Mandana, who drives up to mid-off, will be a dot ball. I think that's interesting, isn't it? Because we didn't see any of the England batters strike around that 100. Probably Dean was the only one at the end, and obviously Davidson Richards, as she got going, she striked around that 100 mark. But it seems tough to get started as Dean again floats it up, driven to mid-off, will be no run. Whereas these two batters have made it look almost a different pitch.
Yeah, Lamb and Beaumont really struggled at the top of the order. Almost a sense of once they got out, it was put them out of their misery a little bit.
Dean in, that's a shorter ball, and that's punched into the offside for a single. Alice Capsey out there does the fielding. Mandana moves to 31, 79 for 1.
I think it's quite tough going from the shorter format T20, the 100, into 50 over cricket, because you still have to be aggressive, but obviously you've got so much longer.
It's a fine balance as Dean in bowls, and actually advances, and that's a great diving stop by Kate Cross at extra cover. That would have been 4, but she got 2 hands to it, and that's what England need. They need to build this dot ball pressure, and what they didn't do in the last over is drop the fielder now after they've got a string of dots. They've dropped them now as Dean in bowls, and that's pushed back up to that mid-off for a single.
You don't mind that. That's drilled up to mid-off for 1 run. In the previous over, that 5th ball went for 4 before the fielder was then dropped. So it's good that Amy Jones and Charlie Dean have recognised that early on in a spell.
Charlie Dean then just tosses the ball from one hand to the other. Turns to look where her fielder is. She bowls again, and that's driven out to that fielder. That deep cover, Alice Capsey again. Does the fielding. 1 bounce into Amy Jones's gloves. That's the end of the over. 14 overs gone. 81 for 1 India.
Yeah, you mentioned the intensity of the England top 3. Emma Lamb 12 from 26, that's a strike rate of 46. Tammy Beaumont 7 from 21, strike rate of 33.3. And even Sophia Dunkley 29 from 52, strike rate of 55.
A lot lower than the India top 3.
I actually quite like how India have gone about this chase though, because when those 220 scores as well, you could quite easily, couldn't you, as an opening batter, going, I've got loads of time, and not play aggressive, not play your shots, be a bit more reserved. But they've gone out with that intent, which, should they lose wickets, gives their middle order less to do.
Yeah, India are 30 runs ahead of where England were at this stage. England were just 51 for 2.
Davidson Richards in, and that's worked nicely in front of square by Mandana for a single. Sheer move to 33.82 for 1.
India will know as well if they can get this game done earlier, if they can put the England bowlers under pressure. There's no Catherine Brunt, there's no Nat Sivat. The only senior player you've got is Kate Cross, bowler, Sophie Eccleston, the spinner.
Davidson Richards in, that short ball, that's high in the air. Izzy Wong's going to have another chance here. She's running in and it bounces just in front of her and hits her on the knee. Alice Davidson Richards, hands on hips again. Izzy Wong didn't quite get there. Could she have put in a dive going forward?
Well, it's a short ball from ADR. It was into the pitch and it bounces maybe a metre in front of Izzy Wong. They're always incredibly tough to judge if you dive forward or not. Charlie Dean just gives ADR a high five.
Davidson Richards then with a fluorescent yellow boots bowls, and that's a fuller delivery driven to Charlie Dean, who picks it up almost on the floor as she always does, but she didn't drop and roll this time. She played in the first Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy after the 100 for the Vipers, and we were just having a laugh with her about how many balls, every single ball she fielded, she ended up on the floor doing some form of somersault. That's just Charlie Dean. Some of them were unbelievable stops, some were straight to her, but it works, so
keep doing you.
She gets the applause from the crowd as Davidson Richards in, and that's pushed outside edge. They run the first one hard. Emma Lamb comes round at third man, keeps it to a single. Mandana to 34, 84 for 1 into the 15th over. Seems a very different innings than what we saw earlier from England. Kate Cross and Davidson Richards just having a conversation. That's that senior player you were talking about where to go, what should I bowl. Here to Bhatia, who's on 43 off 37. She starts her mark from the C end. Bowl, short ball outside the off stump. Great take from Amy Jones. She missed out on that one.
If Davidson Richards is going to bowl these shorter deliveries, she's got a deep mid-wicket. I think that mid-wicket could go squarer, so more towards Izzy Wong, more backward square leg, because that fielder for me is there for the fuller delivery that you pick up and hit over mid-wicket.
Davidson Richards in again, bowls full, and that's driven to Charlie Dean at extra cover. Will be no run. That's 15 overs gone, 84 for 1. No change in the commentary box. Hartley is the quickest out of that seat, I have to say. If you guys wanted a competition going, Hartley is winning that, all hands down.
No, she can't get out of here quick enough, can she?
She's like a mechanic in a Formula 1 race, isn't she?
I don't know what me and Dan have done to upset her.
3.2 seconds.
And she's out the room quicker than anything as well. I don't know what we've done to Alex today, but wow. She's back in now, she feels guilty. Actually, no, she's just getting her drink.
She's gone to tell him to put the floodlights on.
84 for 1 then, India. That's 15 overs gone. Some drinks going on. They need a conversation here, England. What they're saying in that team huddle, Georgia.
Yeah, they need something special, don't they? I think they need to be patient. I think they break this partnership and it's not easy to start on a wicket like this. We've seen turn from the spinners. I think they just need to regroup, try and create a little bit of pressure. I'm not sure this short ball plan of attack is really working for them. I mean, I know I created maybe a couple of half chances, but largely that's where Mandana likes it, and it looks like that's where Yastika Bhatia likes it as well.
Phil?
Yeah, the comparison at this stage, 15 overs. India 84 for 1. England were 56 for 2 at the same stage. India now need 144 runs to win 35 overs. That's a run rate of just 4.11.
Dear oh dear. It looks to me like this could be a cakewalk, which is what, incidentally, I've just done by going to the tea room and... Have you been there?
I've been. I had to leave pretty quickly.
Did you? What did you go in for?
A cup of tea.
A cup of tea? There's sausage rolls,
I know.
there's pies.
That's why I had to leave.
And I brought some profiteroles. Phil, I urge you to have one of those profiteroles. They are delicious. The pastry is crisp and perfect. The dark chocolate oozes into your mouth in the most divine way, and then the cream underneath just cuts through the richness of the chocolate to create a divine taste sensation.
I don't like profiteroles.
How can you not like profiteroles?
I mean, after that description.
So what's your ideal pudding?
Oh, an apple crumble.
Apple crumble. Well, that would put you very much in line with the mood of the nation.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw, did you?
No.
The favourite puddings in the country, the top 3 are an apple crumble, a chocolate brownie, which I find extraordinary.
I wouldn't class that as a pudding.
No, I wouldn't count that as a pudding. No, they've got to be absolutely perfect. If they're too dry,
not good.
Not good. And one other thing, was it velvet cake?
Red velvet.
Yeah, people seem to like that. Yeah. I like an apple crumble, but are you custard or a cream?
Custard and ice cream.
Yes.
Custard and ice cream.
Every time.
Yes, Phil.
Yes.
Wow.
Ice cream on
warm
first.
custard?
Warm custard on the top.
Warm custard to melt the ice cream.
Yeah, so you get the contrast of temperature, textures, flavours.
Is it always vanilla ice cream with you?
Always.
You couldn't be tempted by a cheeky honey ice cream?
Never.
No.
Didn't even know there was such a thing.
Yeah. I had my first honey ice cream experience in Wales in 1978, and it really was amazing. I went to an apiarist, and bees, nothing but bees. They were everywhere, as Michael Caine famously said in the film The Swarm. And they had honey ice cream, and it was utterly delicious. Right. They're about to recommence. Yastika Bhatia on 43, but Smriti Mandana on the strike as Charlie Dean is going to come around the wicket from the Cromwell Road end. The left-handed Mandana plays a delicious, delightful guided dab down to the boundary for 4, and earnest-looking Tammy Beaumont calls off her chase. 4 more to the total. It was loose, it was wide outside the off-stump, and if your short third is actually more like a backward point, then there's acres of space to work with, and Dean from very wide of the crease just giving too much there to the batter.
Yeah, not the start England would have wanted after the drinks break. I'm sure they'd have talked about keeping it tight and bowling with the stumps, and Charlie Dean just served up a nice short wide one for Mandana.
88 for 1. Next delivery driven to short extra cover, but the dive fails, and it'll get through for a single instead as the ball just goes up to a wide mid-off position. 89 for 1. It's all a bit too easy for India here at the moment. Are they missing a seamer? George or Elvis?
Well, it certainly feels like that at the moment, doesn't it? Or just another bowler. I think we're going to have to see some overs from Alice Capsey today, maybe Emma Lamb as well.
Slip is in. Next ball is driven firmly by Bhatia to wide mid-off once more, where Alice Davidson-Richards does a tumbling stop to keep the scoring to 1, 90 for 1.
Only 4 bowlers used by England so far. Sophie Eccleston, not one of them.
Which is curious, isn't it? When they desperately need wickets.
It's that matchups thing, isn't it? He'll be turning the ball in to the left-hander, so they feel like she's maybe not going to be as effective.
But they're going to try and get a wicket from somewhere. In comes Dean. That's just eased into the onside, straight to short mid-wicket. And there is no run. 90 for 1, India. The target just 228. England put into bat, struggled early on and never really released the shackles. So the next ball is punched off the back foot, straight to short extra cover, and there is no run. Mandana on 39, but Yastika Bhatia has been the heavier scorer in this partnership. She has 44 from 40. Mandana goes back and looks to play that little dab again, but misses this time through to keeper Amy Jones, and there's no run. 90 for 1 from 16. I've suddenly got hiccups. Things are going terribly badly wrong. Partnership is 87. Georgia, your thoughts while I cough and try to get rid of hiccups?
Yeah, I do think England are missing a trick here by not bringing Sophie Eccleston into the game early. We've got 2 set batters now. Mandana on 39, Yastika Bhatia on 44. So then, and here she is, just like magic. Sophie Eccleston gives a cap to umpire Anna Harris, and she's going to go through her usual warm-up routine. She'll bowl a few deliveries to Kate Cross at mid-on, And this will be a key moment, I think. See how Sophie bowls. She's going to be going up the hill as well, which I wouldn't have thought would be her preferred option, but the team needs her now. Needs her to break this partnership, and she's got funky looking sunglasses on.
She does have funky looking sunglasses on. Yeah. She's in now over the wicket. Her first ball's a bit short and is dabbed back with a square on the offside by Bhatia. They'll pick up one. They'll think of a second, which is not there. So throw comes in. 91 for 1. This partnership now 88. And England desperate for a wicket from somewhere. India, of course, started very well in the World Cup final of 2017. And once more, shoelaces being done up. Once more, it's Yastika Bhatia. And Sophie Eccleston is doing it with great delicacy and care. If I were her, I'd be quite deliberately making some fault occur there. And she got a huge round of applause for it as well. She does everything. Eccleston, she batted really well. She's now bowling and she ties up shoelaces like no one. In again, little flat. That's been hoiked out over deep mid wicket. I don't think it's going to reach the boundary. It won't, as ADR chases after it. In the end, Danny White tidies up running round from deep mid wicket. They pick up a couple, but that's an interesting sign of intent from Smriti Mandana there. 2 more to the total.
Yeah, that's what you're going to get, I think, with Eccleston bowling up the hill. It's much easier to hit down the ground, and with those 2 fielders up, Mandana feels like she can take her on.
Flattish again, punched off the back foot into a gap through the offside. There is a deep extra cover. Tammy Beaumont will come round to do the fielding, ping the throw into Amy Jones. 1 more to the total, 94 for 1. It's all a bit too easy at the moment.
She's got the most extraordinary timing. I think times the ball better than anybody I've ever seen.
Bhatia?
Mandana.
Or Mandana. Yeah, she does, doesn't she?
It's effortless.
Eggleston's in. That's defended. It keeps a little bit low through to Yastika Bhatia, actually, and she holds the pose. You have to say, ooch. That's scurried on a bit, 52 miles an hour, and it has been a slow, low wicket, especially from the end we're watching on, from the C end, bowling up the hill. As Eccleston pulls a flatter dart of a ball, which is cut away out through backward point. Beaumont's going to chase this, moving to her right, and she will stop the boundary. Throw comes in, 1 more to the total, 95 for 1. 5 runs off the first 5 balls. Don't forget, it's a 3-match series. The next game is on Wednesday at Canterbury. We'll, of course, be on air live for all of that. And then, as Eccleston is in, and that's just defended back to her by Mandana. End of the over, 95 for 1. 17 overs have been bowled. It all culminates, the English international summer culminates with a match at Lord's next Saturday, the 24th of September. If you can, why not get down to it? There's plenty of time to contemplate the miseries of encroaching autumn, the darkness of winter, the cold, the damp, the wet. You going away, Georgia? You got plans? You got big bash plans, or New Zealand plans, or?
Oh, I've got holiday plans, actually.
A holiday?
Yeah.
Dare one ask where?
Of, isn't it?
Is it anywhere nice?
Yeah, I'm going to a few places, actually. I'm going to Switzerland with Sophia Dunkley.
Nice.
For a few days.
Start of a new over from Dean. Tossed up and defended by Bhatia. Into the onside, there's no run.
And we've got some her family from there and my family from there. So we're
from Switzerland?
Yeah.
You're from Switzerland, really?
Well, you know, like
you make
generations
watches,
ago. Yeah,
I see. Elvis. Makes sense.
No, it's not actually the Elvis side.
Oh, big hoiking thrash. Gets an inside edge and will run down really fine, past the leg stump, down to the finest of fine leg boundaries for 4, and England can't buy a break, but Yastika Bhatia can. She moves to 50 with that. A 50 off just 45 balls. There have been some lovely shots in it. Really beautiful back foot punch to get her underway. A couple of really murderous pulls, and it has been an innings where shots have come from both sides of the wicket. 8 fours, 1 6. Very impressive effort from India's keeper. And India now 99 for 1. Her 4th 50, that, in 17 one-day internationals. As Dean is in. And she attempts the little dab, misses through to the keeper. England have looked more like taking a wicket in the last 5 minutes than at any point for a while. But at the same time, runs are coming. Either through authentic shots or some not so authentic. As Dean is in, and bowler! There we go, the wicket has come. Yastiga Bhatia came dancing down the wicket. Dean saw her coming, fired in a 54 mile per hour flatter ball. Bhatia missed it, it clattered onto the stumps, and she has to go for a very well made 50. England have finally got the breakthrough they so desperately needed. India 99 for 2.
Yeah, it's a lovely bit of bowling there from Charlie Dean. She's kept it tight this over, and like you said, just fired it in a little bit quicker and just hits the top of that off stump, and she enjoyed that one. The celebrations from her, I've got to say she deserved it. And maybe don't underestimate the influence of having Sophie Eccleston bowling at the other end as well. Her runs maybe not as fluent, harder to come by, and that is a big breakthrough. England will feel back in the game now.
Well, it's the highest partnership of the day so far, and it's one that's got India into a very strong position, but there is now an end open, and a right-hander coming to the crease will assist Sophie Eccleston. It is the captain, Harmanpreet Kaur, who is going to stride to the wicket with her side comfortably positioned, but wickets, well, they can do funny things to you.
Harmanpreet Kaur, 8 games as India ODI captain before today. As captain, she averages 72.8.
Woo! Well, it can bring out the best in some, can't it?
Absolutely. That extra responsibility. She's a fantastic finisher of the innings. Dangerous player, and England will know how important she is, her leadership in this batting chase. I feel like if they can break this partnership, then they really are in with a good chance of getting a collapse from this Indian batting lineup.
And is what they will be hoping. Of that there is no doubt. So Charlie Dean just setting her field. She's got to slip in a catching short extra cover, mid-off backward point in the ring on the offside. First ball dabbed into the offside square of the wicket, where the distinctive figure of Sophia Dunkley does the fielding. You can always tell where she is by her gait. Her walk is just magnificent. The slightly jaunty angle of the hat. As Dean waits, tosses a ball from hand to hand. In now to the right-handed Harmanpreet. This is tossed up, driven back to her, fielded off her own bowling. End of the over, successful one for England that's seen the back of Yastiga Bhatia for 50. India 99 for 2 from 18 overs, need another 129 to win from 32. So that is roughly 4 and over, which still feels a pretty easy task, all those wickets in hand. But as you say, a little bit of doubt might now creep in as a wicket has fallen. Good bit of bowling that from Dean. She saw Bhatia come at her, and then instead of drifting it out wide, she just went for that slightly flatter one in between bat and pad, clip the top of the stumps.
Yep, clever bit of bowling. The spin twins operating now in tandem.
Eccleston in, punched off the back foot nicely, finds the gap out to Tammy Beaumont, deep extra cover. 100 up for India, 100 for 2. Marliner moves to 53. Yes, I mean, it is the lot, is it not, of all of us involved in cricket, Georgia Elwes, that holiday season is September, October.
Do you like a warm holiday?
I do. Yes.
Difficult to find a warm holiday in October, isn't it?
Sicily.
Oh yeah.
Sicily, Crete. Cyprus I've never been. You go south in the Mediterranean as you can, I tend to find.
Canary Islands.
Well, you do that, never done that. But there's a World T20 in Australia, so that will rather impinge.
Oh, well, that's sun, isn't it? Yeah.
I don't think Hobart's particularly sunny in October, no. It'll be fun. It'll be great fun, but I'm wrapping up warm, let's put it that way. Taking the woolies. As Eccleston is in, and Harmanpreet goes down on one knee and plays a little flicky sweep down through deep backward square or long leg. She'll pick up a couple for it. It's very premeditated. She went down immediately. And Eccleston, by the way, when she comes into bowl here, she stands between umpire Anna Harris and the stump, stands right in front of her, and there's about 2 or 3 yards between the umpire and the stumps. And here she goes, she puts herself right in front of the umpire, and now can see nothing for a moment. And she goes 1, 2, 3 steps across, and then and again identical shot, and probably identical result. It's going to run away towards the boundary. It's going to be picked up by a deep square leg running round. 2 more, the ball's flung into the ground. And Harmanpreet here has decided how she's going to play. This is entirely premeditated. She's decided how I'm going to do it. Let's get down on one knee and access. Now that gap's been plugged. Short, fine leg has come in. I don't think Eccleston likes being hit for twos. This is not really in her. It's not what she came here for. Let's put it that way. She's in again. Forward comes Harmanpreet, pushes into the offside, and there's no run. Dunkley has just flung the ball in an unusual way, which wouldn't best please her captain. But it's been backed up safely, and there's no run. Still a bit of a breeze out there. It's not cold, but it's certainly autumnal. As Eccleston is in, forward comes Harmanpreet, pushes into the offside, picked up by the bowler, and there's no run. We're pretty close to the equinox, aren't we, Phil Long? I would think that's about 3 days away, 3 or 4 days away, when darkness takes over from the light. Eccleston in, forward comes Harmanpreet, pushes into the onside, and there's no run. End of the over. A tidy one, but one that nonetheless went for 5 runs. 104 for 2, Marnella 43. Harmanpreet has 4. Yep. It's a time for reflection, isn't it, when you get to the end of a season? And on reflection, women's cricket has had a pretty good summer, wouldn't you say?
I think it's had a brilliant summer, and this England side, very different to the side that was picked in the Ashes at the start of the year. So times are changing, the new faces are coming in, bowling fast, whacking the ball to all parts, and the future does look bright. The crowds that we saw at the Commonwealth Games, the crowds that we saw over the course of the 100 as well, women's cricket's definitely on the up.
Charlie Dean starts a new over, and Mandela just works the ball around a pad out towards deep square leg for a single. There's been so much more cricket as well. I mean, you think back to 2020 when cricket was hampered by COVID. The England men managed to get their 6 test matches on, and a few one-day internationals as well, but the women were left waiting all the way until the end of September before they got games on against the West Indies. Well, it's been very different this year. There's 3 match T20 and ODI series as well as a test match. First one's against South Africa, then the Commonwealth Games and the 100. As Dean is in, that's defended on the front foot by Harmanpreet. Back to the bowler, there's no run. I wonder if that's a challenge for players who are perhaps not used to that volume of cricket.
Yeah, and that pressurised environment for sustained periods of time as well, and living out of a suitcase in hotels.
Dean is in, down the leg side, and that's flicked away, but straight to Eccleston at short, fine leg. There's no run.
Yeah, it's the sort of the side of the game that you don't see, isn't it? You see so often take to the field and be under pressure in their skills in that sense, but off the field as well, there is huge pressures going on.
Dean in, tossed up, driven, and really well stopped in the covers. The hand goes out, stops the ball. There's no run. Emma Lamb at short extra cover. That's the fielding.
I think that's where the youth of the side comes in, because they just take it in their stride, don't they? And they've got that energy and enthusiasm.
Dean in again, worked around the pad once more to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, well, you get to sample a whole load of different buffet breakfasts. You get to keep little notes. I'm thinking of becoming a breakfast consultant when I grow up.
Yeah. When you grow up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Last ball of the 20th over. I think I've got it down pat now. So much depends on the size of the plate. As Dean is in, that's really tossed up and driven back to her. She dives over the ball, but maybe a little hand on it because it slowed down as it made its way to mid-off. End of the over, a tight one, just the single from it. 105 for 2. Mandana has 44. Harmanpreet has 4. But you know, in all seriousness, it is takes some getting used to. It's a change of lifestyle, isn't it? And you know, we've seen men get burnout. There's absolutely no reason why we shouldn't start seeing that happen. Some people's workload's going to have to be managed.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the opportunity for these girls to still go overseas and play franchise cricket and learn about playing in different conditions and with different players, they'll want to keep doing that as well. But as the international schedule increases, the time that they will have to do that, or you know, the time that they need to take breaks as well, is going to be really crucial.
Eccleston starts a new over from the C end, going up the hill, and Mandana just works the ball straight to Dunkley at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yes, I mean, if you are Alice Capsey, you'll be playing Women's Big Bash from the middle of October, middle to end of October, and that'll take you through till December. Then, of course, there's the Women's T20 World Cup out in South Africa. Down the wicket comes Mandana. She drives in the air, but it won't make it all the way to Beaumont at deep extra cover. It bounces once just in front of her. She pings the throw in, 106 for 2. So there'll be busy times there, and a Women's IPL in the offing as well is going to make for an even more crowded schedule.
Yeah, it's exciting though, isn't it? It's all these opportunities that they're getting, and to be 16 again would be fantastic.
Eccleston in, defended by Harmanpreet to the offside. They scamper through for a quick single, and they will get there. Yes, I suppose to be 16-year-old woman cricketer. Yes, I don't want to be a 16-year-old me. that wasn't a great time. Yes, studying unseen ancient Greek translations. Own fault. Eccleston in, driven to short extra cover, and there's no run. And all the faff that comes with being 16.
Finding your way in the world. Well, it doesn't look like a faff to the likes of Kemp and Capsey, does it?
No. They are blessed with great talent and diligence. So ball is played back to the bowler, and there is no run. A little shorter this time. Two tremendous qualities to have, I would say. Neither of which I was particularly blessed with. Eccleston in. Mandana sweeps firmly, but won't get it past deep square leg. One more to the total as Capsey fires the throw in. End of another tight over. Just 3 from that. So the last 3 overs, 9 runs have come. 108 for 2. England getting something of a squeeze on. They'll need more than that. They'll need wickets as well if they're going to haul India back in, because at the moment India very much the favourites. Mandana has 46 from 60. Harmanpreet 5 from 13. Eccleston's now bowled 3 overs, none for 13. This after England posted just 227 for 7 when they were put into bat by India this morning. The wicket's been quite slow and low. It's been difficult to get any real pace into the shots. And the loss of a couple of early wickets and, crucially, some senior players at the top of that order made life pretty tricky. But half century from Alice Davidson Richards, Sophie Eccleston with 31, and Charlie Dean with a handy cameo 20-odd unbeaten got them to a respectable total. One, though, that in 2022 is pretty hard to defend. Charlie Dean's going to continue. This is her 7th over as she bowls to the left-handed Smriti Mandana. And Mandana comes down a wicket and drives over the top of mid-off. That's a wonderful shot. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and it scurries away for 4. 50 for Smriti Mandana. And it's been a typically wonderful knock, actually. We've seen some trademark cover drives through the offside, mostly kept the ball along the ground, but then with mid-off up, she's just danced down the wicket and plonked the ball over the top. She has got every shot in the book. If you bowl short to her, she'll pull it away. If you bowl it full, she'll drive you.
Yeah, 8 fours, 61 balls for that 50. It's the 6th time she's passed. No, it's not. It's the 7th time she's passed 50 against England. She's got a high score of 90, which is in the opening game of the 2017 World Cup.
Well, that's under threat today as she drives off a thick outside edge to backward point, where Beaumont fields. She's moved to backward point, and there is no run. 112 for 2. Dean under a bit of pressure here. She's put a mid-off back onto the boundary. She's in again around the wicket to Mandana, who waits and cuts down through backward point. It's running away towards the boundary. It's being pursued and will be cut off by Alice Capsey out there at deep backward point eventually. It's made good ground. They like to put Alice Capsey out on the boundary. Good arm, fierce bolt of an arm. When she's in the inner ring, I find it's a bit dangerous because she flings the ball back in very fast indeed. 114 for 2. 2 more to Mandana. She's on strike once more, and she works this round her pad out towards deep mid-wicket for a single. You get the feeling, don't you, with Mandana, that her wagon wheel will be quite a sturdy beast. It won't just have one prong.
I love watching her bat. I think she just seems like she's got so much time. It looks like she's not even really in any position to hit the ball hard, and then she just times it and it races away.
Dean into Harmanpreet, who defends on the front foot. Back to the bowler. and there is no run. Backward point extra mid-off, and a deep cover on the offside. Long on goes back, mid-wicket, short fine leg is up. Deep mid-wicket, the deep backward square leg for the off-spinning Dean. He comes in at 4 or 5 paces, and that's just down the leg side and tapped into the onside easily enough into space. Ball is then flung furiously at the stumps, but Dean is able to tidy up. End of the over, 22 overs gone, 116 for 2. The target 228, just 112 to get now. And well, when you've got a 3-match series, winning the first one, quite important.
It is. It's setting a marker, isn't it, as well? England haven't played ODI cricket since the start of the summer. We've spoken about how they've been playing the shorter format and missing 3 of their most experienced players in Catherine Brunt, Nat Siver and Heather Knight. So a new young England side, and they will be looking to go out there and lay down a marker, building towards the next World Cup, and you always have good battles with this Indian side.
Eccleston will start again from in front of the umpire, and her first ball to the right-handed Harmanpreet is defended on the front foot back to her. There is no run. All quite comfortable at the moment. There's a sort of gentle hum here at Hove. Not really had an opportunity to get going today. As Eccleston is in, that's again defended on the front foot. Back to the bowler. Have you noticed much in the way of turn? I'm not seeing a great deal of it.
Well, I thought Indian spinner's got quite a good amount of turn, but I mean, Sophie Eccleston does not a huge turner of the ball anyway. Charlie Dean would be the one that I would expect to get a lot of turn if there was any. No, not at the moment.
Eccleston tosses this up and swept away vigorously out to deep backward square leg, where the ball is tidied up by Lamb. 1 more to the total, 117 for 2. Trying to work out where and how Eccleston might attack here, because at the moment it's quite easy for India to pick her off for 1s and 2s, and they'll be seeing Eccleston as a main wicket taking threat as she's in over the wicket. That's driven nicely, languidly up to mid-off, where Cross does the fielding, and there is no run. Eccleston again waits, and they're getting through their overs here. She's in, again tossed up and driven beautifully once more through extra cover, but Beaumont is well positioned for that shot, and they just get through for a single. 118 for 2. I think this over's been bowled in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, she does get through very quickly.
Oh, doesn't she?
And Charlie Dean at the other end.
Here she is to complete the over, and Harmanpreet gets a full delivery which she digs out. There's a half appeal. The ball, I think, comes off bat. The question is, did it come off boot first? Not sure. They don't think it is. That is the end of the over. 119 for 2. Harmanpreet has 8. Mandana has 54. Not Alex Hartley. It's not Alex Hartley, it's always Tash Farrand.
We got a similar hairstyle today.
What have you spotted? Actually, Phil, you say what you spotted, and I'll get out of the way because Emily Windsor's going to come and replace me.
I was spotting something that didn't actually happen. We waited and waited. There was a DRS countdown. We waited, the umpire waited, and then decided it wasn't a leg bye, it was runs off the bat.
Well, India, 119 for 2. Smriti Mandana, 54 not out, alongside the Indian captain Harmanpreet Kaur. Just going along nicely, these two at the moment. But we're seeing Emma Lamb brought into the attack for her first over today. The off spinner picked but over Alice Capsey. We were discussing off air who we thought might get the nod for some overs. They've gone with Emma Lamb. And she be bowling to Kaur, who actually pulls out halfway through. I don't know what this is going to be signalled. Is this going to be a dead ball? She pulled out remarkably late there. It is signalled a dead ball.
I think she'd already bowled the ball there.
That's a nice warm-up delivery, isn't it?
Yeah, that is nice actually. It was a bit short as well.
Emma Lamb into Kaur bowls, and that's worked off her pads, but only to mid-wicket, so will be no run. Kate Cross in there. Been lively in the ring. Key experienced player as well to talk to the bowlers. There's Lamb in, bowls again, that's shorter delivery but punched back to Dean. Extra cover. Do you feel the difference? We haven't seen as much variable bounce that we saw from the Indian spinners as Emma Lamb comes in to core again. That's pulled away nicely. Tammy Beaumont's out there at deep square leg, so it'll just be a single. Do you feel the difference is the pace our spinners bowled compared to the Indians?
Yeah, absolutely. I think on average, all our spinners, obviously Emma Lamb bowling now, Sophie Eccleston and Charlie Dean, they do bowl that slightly quicker pace than the Indian spinners, who actually extracted that indifferent bounce. But we haven't really seen that in the second innings. The pitch might have flattened out with the sun being on it all day. Yeah, it's almost Mandana is making this wicket look pretty decent at the moment.
Just a change of field. We're going to have 2 extra covers in for Mandana. No one behind square on the leg side, as that short ball that's pitched halfway down, that didn't bounce, but it's not going to bounce when you bowl at that pace halfway down the wicket. It resulted in a single. Score 121 for 2. I played against Lancashire Thunder a couple of weeks ago, or last week, and Emma Lamb played for Lancashire, and she did keep bowling it short into the pitch. As Lamb in bowls, that's a better delivery, fuller and work to mid-wicket.
I think obviously she probably bowls more in T20 cricket, and that might have created that shorter length to be her natural length ball, but I think especially on this wicket in ODI cricket she wants to be trying to get it above the eye line, bowl a bit fuller.
Shorter again, but pulled straight to the fielder on the leg side boundary for a single. Quarter 10.
I am surprised that Emma Lamb's been sort of chosen over Alice Capsey here. They both bowl off spin. They're both batters who bowl off spin, both good in their own right, but Alice Capsey, she's bowled in the T20s as well. She bowled in the 100. She's just got a knack of picking up wickets, and that's what England need at the moment. But Amy Jones seeing it differently, and she's obviously seeing something in Emma Lamb in the nets, so she's brought her on here.
And I think back to that South Africa series as well, Emma Lamb did bowl some overs in that South Africa series in the ODIs, which obviously Alice Capsey wasn't part of. It's her debut today, so I guess that little bit more seniority, if you like, going with Emma Lamb, giving her an option. But just a conversation here between Eccleston and Jones. Obviously it's hard being a captain behind the stumps because you can't always have that conversation with the bowlers freely. But Eccleston starts her run up right in front of umpire Anna Harris. She cannot see a thing. Right now she is looking at Sophie Eccleston's back of her head and plait.
She's got a lovely plait.
As Eccleston in bowled, and that's a straight delivery, pulled into mid-wicket. Dean round and throws at the bowler's end. But the batter safely home, so it's just a single.
That must be so hard as an umpire. You probably want to line yourself up, make sure you can see it the whole way down, and she obviously only, to the right-hander, she only sees that ball coming down at the very last moment.
Eccleston then over the wicket to the left-handed Mandana, who just works it up to long on for a single. 124 for 2. We're into the 25th over. India's target is 228. 2 quality Indian batters at the crease. As Eccleston in, flighted delivery, swept away. That's beat fine leg, square leg. Emma Lamb's coming round, and they come back for a couple. Good running from court. She moves to 13, 126 for 2. England just need to find a way to get a breakthrough here. Any suggestions, Tash?
I think they've just got to keep hope that India do have a very long tail, so they just need to try and string a few dot balls together.
Eccleston in, bowls, flatter delivery but cut. Only to Capsey at backward point, so there will be no run.
I think these 2 batters, they're very experienced, but they do like to score freely, so if you can even get a few dots, work in pairs of partnerships as bowlers.
Eccleston in again, bowls again off the back foot. Same result to Alice Capsey at point, so that is a string of dots. That's 2 dots now.
It's all well and good, Sophie Eccleston bowling really well from this bottom end, but she needs her other bowler, whoever's bowling at the top end, to back her up as well, because you have to work in partnerships as bowlers.
Eccleston in, that's a fuller delivery but swept away into the leg side. Emma Lamb comes round at deep square leg, fires it back into Amy Jones's gloves for a single. Kaur will keep the strike then. She's on 14, 127 for 2 India. Eccleston bowled 5 overs so far for 21. Emma Lamb will continue from the far end as we look from the commentary box. There's a seagull on the pitch and now fluttering off here at Hove. It's very overcast. It's not blue skies that we had this morning. A gentle breeze still, and the crowd enjoying what they're seeing today. Sell-out crowd here at Hove, mainly situated in the stand to our left as we're looking from the sea end. There's Emma Lamb, got her sunglasses on despite the overcast condition, bowls, and that's cut away, finds Dunkley at backward point, a slight misfield, so they come through for a quick single shy at the bowler's end, but in vain.
All day in that point region towards the sea end, fielders have found it really tricky. I think there's obviously quite a few used ends of wickets there, and it's just bobbled around, and we've seen a few misfields at backward point there.
Emma Lamb into Mandana, short ball, and that's not bounced. They're appealing for a caught behind here. Not really interested, but that was almost halfway down the track, but again didn't get up.
That was almost like Amy Jones's dismissal. That was a P roller. It's halfway down the track and it's just not got up at all.
Again halfway down the track and pulled out to Danny Wyatt at deep mid wicket. Not bouncing much for Emma Lamb here. 129 for 2. Mandana on 57. Again, the challenge as well as a captain, as a fielding team, your left hand, right hand combination. Fielders having to readjust every single ball. It's an extra challenge a captain doesn't like, as Lamb in bowls, played back down the pitch. And you're one of those awkward lefties, Tash.
Absolutely. Yeah, having that left hand, right hand combination, it is tricky, especially when the partnership extends and both batters are out there for a long time. You have to stay on your feet as a fielder.
That's cut away nicely. That's a great shot down the hill by Harmanpreet Kaur. Sophia Dunkley's not going to get there. Just used the pace and the whip that Emma Lamb gave, and it's raced away for 4. 133 for 2.
Yeah, just a bit of width there, short and wide there from Emma Lamb, and can't bowl any width from that top end. It just races down the hill. What I would say is I'd quite like to see one of the seamers come back on, probably Kate Cross, the pick of the bowlers. Try and tie things up, also get that wicket.
And that's a player miss outside the off stump as she tries to guide it in that same gap but on the front foot this time. It's 133 for 2, 26 overs gone, so that means 95 is needed from 144 balls. Should be comfortable for India, especially if these two bat a period of time, but wickets keep England in the game.
The scoring from India have been very consistent, as you say, very comfortable at the moment. Last 14 overs, only 4 fours, but they've kept the scoreboard ticking over. That was Harmanpreet Kaur's first 4 of her innings today.
And that's what India did so well to England, didn't they? They restricted the angles, they bowled those tight lines. What have you spotted there, Tash?
Well, I think Kate Cross was taking her hat and Sunny's off there to have a bowl, but Sophie Eccleston's taken the ball from her. Did think maybe Kate Cross is going to come on next over from the top end.
Eccleston in, shorter delivery, and that's guided behind square, deep square leg. Alice Gapsey comes round. She had a lot of work to do, and they come through for a couple. Mandana will move to 59. 93 needed off 143 balls.
I just think if you've got your two of your best ODI bowlers bowling in tandem, that's the only way you're going to break this partnership.
Eccleston in, driven up to mid-off, will be no run. Yeah, they just need to build that consistent pressure that India did to England, and they haven't been able to find a way to do that yet. Moments of it, but not a package of play. That's short by Eccleston, and that's pulled to deep square leg for a single. Alice Gapsey out there. Fires it back into Amy Jones's glove. 136 for 2. Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain, With India out there on 19. Doesn't need to do anything reckless. These two, they just bat. Eccleston left arm over in, driven nicely out to deep cover by Court. As Phil talked about there, India not striking boundaries, but they're just rotating the strike.
Yeah, they're doing what they need to do at the moment. They need much less than a run a ball. They'll be concerned about the wickets, so they're just hitting it into the gaps that England are giving them.
Eccleston in again, that's cut. Emma Lamb diving effort, but she didn't get a hand to it. The fielder, Tammy Beaumont at deep cover comes round, but another 2. So manipulating the field again. 89 required from 139. Eccleston a bit frustrated with that one.
I think just comparing the two bowling sides so far, as India almost bowled a little bit straighter, a little bit fuller than England have.
Eccleston in again, driven to extra cover. Charlie Dean in there, that's no run. That's the end of the over, 27 overs gone, 89 needed from 138 balls. So Tash, that's in between overs. Where's your rehab journey? How's things going? Where are you at? So you had let's just explain to the listeners, you had a stress fracture of your back, that's correct. So on a long journey, it's been a frustrating summer, no doubt.
A journey for sure, yeah. So one of the many bowlers who have had a stress fracture in their back recently. But yeah, no, it's going really well. Just had a week holiday because I've been going full throttle with the rehab for 3 or 4 months. So feel refreshed now and should be able to bowl in the next couple of weeks if everything goes to plan. But you can't really plan too far ahead with these injuries. You kind of got to go with the flow, which is sometimes quite tricky for someone who likes to be very organised. But yeah, no, it's going well, thanks. So see what happens in the winter.
Emma Lamb in again, bowl, shorter delivery, pulled out to the fielder again on the boundary. It's bobbled into her face. She does well in the end to keep it to a single. And obviously that return to bowl, I'm guessing that's not you going back in, running in and bowling. You're starting from very basics drill work, is it?
I've got to see if I can remember how to bowl first.
Don't give us that, Tash. You've done that for many years. Emma Lamb in again, that's worked in to the leg side this time. Sophia Dunkley on the other side of the field for the left-hander at square leg does the fielding.
Yeah, no, so just sort of start with drills, just walking drills, and then you kind of just have to play it by ear, see how the body feels, see how I pull up. I'm sure I'll be pretty stiff and sore after my first bowl back, but I'm super excited for it.
Lamb in again, fuller this time, pushed into the offside, will be no run.
I think there's so much cricket now. Obviously I have huge aspirations to get into that England side, but you know, the domestic structure is so good now. There's obviously franchise leagues all around the world, so there's always cricket to be played.
Lamb in, shorter ball, but that stayed low. She's tried to pull that away, Harmon Precourt, but how has that missed? Kate Cross, hands on head. England fielders just needed something.
I don't know how that has missed. I want to see a replay of that. All the England fielders, hands on heads, can't believe what's just happened.
Lamb in again, this time worked into that vacant mid-wicket. Kate Cross comes in, shies at the bowler's end. They make a comfortable single in the end, 86 needed from 133. And how has the journey been? Has it been highs, lows, frustrating all the way? Because almost the timing of it must have been really, really hard to watch a season of cricket in England. There's Lamb into Mandana, and that's paddled down the hill. There's no fielder there. Lamb just getting her line wrong, and that will be 4 runs. Mandana will move to 67. 82 required now off 132 balls.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Mandana, just straight down the leg side and just paddles it round the corner there, and it runs down the hill. Yeah, there's been highs and lows. I think the first couple of months are really hard. I think as an athlete you aren't used to not being able to exercise, to obviously do any training, and those first couple of months are slow and you can't do any exercise really. You have to make sure that you're really diligent in doing nothing, so that.
And it seems like you can't lift, isn't it?
Yeah.
Heavy shopping, things like that.
Yeah, no, nothing. You know, you got to be weighted on hand and
that sounds awful.
Yeah, terrible.
And is sleeping a problem with that injury? Is that?
I think probably the most frustrating thing for me is that it's not been that painful at any stage. So it's just purely a bowling injury. If I obviously went and had a bowl, it would be really sore. But it doesn't really hurt in day-to-day life. It might get a little bit stiff, but I think that's what I found so frustrating. I think, is it actually broken? But it definitely was. So yeah, no, I've not been in too much discomfort or anything. But once I started the rehab and I was able to bat and obviously do gym stuff and run, it's gone quite quickly actually.
Kate Cross into the attack then as Farron Arson, that's down the leg side, will be signalled a wide, and Amy Jones doesn't take it cleanly up to the stump, so it will be 2 runs to the total. 82 required off 132 balls, and the Indian crowd below us, there's a real mix. There's a Mexican wave going round. There's some Indian supporters trying to start it and keep it going to our left. It's really entertaining getting this crowd going. I don't think the England fans have much to cheer about, but the Indians are enjoying it. There's Kate Cross coming in from the CN to Mandana. Bowls, that's hit up in the air. Is that a chance? No, it falls safely over mid-wicket and just short of mid-on. Good delivery from Cross.
Yeah, well bowled there from Kate Cross. She's bowling it across Smriti Mandana, and she's just bowling good lines, good lengths. What she does, she nibbles it off the seam either way. She's kept her straights up as well, which I really like. She knows she's got to get a wicket for her team here.
Cross in again, and that's in defence. Not confidently there though from court. Good again from Kate Cross.
Love that. Harmanpreet and Kate Cross, they're good friends off the pitch. Played at Lancashire together a lot in the KSL and also in the early stages of the 100. And,
getting stuck in there, aren't they?
Having a bit of a battle here, which is always nice to see.
Cross again at the top of her mark. A big spin, charging in, pumping those arms to Corey. He's gone for a paddle. Taken well by Amy Jones. Doesn't make contact this time. What are you looking forward to the most? Obviously, you've now got a winter ahead of you, haven't you? That back fully fit. Do you have a date in mind, or a series in mind, or a competition in mind that would be ideal for you?
I think you can have a date, but it's definitely not set in stone. There's obviously a tour to the West Indies. Don't know if I'll be fully fit for that.
Cross into Corn. That's on the leg side. That's hit pad, I think, racing down to the boundary, and the fielder can't get there. Izzy Wong on the boundary rope. He's having a tough day today, but that's 4 runs off the bat for Harmanpreet Kaur. 75 needed off 128 balls.
But as I said earlier, there's lots of cricket. There's obviously competitions. There's the Super Smash in New Zealand. There's the 50 over comp in Australia. So for me, what's most important, I want to try and get back in that England side, but I need to get some cricket under my belt before I have aspirations to do that again.
Cross in bowl, back down the pitch this time. Solid in defence from Court. This is a real battle.
This really is. You feel like something's going to happen every single ball here. I don't know if it's because they're good mates, and Harmanpreet Kaur looks like she wants to get Kate Cross away here. But there's a little battle going on between the bigger battle, and just the crowd's getting into it, and you just feel like who's going to give first here.
Cross charging in again, and that's pushed to extra cover. Sophia Dunkley's there, will be no run. That's the end of the over. 29 overs gone, 153 for 2. Chasing the target of 228 to win. And obviously all of us wish you the best. Hopefully it'll be this last little bit where you can get doing that little bit more. I'm sure it'll be a lot more enjoyable, and you feel like you get back into your strides.
Yeah, absolutely. I've had such great support, not from just the medical team at England, also the South East Stars, but just I think your teammates, they're just your family away from your family, aren't they? And I've spent a lot of time at the gym or at the training ground.
It's great to have you at the Oval Invincibles.
Yeah, I was a little groupie during the 100, just travelling
on the bus,
travelling around the team, trying to keep the spirits high, doing a bit of rehab. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. Sometimes it's quite nice just sitting down and watching the cricket.
You're lying, that must have been stressful.
Well, it was, but I'd rather be playing. But sometimes without the pressure, it was quite nice, just chilling, having a watch, having a cup of tea, watching my mates go and do their stuff. So yeah, still got plenty of years left in the tank, hopefully, so it's not all doom and gloom. And here's one of my great mates, Alice Davidson-Richards. She's coming back on. Probably not the best 4 overs she has ever bowled, but she's got a point to prove here with the ball.
Down the hill this time as well, and that's outside the off stump. That's pushed in to the gap on the offside. Alice Capsey at cover comes round to do the fielding.
I think.
Wow, that's bounced off the old surfaces, so they're going to come back for 2, but that's no fault of Alice Capsey or Amy Jones. That hit the wicket end and flew over Amy Jones's head.
Yeah, that really reared up, didn't it? There's been loads of them today. If it hits one of those older strips, it's either bobbling to the left, bobbling to the right, or that's just shot up. And
that's a worst nightmare, isn't it?
Yeah, as a keeper.
Oh, keeper. There's Davidson-Richards in again. That's a good length delivery, but that's pulled nicely off her pads by Mandana Wyatt. So quick out there on the rope to keep it to a single. Mandana now on 71 off 80 balls, 72 needed off 124. England have to find a way to get this breakthrough, and in doing that, they've brought cover up, third man, or third back on the rope. A deep square leg and a deep fine leg. So just the 3 fielders outside the circle out of the possible 4. They've got to be aggressive. There's Alice Davidson-Richards coming into the right-handed core bowls. That's outside the off stump, but hit straight to Danny Wyatt, who ends up right on her bottom at cover.
You can watch Danny Wyatt all day in the field. She's an absolute beauty. She's always providing some sort of entertainment.
And this crowd are enjoying it. There's ice cream vans, there's burger bars, coffee shops, Indian fans running with flags. There's Davidson-Richards in, that's short, pulled away. Alice Capsey out there does well to keep it for a single. Is this a ploy, do you think, Davidson-Richards bowling shot? Because I've not seen her bowl this length for a while. She usually gets it up there, doesn't she? She targets the stumps, got some good Yorkers.
I think she's what she's done so well in the regional setup this year. She's bowled the back end overs really well, and she has actually opted for this short ball ploy.
So that's in fuller and played back down the pitch, and she's got slower balls as well. I've faced many of those. Back of the handers, cutters. She's a clever bowler, isn't she?
Yeah, she really is, and I think it's probably worth maybe her throwing one of those back of the hand balls down. I mean, England need a wicket, and India are cruising here, and to Mandana it might be quite a good option. Just one of the seamers, actually. Why don't they go to their slower ball, see what's going to happen?
Davidson-Richards in, and that's driven up to mid-off. Will be no run. 71 needed then, off 120 balls now.
I think you can have all these skills, but it's actually picking the best time and the situation to use them. I think Mandana and Kaur, they're so strong on the short ball off the back foot, those cross-batted shots. So, yeah, she maybe have that short ball ploy up her sleeve, but I think from what we've seen today throughout both innings, that fuller length is working well, so she sticks to that. I just don't think the England bowlers maybe have got their lines and lengths right, and almost just been boring with it and sticking to it every single ball. And it's definitely hard when you go from the 100 and the T20 to revert back into the ODI mode, but I just think that's what they could look to do.
Cross-in bowls, that's top of off stump and played through the offside, so it'll be no run. And I think that's what India did so well, especially up front. They were relentless with that, the bowl into their field, bowling that top of off stump, hitting a good length, and made it really hard for the England batters to score. Didn't give them that loose delivery to put away, but England need to find something here. As Cross charging in again, bowls again, same length, same delivery, another dot ball.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Kate Cross has probably been pick of the seamers, and when she bowls her best ball, that length and line that she bowls so well time and time over again, she's looked really threatening, and it's been mostly dots when she's bowled her best ball, top of off stump. And she's looking good here. She's keeping it nice and tight, but as I said before, she needs the other person at the other end to do the same.
Cross in again. That's a player miss outside the off stump by court. Pressure building. You feel like something's going to happen here. 157 for 2 India. Smriti Mandhana at the crease alongside India's captain Harmanpreet Kaur in reply to England's 227. So England need wickets. Field up on the offside. Just 2 fielders out on the leg side and a third. So that's in, bowls driven, and that's fielded by Sophia Dunkley. Mox throwing at the bowler's end, at Smriti Mandhana's end. Obviously teammates in the 100, Sophia Dunkley and Mandhana. That's what's so good, isn't it, about cricket in women's cricket now, is those relationships that players are getting across international teams because of these competitions. You've got the Big Bash, the IPL's coming, the 100. It's cross in from Kaur, and that's pushed into the offside. Will be no run. And how everyone's going to be learning so much about each other.
Absolutely. Obviously, we just have had the experience before, but we've just had the experience of having Susie Bates in our side at the Oval Invincibles, and what a hard trainer she is, and obviously in some great form at the moment. And having these overseas pros and the likes of Alice Capsey being around that.
There's Kate Cross in, and she's gone for a paddle. That's a lovely shot. Going very fine. There is a fielder out there. Izzy Wong can't get there again. Good diving effort. But that's that pressure that's built. Kaur wins that battle. That's the end of the over. 67 now needed from 114 balls.
Yeah, and it's so important to learn from those pros who've been there and done it and got the experience in different conditions, and Harmanpreet Kaur showing her skills there. That's probably one that she's learned on slower pitches in India and just getting down. She's played that a few times against the spin, but this time against the seam, getting down on one knee and just paddling it nice and fine to the seam of Kate Cross.
Thank you, Tash. We can have a change. Tash Rowant, England international, is going to leave us. Nice to hear her story there about coming back from injury. Her stress fracture at the back, and we'll be joined by another England World Cup winner, left-arm spinner. As Alice Davidson-Richards is in, and that's played to mid-wicket. Alex Hartley.
Hello.
How's your team doing? Lancashire Thunder, they're playing Western Storm.
Yeah, it's not looking good. I've been watching it all day. Western Storm need 30 from 12 overs, but they're 5 down. They should win. Western Storm. Danny Gibson's still there, 47 not out of just 30 deliveries.
Davidson-Richards in, and that's dug out. That's a Yorker length delivery, but played up to mid-on for no run.
Deandra Dottin going at over 18 and over. So I think she got taken out of the bowling attack pretty quickly.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear.
So yeah, back to the cricket here then. 67 required from 112 balls, and Alice Davidson-Richards in, bowls. That's cut away nicely. Width from Davidson-Richards. Alice Capsey comes round. Good diving stop from her, and this Hove crowd enjoy that one.
It's a brilliant stop from Alice Capsey out there. She gets the applause of the crowd. It's a full length dive. She flicks it back in. Danger of flicking it over the boundary, but she does a good job in the end.
Yeah, she's had a lot of work to do out there. There's Alice Capsey. She's done well. As just a delay in play as Kaur's readjusting her gloves. Davidson-Richards, we were saying, Alex, we feel like these two seamers, England need to find a way to build pressure at both ends, but they also need to find a way to take wickets. So potentially seeing some of Davidson-Richards' slower balls would be a good option. That's into the pitch and pushed into the offside for a single. Mandhana to 74, 64 from 110. Is there anything you feel England could be doing differently here to get a breakthrough?
Yeah, I think maybe they haven't gone to Alice Capsey. Izzy Wong. I think I would potentially give Izzy Wong a couple of overs down the hill. Just let her bowl quick. I mean, India only needs 64 from the next 110 deliveries, so if she has an expensive over, it's not the end of the world. You know, they're not in a winning position.
Davidson Richards then bowling down the hill in, shorter ball, and that's guided down to third man. Tammy Beaumont there does the fielding. 63 now needed from 109 balls. You feel like Charlie Dean could also be an option because she tends to take wickets, but I agree that Izzy Wong just say, come and bowl me some quick overs. Let's see what happens. But they need to do something. As Davidson Richards in again, and that's played back down the pitch, taking the pace off that one. But it's no run. 63 required, 108 balls to do it. 165 for 2 India. They're going along nicely.
Been really impressed with India today, and I think actually today has probably been the first day that we've really missed the senior players in this England squad, being your Nat Siver, your Catherine Brunt, Captain Heather Knight.
Amy Jones and Sophie Eccleston having a conversation in the middle, perhaps about where to go to next. Eccleston's played a lot of cricket, but she's still so young. Amy Jones, a tough job keeping, captaining. But England need to find something. Kate Cross has bowled some tight overs to Harmanpreet Kaur. They're good friends, aren't they? And it feels like a battle. When these two are bowling and batting against each other, it feels like something could happen either way. As Cross in bowls and in defence, there's no run. Would there be, if Cross got Kaur out here, would there be a laugh and joke about that? Would they be winding each other up?
Potentially later on down the line if they cross paths at training. Cross got Kaur out at Taunton to get her 5 foot last year. Gave it the big selly.
Cross then 16 on her back, pumping her iron. Short ball, that's a good shot into the leg side. Tammy Beaumont comes round from deep square leg, and they come back for 2. Good running from India again. She moves to 34, 61 needed off 106.
It was a good bounce of that from Cross, but it was played very well by Harmanpreet Kaur. She just flat bats it along the floor into the leg side. Really impressive, being able to get on top of the bounce and hit it down into the ground.
Cross then running up the hill at Hove to Kaur, and that's a good length delivery, just pushed past the backward a point for a single. Mandana almost halfway down with Kaur. We're having just a chilled out conversation. It was such a comfortable one. 60 needed then off 105 balls.
I think Mandana's really good for Kaur out there. Kaur quite often fiery, looks really stern, but when she bats with Smitty, she's very relaxed. She's got a smile on her face. It's almost like she brings out the best in her. The more relaxed Harmanpreet Kaur.
If you have a batter like Mandana at the other end, I feel like I'd be relaxed. I'd be like, over to you. As long as I can get you back on strike. As Cross in bowls, that's whipped lovely through mid-wicket. It's running down the hill. Danny Wyatt luckily is so quick to cut that off, but they come back for a couple. She moves to 76, 58 needed off 104 balls. But you would be relaxed, wouldn't you, with her at the other end? I even think you'd be relaxed, Alex, out there with Mandana at the other end.
I reckon I'd be a bit like you were in the 100 final with Cap at the other end, just saying, what do I do?
Do you know what, though? Cross coming in to Mandana. That's down the leg side, that's pulled away. Alice Capsey misjudges it. Misfield out in the deep. And that's 4 runs to Mandana. She now moves to 80, 54 needed from 103. I was nervous batting with Marizan Cap. She doesn't say much, just generally. She's actually quite a shy person. You wouldn't believe that when you see her on the cricket field. But I hadn't batted with her before. And I walked in and all she said is, you have to be here at the end with me. That's the only way we're winning this. And I was like, okay. And then I offered. There was no fine leg. I was like, shall I ramp Lauren Bow? She went, no. I was like, okay. As Cross comes in, and that's pushed through the offside. Fantastic diving stop from Dean. They come through for a single shy at the keeper's end. But Capsey coming off the rope to back up. 33 overs gone. But she was just... She just didn't want me to play any shots. She was like, just keep playing straight, keep playing straight. I was like, okay. I honestly felt like I was under some sort of... I don't know. I was almost
instruction.
scared to get out because it was on well, she's a talented cricketer and I just did exactly as she said.
And then you hit the winning runs.
Yeah. And then she tapped me on the head numerous times. Yeah, no, it's great to bat with someone like that, isn't it, in that situation. That's what's so good about these tournaments is we get to play with a range of players. But we'll have a change. Daniel Norcross is going to come in a bit from you, Phil.
Yeah, well, we go to drinks. I think, Alex, this is probably England's problem, isn't it? Since we got to the halfway mark, the number of runs scored in each over 6, 6, 7, 7, 4, 4, 4, 10. It's just been consistent running, not batting, not worrying about boundaries too much, just keeping those runs ticking over. And England don't seem to have an answer.
No, they don't. I think a bit of Izzy Wong, a bit of express pace, something different. Maybe even just bowl Sophie Eccleston, play your trump card. But India, they've just been rotating the strike very well. England bowled some poor deliveries in that, a bit of rubbish fielding as well, drop catches. It's not been England's day, really.
Well, it hasn't, has it? They look somewhat toothless. I'm just going to run through the bowling figures as they currently stand. Izzy Wong, none for 26 in 4. Kate Cross, 1 for 37 in 7. Alice Davidson-Richards is the third seamer, none for 34 from 6. She bowled a little bit, well, more than a little bit too short, really, early on, to especially to Mandana and to Bhatia. Dean, 1 for 32 from 7, has been fairly tidy. Eccleston, none for 27 from 6. There's not been a lot in the pitch for her, and hasn't really been a large enough target to force the batters to try to put the pressure back on her, and as a result they've been able to take her for 4.5 and over. Then Emma Lamb, 3 overs, none for 16. There's one glaring omission there, and one I just cannot understand, which is why Alice Capsey hasn't bowled, unless there's something wrong with her, because she's got a golden arm. She takes wickets in the 100 in T20, and you know, you'd think you would try something at 175 for 2.
Yeah, you would, and I think England have turned to Emma Lamb as that 6th bowler, thinking that she's probably the better bowler than Capsey, but it's not worked, so why can you not give Capsey a go? Or I definitely would.
Well, 53 from 102, Alex, is we're just going to get there unless there's a flurry of wickets. I mean, chances are they will get there anyway, and so we shall have to see. I imagine that India are going to take a 1-0 lead, and then there are going to be 2 further matches to come at Canterbury on Wednesday and at Lords, of course, on Saturday. So how do England change this up? Lauren Bell, Freya Davis waiting in the wings?
I don't know. I think Kemp potentially could play. Brilliant all-rounder, left-hander, but actually ADR, Alice Davidson-Richards has done brilliant today. You know, she's been expensive with the ball. She's gone at just over 5 and over, but actually she got 50 with the bat, so she was brilliant with the bat. The only batter for England to get 50. I think the only thing I would say is, are you going to swap Wong out, but then you need her pace? I would actually keep her in. So I'm not sure what they'll do.
And something we've not mentioned today, this is the first game in the qualification of the World Championship. So maybe before there'd been the option, well, we can experiment, look at the long-term picture. All these games count. Every game counts.
Every game counts.
Every game counts.
Yes.
So that experimentation maybe not quite there in this series.
Yes, and of course must remember that they're missing 3 players who would have walked into this side, Brunt, Siver and Heather Knight, which makes a massive difference with both bat and ball.
And 2 of those are bowling 10 overs for you. You know, Brunt definitely is. Siver might bowl 7 or 8.
And then also to throw in long term, the retirement of Anya Shubsol.
Yes.
You know, so it changes from a year ago are huge, really.
Yes, but of course we were talking earlier today about how exciting it is that England have got this cohort of new young players. I guess the issue is how many of them are playing at once and how they get brought into the side. Now, it looks like Charlie Dean's going to continue back into the attack. This will be her 8th over, 1 for 32. She's been pretty tight so far, but where is the wicket-taking option now? Sophie Eccleston is doing a fair bit of the on-field captaincy work to a degree, with Amy Jones having the gloves, so she's gone and had a chat with Charlie Dean, talk about plans and tactics. And we've got this rather curious looking field. There's a short catching extra cover, and there's a cover on the edge of the square, on the edge of square and fielding restriction circle, if you like. There's an Izzy Wong that's warming up, as Dean is in, round the wicket to Mandana, who pushes the ball into the onside, straight to short mid-wicket. There's no run.
I really like this field. Really like this field. It's one that I often have to right-handers turning the ball away, so that's what Charlie Dean is doing to Mandana, turning the ball away from it.
Mandana drives into the offside, finds a gap, square of the wicket, rolls out towards point, where Capsey does the fielding. She throws in, as if to say, you know, I can bowl.
I'm here. Here if you need me.
Yes. It is their ODI debut. I'd be inclined just to have a little look.
Interesting that England have bowled 10 mile an hour quicker, the spinners, than India.
Dean in, and that's defended from the crease by Harmanpreet Kaur. It is interesting, isn't it? And the slow spinners looked very hard to get away, didn't they? At 45 miles an hour. Indian spinners are at sort of 44 miles an hour, and England's about 53 or so.
Yeah, 53.
I mean, that sort of is Eccleston's pace, isn't it? As Dean tosses one up, thick outside half of the bat, the ball squirts out to deep backward point. They should pick up a couple of runs here. They do, comfortably enough, as Danny White does the fielding. 2 more to the total. Just 50 now needed from 98. India 178 for 2.
Yeah, Dean's bowls slower than Eccleston. Eccleston bowls quick. I mean, she's bowled deliveries that have been about 58 miles an hour in the past.
I think I've seen a 60 from her. I think I have seen a 60, which is fired one in. Dean tosses up again. This has been swept in the air. It'll bounce a couple of times before reaching Dunkley out at deep mid-wicket. Throws in, 1 more to the total, 179 for 2. But it's been a funny old day, really, because of the slowness of the pitch and the slowness of the Indian bowlers. And because England didn't get off to a good start, 26 for 2 after the power play, it's felt kind of a bit lacklustre all day, really. Dean in, it's defended off the front foot, back to the bowler, no run by Mandana.
I think the tone was set in the first 10 overs, wasn't it? And it was quite a slow one.
It was slow, yeah. We all felt a little bit sort of, wow, 100 over game.
Back to 50 over cricket.
It sort of felt it was going at sort of test pace, really. That's the end of the over, by the way. 16 more remain. 49 required for victory at 3 and over. 179 for 2 India. And England have never really been able to counter-attack. Whenever a partnership started to get together, it was sort of sawn off. Izzy Wong's back in the attack, and she'll be asked here to do what? Come in and fire some express pace in, some change-ups?
Yeah, just try and get the breakthrough. Just do what you do best. She's got a good knuckle ball. She has got variations, but also she's got the pace to be able to beat these batters. So you bring your quick in, bowl them a couple of overs.
We mentioned the target India were chasing. I wonder if somebody said, do a shrub soul.
Do a shrubbers.
Do a shrubbers.
Izzy Wong into the attack, runs away from us, up the hill, into Harmanpreet, and jags back, actually, and slightly cramps Harmanpreet for room, rolls out to the offside. There's no run. I was just looking to my left, and I thought, who's that? Who's that young hoodlum that's been brought in off the street? I thought we had security outside, wearing a hoodie, looking a little bit like a young Unabomber, and it turns out it's Georgia Elwes.
She's got a hood up, playing it cool.
A hood rat. There's a hood rat in the building. There's another one to my right. This is quite alarming. Help, Phil. Short, cut away, but well fielded at backward point. They will get a run, though. It was parried by Lamb at point. It was hit fiercely. She got a good palm on it. Slightly stung her hand, I think, judging from her reaction.
Amy Jones, she said, "You all right?" She went, "Yep, I think so."
Yeah, I'll be fine.
It's come straight out the middle of the bat. It's a brilliant stop from Emma Lamb, just the one-handed left hand diving away.
It wasn't a great ball from Wong. It was short and wide outside the off stump. That's not quite what was wanted. There's beautiful sunshine now. Bathes the ground in light as Wong is in. This is driven high in the air out towards Beaumont at deep extra cover, and she gets to it on the bounce. Throws in, 1 more to the total. 47 needed from 93 now. Mandana edging ever closer to 3 figures. She has 83.
Wasn't all that far away from Tammy Beaumont there, and that's the extra pace. It carries off the bat further. The faster you bowl, the further it goes.
Ain't that the truth? Now Eccleston's deep in conversation with Wong as Harmanpreet waits with her bat raised. It's a beautiful sight, Hove, when the sun is out, even when there aren't loads of eggs around the outfield. As Wong is in. Short, horrible ball, smashed away, out towards deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, where Beaumont does the fielding. And Wong's just not quite got it right here. You're going to bang it in. You've got to be threatening the head a little bit more. It's not that kind of a pitch, and it's not this end. Do you think Wong might have been tried coming down the hill, or does she just actively, you think, not want to do that?
Yeah, I'd like to know why she hasn't bowled down the hill.
She's in now, and that's Fuller. This been hit up towards us. It's going to go all the way for 6. That's a lovely shot from Mandana. It was full, yes, but that's the pace on that Alex Hartley's talking about. Pace on, and it comes off Mandana's back magnificently over a very straight long on. I tell you, another 10 yards, and it might yet get into our window. And Hartley, I'm relying on you.
I'll catch it.
You better, because I will be diving for cover. The shards of glass will be everywhere.
But I'll just have the ball in my left hand.
Yeah, you can take over the commentary at that point. Wong. Oh, now then, this is fascinating. So Wong ran in then, and she flung out a left hand as she was running in. And Mandana didn't like that and said, no, go back, start all over again.
She's well in her right to do that, Mandana as well. Just a slower ball, that previous one from Izzy Wong.
She's infuriated, is Wong. What's she going to do here? Full, and it's easily defended by Mandana. And on the front foot, back to the bowler, no run. There's a bit of needle going on here. That's the end of the over. How many from that, Phil? Felt like a few. 9. And India 188 for 2, need just 40 from 90 balls or 15 overs. Mandana has an 89, Harmanpreet has 40.
Well, the only ball that actually went to the boundary in that over was the slower ball from Izzy Wong. And I can see what she's doing. She's bowled a few deliveries at 70 miles an hour and then ran her fingers down the side of the ball. Mandana, though, it was slightly too full from Wong, just able to punch it down the ground for 6.
Now then, where are we up to? It's coming up to 19 minutes past 5, 20 past 5. No danger of the cut-off time. Alex Hartley's seen ice cream.
Oh, that
What time are you off? You're off at 5:30?
Like via the ice cream van.
Yeah. As Dean is in, ball's driven back along the ground to her. No run, because your car's that end, isn't it?
Yes, my car is right by the dressing rooms.
That'd be kind of perfect, wouldn't it? Ice cream, hop in the car.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
What a day.
And away you go. Dean in, flatter this time, a little paddle sweep, but straight to Wong, who throws slightly annoyedly, I think. She's still smarting from being made not to bowl the ball earlier. No run. Harmanpreet still on strike on 40. Faces up to Dean. Dean in, tosses this way up outside the off stump. He tries to play a rather more delicate shot than was probably necessary. Misses it, goes through to the keeper. There's no run.
That was probably one of those where she's thinking, if I'd had just come down the wicket and tried to hit that as far as I could.
Yep. In comes Dean again, and that's driven back at her and parried by Dean. I don't think that was on the full. It was a bump ball. And they do get a single for it, though, as Midoff has to move around to her right to collect. 189 for 2, 39 needed now from 86 with Mandana on strike.
Really like how relaxed Harmanpreet Kaur is. It's not often we see her like this.
Dean in, and that's worked away easily by Mandana. She's going to get a single down to deep backward square for one more.
She famously got that 170 against Australia in 2017, but when she got to a century, there was almost a run out, and she shouted at her player that nearly ran her out so much the player cried. They had to stop play for 5 minutes. Genuinely.
Wow. Dean in, down the leg side. It'll be a wide, won't it? Get a little brush of pad, perhaps. No, it has been signalled wide by Sue Redfern, eventually.
So when we talk about how she's feisty and she's, she can get quite furious, that's exactly what I'm talking about. She does shout at her players. In the first T20, she was shouting at the umpire as well, got a telling off.
Dean in, tosses this up again, driven firmly through extra cover. It's running away towards the boundary, and it will get there. Tammy Beaumont was nearish to it. No, not Tammy Beaumont. Danny Wyatt was nearish to it. I'm expecting Tammy Beaumont's been out there all day, but they'd swapped her, and she couldn't get round there. Quick though Danny Wyatt is, 4 more to the total, just 33 needed from 84 balls. India are walking this, as they have actually walked one other game, and England walked the other two. So far, this is the fourth game these two sides have played, 3 T20s in a one-dayer now. And the side batting second has basically won each one at a canter.
This is really interesting. Izzy Wong's just taken her cap off to give to the umpire. Kate Cross and Amy Jones are having a chat. She's put her cap back on.
Ooh.
And she's walking away, which will make the fast bowler even more furious. I think that's quite harsh, actually. She bowled really nicely. But Kate Cross, Sophie Eccleston, Amy Jones, they're having a bit of a mother's meeting here. What do we do now? Who do we go to? Well, Crossy will be going, I've got this many left. Eccleston will be going, well, I've got this many. Well, they only need 2.3 and over.
Yeah, you're going to get wickets. Who do we think is more likely to get them? It's a tricky one, isn't it? Well, I mean, is it tricky? In a way, sometimes you have to accept your fate. But attack is the only option, I would say, as Mandana is on strike, and it's going to be Kate Cross who is going to bowl. Bowling up the hill. She began down the hill in tandem with Wong with the new ball. But it's not magnificent body language out there at the moment from England. I think they know they are more than up against it here. It's going to take something of a miracle to get back into this game. They need wickets immediately, and plenty of them. And they need to start with Smriti Mandana, whose 50 came up in 61 balls, was it, Phil? Felt like about that. So she's hit 40 in the last 36 balls. It's been the odd boundary, but she's just looked in complete control throughout this innings as Cross runs up the hill into the left-handed Mandana, who tucks this away into the onside, out there to the boundary for an easy single. 32 needed from 83.
And the easy single is exactly what it's been for India. It's been easy. There's not been much pressure created from England from ball one, to be completely honest. Can they bring another fielder up? Can they just try and take this game as deep as possible? Get a slip in play, add some pressure.
I mean, it's a kind of containing field, isn't it? But what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4 in the ring on the offside, 1 on the leg side. So there are still 4 out. Well, they need to bring somebody else in, don't they, here? Because I think they've got too many boundary riders. Am I imagining this?
No,
we've got a mid-wicket. Yeah. So I missed the mid-wicket. Cross runs into core. Harmanpreet, that is, and flicks it away out to deep square leg, where it is Tammy Beaumont. Lacey, why is Tammy Beaumont out there when the bowling's from our end? And then she swaps with Danny Wyatt. I'd just stay there.
Well, you want Danny Wyatt in the busier positions where the ball's going to go. Unbelievable fielder, quick. But it's right left hand as well, so it gets complicated.
It does get complicated. Cross in. Oh, a bouncer is brilliantly taken. A bouncer that's a wide, and somehow Amy Jones has taken that. She's saved the team 4 runs.
That's a great take.
That's spectacular.
This was into the pitch, and Amy Jones jumps up, one-handed, goalkeeper save, but catches it.
And is this a wide? Yes.
Yes. Might be 2 of them, actually.
Yes, that was pretty high. Brilliant take from Jones. 1 more to the total. Ball's going to be bowled again. This has been skewed high in the air. This should be a wicket. Fielder underneath it takes the catch. Alice Davidson Richards. And Smriti Mandana will not pick up 3 figures here today. She's gone for 91. It's been a consummate innings, but she got a bit excited at the full ball. Aimed a huge wipe at it. Got a thick top edge. It went high in the air. And an easy catch for Alice Davidson Richards, moving from mid-on to really straight behind the bowler's arm as that went back as straight as you can get. It ends a fabulous innings from Smriti Mandana. It gives England a glimmer of hope. The bowling change worked. Kate Cross takes the wicket in India, 198 for 3.
Well, it's been a brilliant knock from Mandana. 91 off 99 balls. A very, very good knock's got India into a winning position. She'll be gutted that she's got out in the way she has. A thick outside edge and the ball spoons up into the air. Quite a simple catch for Alice Davidson Richards in the end. And Kate Cross, I think she brought herself into the attack when she started talking to Amy Jones, but she gets the breakthrough. England finally break this partnership. But it's been a good knock from Mandana.
Yeah, lots to tell you about. Partnership of 99. I was all ready to tell you about various 100 partnership. Smiti Mandana made 91. That is a high score against England. Her previous score, best score against England, was 90 in the opening game of the 2017 World Cup. And I was also ready to tell you about various hundreds that India haven't really made in England. There's only one in England versus India games made in England. That's by Anjan Chopra, who made exactly 100.
Wow. Cross is in to the new batter, Arlene Diol. First ball pushed into the offside. They think of a run. It isn't there. My word. Harpreet sent back. And, the last thing they need here is a run out. They don't want to lose 2 in 2 from nowhere and give England a sniff.
Well, it's Diol at the non-strikers end that's saying yes. Harman's absolutely not.
Do you know, I've made a terrible error. Thank you, Alex, because I'm so used to the
new batter
rule that I've forgotten that you can still cross until the 30th of September, I think. Is that right?
Changes.
I think that's right. I think the rule comes in across all cricket from the beginning of October.
Good.
As cross is in, this is defended on the front foot by Harmanpreet, back to the bowler, no run. If you're wondering what we're talking about, it's the issue of if the ball is up in the air, if the batters cross, then the batters having crossed means that the in batter is then on strike. But that's not going to happen in the future. When you're out,
the new batter.
Your new batter is on strike, unless it's at the end of the over.
But rightly so as well. All that hard work that Kate Cross and the England team have done, and then Harmanpreet Kaur just finds herself on strike. She's not even bowling at the new batter.
It's wrong, isn't it? Cross bowls. This is pushed into the offside up to ADR at mid-off, and there is no run. So a fine over from Kate Cross, picks up the wicket, makes the breakthrough. It feels still like it's too little, too late. 30 needed from 78 balls, India. And the game should still be theirs, but England are fighting here. They have a glimmer.
England will be thinking, how did we not get that wicket 50 runs ago? It's what they would have wanted, because you know once you get into that India middle order, they are so fragile. Anything can happen. But they just couldn't get the breakthrough. ADR, big smile on her face. We've spoke about the smiler so much today.
She must be good for morale, isn't she? I mean, if there's somebody out there whose body language is still upbeat at all times,
it's hers all the time. She is really good for team morale.
Now Charlie Dean is going to bowl her 10th and final over. It tells you in what esteem she is held, because they're keeping her on with the wicket having fallen. Diol is now going to face her first ball, and she drives it back on the bounce to Dean, who fields her for her own bowling. There's no run. Diol bowled a bit today, showed us a fair few variations, some nice googly, some seriously sharp turn from some of her leggies. She faces up again, defends into the offside, can't beat the field. Dunkley there. I just love watching Dunkley field. There's something about the way she moves.
She moves like she's very all arms and legs, but then stops the ball.
I'm trying to think, it's like a kind of a toy. Do you know what I mean? As this is swept, and it's dropped. A chance there for Izzy Wong at short fine leg. It was swept firmly. It was a tough chance because it went to her quickly and low. She had to dive forward, but she did get to it and it didn't stick.
I'll tell you what, when you're having a bad day, the ball just follows you, doesn't it? And that one, yes, it was swept firmly, but it's gone straight to her. Oh. She actually dives past it.
I think it's hit her on the knee eventually. This is driven back to Dean. There's no run. She dived forward. It went sort of through the hands, didn't it? You're right. She dived past it. If you can dive past it diving forward, she managed to do that. And the ball's cannoned in the end off a bit of knee. Here's Dean once more, and this is driven back to the bowler, but brilliantly. Diol at the non-striker's end did not move, so Dean was not able to stop the ball. Instead, she sort of like smacked Diol over the back of the head. The ball went over her hand and up towards long on for a single. 28 needed from 73.
One of those where as a batter you go, I didn't move, I did not get in the way. But you purposely didn't move to get in the way.
Quite right too. Dean in, and this is defended around the pad to short mid-wicket. There is no run. End of the over. India with that single made it up to 200. 200 for 3. They need just 28 with 12 overs to go. Harmanpreet has 47. Diol has 1. Alex Hartley is leaving us. That's the last we'll hear from her today. Georgia Elwys is back in her seat, and Emily Windsor is about to replace me. I know.
Double change.
Yes, I didn't mean for it to happen quite as
That's
brusquely
okay.
as that.
Off
But
you
know,
go.
I think you'll probably take us to the end of the game, you two. So have fun.
Yeah, a good little period here from England. Me and Emily Windsor have just been peering out the box and watching on. If this could have happened 50 runs sooner, and who knows what could have happened, but it still feels like a formality now for India. Captain Harmanpreet Kaur still out there on 47. She'll be looking to see her side home.
Yeah, and important she does. There's still 28 runs to get. A few wickets. Anything could happen, but it does seem too late. It's cross in again in defence, and they come through for a quick single. Emma Lamb in shy at the bowler's end. It hits Harmanpreet Kaur, but it will be no run.
Very quickly, Charlie Dean bowled out there at the end of that previous over. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 45.
Decent return. She's been bowling at the best Indian batters as we watch a replay. Literally hitting Kaur on her backside as she ran through there. But aggressive field. Sophia Dunkley's in tight to cross here as she bowls, and that's played back down the pitch to her. There'll be no run. That's the new batter. Let's probably see the run rate slow down a little bit with Mandana being back in the pavilion. A fantastic innings from her, wasn't it? A real pleasure to watch. 91 off 99.
Yeah, I have to say she must be one of my favourite batters to watch play the game.
Cross in bowls again, pushed into the offside. No run. I feel like,
apart from you.
Oh, stop it, Georgia, stop it. Well, what's she after, guys? What's she after? I was about to say Mandana couldn't be not anyone's favourite batter to watch, but I'm blushing now, Georgia.
I mean, the cover drives, they're pretty similar. We need on a par.
Okay, cross into Dill. That's outside the off stump and cut behind, backward. Point. They're going to think about coming round for 2, but they settle for 1. Alice Capsey out there at third. 26 needed now from 68 balls. I'm surprised Capsey's not had a dart. What's to lose in this situation?
I was just thinking that. I think she picks up so many wickets in the 100, doesn't she? And she's got that golden arm about her. Just makes something happen in the game, so it does surprise me as well.
Cross to Kaur in defence. Solid big front foot stride. She exaggerates. She's only just come out of that pose now. It's like a ninja pose, isn't it, in yoga. She's not letting Cross have the one up here. But India just need 26 off 67. The crowd still in, got their coats on. It's a bit chilly out there. Either see. Some coats and summer hats, actually. A real mixture. Let's cross in again, bowls in defence again. Amy Jones in and throws at the end. There's almost an attempted run. But Dean comes round at square, and in the end a dot ball. A bit of excitement though. 26 needed then from 11 overs, 66 balls. Dill and Kaur, the Indian captain at the crease.
Yeah, it's been a real masterclass, hasn't it, from India in chasing. Lost Shafali Verma early, but Yastika Bhatia and Smriti Mandana played both fantastically. Mandana 91, and Bhatia got 50, and now Harmanpreet Kaur just on 48 not out, and she's really picked up, put partnerships together, and that's one thing that England couldn't do. Every time you thought that they were going to get a partnership together, it got broken, and that's what India have done very well. Haven't seen the pitch play up as much, have we, as it did in that first innings. Whether that's the speed of the bowlers. The Indian spinners tend to bowl a little bit slower, can extract a bit more spin from the surface, but we haven't really seen a huge amount of spin at all from the England spinners.
Phil was just poised on his mic. He was ready to go, and now he's teasing us. Georgia's Eccleston into the attack bowls, and that's outside the off stump, but only finds Beaumont at point.
No, just to confirm what Georgia was really saying there about partnerships. 2 big partnerships here for India today. Bhatia and Mandana added 96, and it just came to an end a moment ago. Mandana and Kaur added 99 for the 3rd wicket.
That's in defence and pushed into the offside for no run. Well, they like getting close to landmark today, didn't we? It was a Dean and a Davidson Richards at 49. Just not quite getting over that extra run.
Yeah, and Mandana herself with 91. That 100 looked on.
Jug avoidance in the game as Eccleston in and bowls. That's pushed into the offside. Again, Tammy Beaumont quick in there at backward point, no run. 202 for 3. India have played well today, all round, bowled tight lines, took their chances, fielded well, and now their top orders have created some partnership as Eccleston in. There's appeal for LBW, a big shout and given. Sue Redfern thought about that one, and they're sending it upstairs. Dewell's almost signalled 3 times, but Eccleston thinks she's got Dewell here. Just hear the voice of the third umpire. Any gut from you, Jordan?
Well, I'm trying to lip read because I haven't got a not very good commentating umpire, but she said that she's hit it, so I don't know. I can't tell you that.
Come on, George, you've seen the replay.
She's watching the replay on rock and roll and she still can't give us an answer. If I've ever seen anyone sit on a fence, it's Georgia Elwes right now.
She hit it.
You can't just claim that now you've watched the Ultra Edge.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what she said when I was trying to lip read her. I've hit it. So, yeah, it looks like that one is going to be overturned, and unfortunately another one Sue Redfern's going to have to overturn.
Sue's got some bright nail varnish on today.
Yeah, very
England colours.
smart.
Sue Redfern's got bright blue nail varnish, but the Indian fans in that crowd enjoyed the overturn of Harleen Dewell's dismissal. As Eccleston in again bowls, and that's another appeal for LBW. Amy Jones shies at the bowler's end, and they come through for a single. She misses the stumps, ended up on the floor. Those wicket ends look dangerously slippy and poppy. They've played into the batter's favours throughout this game. She could have thrown. Whoa, would have been out had she have hit. Risky single. But the captain back on strike. As Eccleston into core. That's a play down to fine leg. Izzy Wong does well, diving to her right to keep that one for a single. Core now moves to 49 and the score 23 needed off 60 balls. 3 wickets down India. So should cruise this. This is a 3-match series. Next fixtures at Canterbury on Wednesday, and then the final one on Saturday at Lord's. How good is that, Georgia?
Yeah, I think it's something that the girls, ever since it got released, they've been looking forward to. Played at Lord's since that winning the World Cup final in 2017, so for some of these girls it'll bring back some happy memories. But a much changed team. I think if you look at that 2017 World Cup winning team, it's probably only Tammy Beaumont in the 11 today that played in that game. Danny White was in the squad but playing the final, so very changed team, but obviously playing at Lord's, it's such a special occasion, and they'll be really looking forward to that.
Kate Cross then into a final over of her spells. That's pushed into the offside, will be no run. She bowled 2 overs, bowled 9 overs, 2 for 42 so far. She's got 5 balls left. Really been the pick of the England bowlers. She bowled stump to stump, varied her pace, created opportunities. Really is that senior bowler in this one-day international attack. She's running in up the hill again, bowls in defence again, targeting those stumps. Good length, good lines. Caught. Just poises on 49, remarks her guard. 1 away from a milestone. She's there and ready, tapping her bat down. Amy Jones stood up to the stump, saying come on Cross, as that's in, and again forward in defence. Big stride forward, dug out well by Court. She's got a smile on her face. Why wouldn't you be in this position for your country?
She can't believe how little that bounced, which surprises me because when her bowlers were bowling, I saw plenty shoot through.
Again, crossing at the top of her mark past Anna Harris bowls, and that's on leg stump line, worked into the leg side, and that will be Kaur's 50. She's played beautifully here, and the Indian fans in this crowd, there's flags, umbrellas up, and they're enjoying that one. The Indian captain has played superbly well. 80 balls, but she didn't need to do anything different.
Yeah, it was a really composed innings from her, wasn't it? Just come in and knock the ball around, ran well with Mandana, and she's almost seen her side home.
Cross into duel, and that's driven, but only finds wire at cover, so there'll be no run. Again, pretending to shy at the bowler's end. This course teases them. The crowd, you can hear, getting rowdy, trying to get behind England. As the England flag is now running around the ground, and the Indian flag's chasing after it. Cross in, bowls, and in defence again, and it's going back the other way now. England's winning at the moment this race. India's coming close second with the flag running in the stand below. But in all seriousness, it's been a great crowd here today, hasn't it? The support for both teams has been good. And it's nice to see that growing support for the women's game we're seeing in this country.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think it was advertised yesterday when I saw it. It was a sold-out crowd, and they've been brilliant. They've really got behind the girls. And there's a good Indian following as well to support India, so the girls love playing at home. I think it's one of those grounds where the atmosphere feels really good, and it's not got a huge capacity, but when the people are in, because it is one of those smaller grounds, it does feel like there's a lot of people supporting you.
Phil?
Harmanpreet Kaur, you mentioned it, 80 balls for her 50, only 4 fours in that innings, and Kate Cross has finished.
As Eccleston in bowl, swept away into the leg side, will just be a single as Alice Capsey comes round.
And Kate Cross has finished 10 overs, 2 for 43.
She bowled nicely. She was the most threatening as well for me. It felt like something was going to happen when she was bowled, and that's because of the consistency she brings to this attack. 22 required from 53 balls. Deal on strike as Eccleston in bowls, forward in defence, back to her. No run. Would you have liked to have seen Eccleston and Cross in tandem maybe a little bit more earlier? Because I feel like between them they may have built that little bit of extra pressure. As Eccleston in advances and played to mid-wicket, they come through for a quick single and make it comfortably in the end.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I think Eccleston, obviously the best bowler in the world, she came on quite late in my opinion, but I know that was because there were 2 left-handers in at the time. But yeah, to break that partnership and to get a wicket earlier on, you've got to have your 2 best bowlers bowling.
So Eccleston again hiding behind Sue Redfern as she poises to come into Kaur. Bowls, advances, hits that over the top. 1 bounce 4. Kaur's not hanging around now. Sheer move to 55, 17 needed now off just 50 balls.
You looked at me a moment ago, because I was pointing at the screen, and what happened was Kate Cross threw the ball in, it hit Harmanpreet Kaur. Kate Cross thought it was very amusing. Harmanpreet did not think quite the same. And I think she took it out maybe on that next ball from Sophie Eccleston.
Eccleston in again, and that's forward in defence. Big stride down the pitch, that ninja pose. Again from Kaur. She's smiling out there.
She's smiling now. I think her and Kate Cross are quite good friends from their time together up in Manchester, so I'm sure she'll see the funny side later.
Eccleston in, that's pushed into mid-wicket. They're running a quick single. Cross reacts, throws at the bowler's end, but they make it comfortably. The all to 4, 16 required then of 48 balls. That's the end of the over. 42 overs gone, 212 for 3, and replied to 227 for 7. Alice Davidson Richards was the pick of the England batters with 50. And contributions throughout: Danny Wyatt 43, Sophie Eccleston 31, Sophia Dunkley 29, and Charlie Dean quick fight 24 off 21 at the end of their innings. But the England batters got starts, didn't get that big partnership that we've seen India do in this innings. Alice Davidson Richards then, as you hear, being brought back into the attack from the sea end. Conversations between Eccleston and Cross. England have to take a risk because they need wickets. 4 fielders are out then. Deep square, fine leg, third and cover. As she tried to run in and caught, just backed away and reset herself, but she'll go again. Extra steps, back up the hill and bowls, and that's full, and that's whipped away nicely out to mid-wicket. Tammy Beaumont comes round and they come back for a couple. Score will move to 58. 14 needed now for India. It's the first of a 3-match one-day international series, with the final game being played at Lord's. Be nice, wouldn't it, if it was 1-1 going into that. Hopefully there'll be a good crowd in. A special moment for England women. As Davidson Richards in again, pumping her arms. That's shorter and that's cut away. Great diving stop from Emma Lamb. Stop to boundary there for Shaw to her left.
Harmanpreet's scores highest score now against England in England. It's not a high score in England, of course. That 1-7-1 not out, that famous innings in the World Cup semi-final against Australia back in 2017.
Good stat, that. What an innings that was. His cover comes up. His duel is on strike. There's Davidson Richards in, and that's got up a little bit, but guided nicely down to third man by Duel. Just be a single as Capsey comes around from third. Duel will move to 5. 12 required then off 45 balls. Make sure you're following the in-play text and highlight clips. There's also highlights on BBC 2 tonight from 10 p.m. So tune into those. There's been some fantastic batting, bowling, fielding. But India have been on top throughout this game. There's Davidson Richards in again, and that's hit hard down the ground. Harmanpreet Kaur wants to get this done quickly now. That's over mid-off's head and races away for 4. She's on to 63, 8 needed from 44.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Just offered up that length and width that she could really free her hands through. She stood there, and as soon as she hit it, she held that pose. She knew that was over, and really one of her favourite shots of her innings, that's got to be. It's a beautiful lofted drive.
It's nice hitting down the ground here at home, isn't it? It's a ground that you feel like you can, when you're hitting towards the sea, that you can clear the fielders in the ring. Going the other way is obviously harder because they're at the top of the hill. But the Indian fans are enjoying themselves again in this crowd. There's Davidson Richards in, and that's a slower ball, but pushed into the offside. She wanted a quick single, but Dunkley quick to it, so it'll be no run. 8 needed from 43 balls. 220 for 3. Kaur enjoying herself out there, and why wouldn't you be on 63 off 88? And your side close to the going 1-0 up in this 3-match series. Davidson Richards 0 for 42 so far from her 6.5 overs. That's a slower ball, and that's an appeal for LBW. It looked like it was sliding down. Davidson Richards almost crouching in desperation, still probably with a smile on her face. She's looking at Amy Jones. She's got 6 seconds left on the time, and they've reviewed it. I don't feel like this is going to be out with the lack of enthusiasm. Just probably wasting some time, but
it was almost like ADR gave Amy Jones sort of puppy dog eyes, wasn't it? please review it.
I'm going to say not out.
Oh, she's not on the fence this time. She's made a decision. I really hope this is out. Oh, dead in front, that.
Sure, she's here on the forearm. Saw that from here.
Just watching it, rocking and rolling, hitting her in the stomach. That doesn't look too comfy. Gosh, she's going to have a bruise there, that's for sure. Gone for a big sweep. A missed and slower delivery from Davidson Richards. But we just got to watch this, rocking and rolling it. Hit the elbow, then hit the stomach. Everyone's in the huddle other than Danny Wyatt. She's just stood out there almost on one leg with arms crossed at deep cover. Just doesn't. She's saving her steps for the second ODI.
Yeah.
Ultra edge then. It comes through. Not hit the bat. You can see that. Not hit the gloves. Interestingly, there's no spike when it hits a player on the arm. We're just watching now. Impact, pitching in line, impact in line, missing the wickets, going over the top.
And they've all got their hands on theirs, but it hit. I don't understand that. It's hit her arm. It can't be out if it's hit her arm, can it?
Yeah.
If it's attached to the bat.
Does Georgia Alvis not know
I don't know
the
the rules. I don't know
of
the rules
cricket?
either.
England international, of all your experience, and you don't think it can be out. If it hit any part of her glove or bat,
yeah, I thought it was the forearm.
The forearm, you can't just forearm it away from the stumps and it'd be okay.
No.
All those Elvis appeals over the years now.
Yeah.
I was never out.
That explains a lot, doesn't it?
Davidson Richards, though, smile on her face. She's actually laughing, and the morale seems spirited out there for the situation that they find themselves in. But 8 are required then from 42 balls to score 220 for 3. As Daniel Norcross is still with us after that choking noise we heard as Eccleston bowls pulled in to the onside for a single. 7 required from 41. Kaur on 63s, now on strike. The last few overs she's been that little bit more aggressive, wanted to get it finished. Mid-off extra cover inside the circle where she targeted her previous over. Covers really straight out on the boundary rope as well. Sophia Dunkley out there. There's Eccleston in. She's gone for a reverse paddle. She's got hold of it. That's going to race away down the field. Tammy Beaumont's after it. Who's going to win? Unlucky from Tammy Beaumont. Her arm just wasn't quite long enough to pull it back in. And that's 4 more runs to Kaur. 3 required now from 40 balls. And India just 1 shot away from winning this first ODI match.
Yeah, and Harmanpreet Kaur, she's put her foot down a little bit now, isn't she? She wants to get this done as soon as possible. She's bringing out all the shots. Tammy Beaumont was quite unlucky then. She did all the hard work, and then as she swiped at it, she just missed the ball completely.
Eccleston then into Kaur, that's swept, and that's gone out towards backward a point. Will be no run. There was no holding her back there. That was a big swing of the bat from Kaur. 3 required, 39 balls. India have been absolutely phenomenal today. In front of a good crowd at Hove. Eccleston in, bowls, and just played up to long on for a single. 2 needed then for India. Kaur still there, 68. Duol's got a chance to hit the winning runs. She's on 6 for 18 deliveries, but hasn't had to play any differently. Eccleston in, advances, that's driven, finds Dean, extra cover, who throws it back to Amy Jones. Will be no run. How will England reflect on this, Georgia, and go again on Wednesday? It's a quick turnaround. Got a trip up to Canterbury.
Yeah, it's been a tough day for them, really.
Eccleston in, bowls, and that's pushed to cover. Will be no run.
I think at the end of the over? Yeah, it's at the end of the over. Yeah, I think the batting really is what's let them down. No set batter going through. Talk a lot about having one of the top 5 batters set and in at the 40th over, and they just couldn't do that today. Couldn't get any sort of partnerships going and extend those. And I think I suppose that's where the learning comes in going back into 50 over cricket. We talk about the difference of 50 over from T20 is extending your skills, and our bowling coach Anya Shrubsole, she always says to us, you've got to bowl your best ball for as long as possible, and I think it's the same with batting. You've got to extend partnerships and be respectful of the good balls and look to capitalise on anything else, and England just haven't done that. They've found ways of getting out and could never really put a big score on the board, and I think they found themselves at least 20 runs short at the halfway break, and whether that would have made the difference the way that Mandana and Harmanpreet Kaur have played, I don't know, but posting a bigger total, maybe India would have had to go a little bit harder, so that'll certainly be where they're looking to improve on Wednesday.
Got a chance to bounce back though. It's Davidson Richards in up the hill bowl, slower ball, and in defence from Kaur. Again, a big stride down the pitch, smile on her face. It's almost like she's resisting that big swing down the ground again. But a good change up from Davidson Richards. Danny Wyatt looks like she's feeling that 50 over strain in her legs. She's crouched at cover. But Davidson Richards in again, slower ball, and that's hit away on the leg side. Fielder out there, can't do anything about it. And I don't know if that's finished with a 6 or a 4, but either way, India have won this first ODI comfortably by 7 wickets. It's been a very impressive performance from India, and the captain there at the end, and an unbeaten 72 or 74 if that was a 6 or 4, but India have been impressive, and England way off the pace really here in that first ODI.
Yeah, they really have been. I'm still waiting for confirmation about whether it was 6 or 4. I'm just seeing the replays now. Yeah, 6. And a fitting way really for India to finish the game, and that Harmanpreet Kaur it was that hit those winning runs. And she's played fantastically well. A real captain's innings, seen a side home. But that's what India have done that's been completely different to England, is they've been able to stick in, put those partnerships together and bat for longer periods of time. It's just what England haven't been able to do, and whether that's a bit of inexperience from that batting lineup. Same, they're without Heather Knight and we're without Nat Siva, who are 2 rocks of their top order. So the youngsters that are coming in to play this fearless, aggressive cricket, but they're going to have to learn to bat for longer periods of time, and we've got a few days now to regroup, reflect, and then get ready to go again on Wednesday.
Well, indeed, Georgia, and that was what I wanted to ask you. On Wednesday, are we going to see the same England team? Would you make changes? What's your prognosis?
Yeah, it's possible. I think maybe an extra batter in there potentially, but who you drop from that, I don't know. Maybe you need an extra seamer, I don't know. I'd love to see Freya Kemp given a go. I suppose she does both, doesn't she? She can bowl some handy overs with the new ball, and gives you a bit of extra firepower with the bat. But I don't think England need to panic. They're not, it's not been their best performance, but they are a good side, and they've just been outplayed here. And India are a fantastic side as well, and they're allowed to do that. So I think if England turn up and play their best cricket on Wednesday, they're more than capable of beating this India side.
You've played at Canterbury a few times. Is that a place where you'd expect it to spin a bit more, or is it a place where maybe someone like Lauren Bell with a bit of extra pace may be handy?
Yeah, definitely. I think Lauren Bell brings something different with her height as well, doesn't she? And they'll be keen to give as much experience as they can to the youngsters throughout this series and building to the future. So I wouldn't be surprised if we did see Lauren Bell play. And Canterbury's a ground that's got some strange angles as well, isn't it? A nice gentle slope across it. So I think that will play into some factor on the day. But like I said, England they're not a bad side just because of this one game, and they just need some batters to step up and spend some more time in the middle and get them up to a bigger total. 4
matches now these two sides have played against each other, 3 T20s and this 1 ODI. On each occasion, the side batting second has won comfortably, which suggests that both sides are pretty pretty evenly matched. Phil?
Yeah, let me tell you how comfortably. So England won the first T20 by 9 wickets with 42 balls remaining. India then fought back. They won the next T20 by 8 wickets with 20 balls remaining. England then won the series, won by 7 wickets with 10 balls remaining, and then India have won today by 7 wickets with 5.4 overs remaining, 34 balls.
That seems to be the pattern. Georgia Elvis, do you see a change in the pattern, or, win, toss and bowl?
Yeah, I think with it being in September, is if there's anything going to happen, with the pitch through the air, the swing we saw early from the Indian bowlers, it's going to be first up, isn't it? So I think teams are going to look to exploit that. And India seem like they're quite comfortable chasing. I know England, that is their preferred method of approach. So I think it will be a case of that. I think, we don't know what pitches we're going to get for Canterbury and Lords, whether they'll be new ones, green ones, used ones. And I think that will play a part in what decision is made at the toss. But I certainly think that's a winning formula across this series so far.
Well, what we have seen at Lords is that it's been pretty tricky for sides to bat, in the hundreds certainly, and in 50 over matches and in test matches for that matter. So it does feel like it will be a win toss, stick a side in. Let me run you very quickly through the story of today's game. England made 227 for 7. Top scorer was Alice Davidson-Richards, batting well down the order. She made an unbeaten 50 from 61 balls. It was England's tail that wagged. She was helped by Sophie Eccleston with 31. Charlie Dean with an unbeaten 24 to rescue the innings from 128 for 6 to post 227 for 7, but it never really felt quite enough. Wickets shared around. Julian Goswami in her anti-penultimate match, taking 1 for 20 in 10 overs. Leading wicket taker Dipti Sharma with 2 for 33. Then in reply, India's women were very briefly under the cosh when Shafali Verma was quite spectacularly caught by Charlie Dean off the bowling of Kate Cross. Check that out on the highlights. Go to the BBC Sport website and app as well for in-play clips if you want to go and take a look at our marvellous text commentary that takes place. But thereafter, a partnership of 96 between Smriti Mandana and Yastika Bhatia, who batted superbly for her half century. She made 50 from 47 before being bowled by Charlie Dean. And then a further partnership of 99 between Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain, who remained unbeaten on 74 from 94 balls, and Smriti Mandana, who just missed out on her 100, 91 from 99 balls with 10 fours and a 6. Then Harleen Deol helped to get Harmanpreet over the line. 232 for 3 in 44.2 overs. Wicket takers, Kate Cross with 2 for 43, Charlie Dean 1 for 45, both from their 10 overs. Sophie Eccleston, a rare wicketless match for her, none for 42 from 9. Alice Davidson-Richards 7.2 overs, none for 48. Izzy Wong, a bit disappointing today, radar not quite on it. Started promising these first couple of overs, then just slightly lost her lines and lengths. 5 overs, none for 35. And Emma Lamb, 3 overs, none for 16. No overs from Alice Capsey. Wonder if there's a little niggle there, because it seemed strange that she didn't bowl. Georgia Elvis, your last thoughts on India as well?
Yeah, I think England are missing a trick there without bowling Alice Capsey. We've seen what a fantastic 100 she's had, the way she seems to make things happen in games. So I'd like to see her used more later on in the series. But India were fantastic. I think Smriti Mandana played an absolutely brilliant innings, as she does, and they were just able to find partnerships handily. Yastika Bhatia batted really nicely, and then Harmanpreet Kaur finished it off for them, and it was a really professional performance from them. And I think England are going to have to go away and really reflect on that, and then come back ready to fight again on Wednesday.
A last statistical word from Phil Long.
Just India's 7th win against England in ODIs, but they've now won the last 2. They won the last one of the previous series in Worcester last summer.